Section 29 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucky Emma. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 29. Odysseus, Parts 1 and 2. Adapted by Jeannie Lang. Part 1. How Odysseus left Troyland and sailed for his kingdom, past the land of the Lotus Eaters. In the days of long ago, there reigned over Ithaca, a rugged little island in the sea to the west of Greece, a king whose name was Odysseus. Odysseus feared no man. Stronger and braver than other men was he, wiser and more full of clever devices. Far and wide he was known as Odysseus of the many counsels. Wise also was his queen, Penelope, and she was as fair as she was wise, and as good as she was fair. While their only child, a boy named Telemachus, was still a baby, there was a very great war in Troyland, a country far across the sea. The brother of the overlord of all Greece besieged Troy, and the kings and princes of his land came to help him. Many came from afar, but none from a more distant kingdom than Odysseus. Wife and child and old father he left behind him, and sailed away with his black-prowed ships to fight in Troyland. For 10 years the siege of Troy went on, and of the heroes who fought there none was braver than Odysseus. Clad as a beggar he went into the city and found out much to help the Greek armies. With his long sword he fought his way out again, and left many of the men of Troy lying dead behind him. And many other brave feats did Odysseus do. After long years of fighting, Troy at last was taken. With much rich plunder the besiegers sailed homewards, and Odysseus set sail for his rocky island, with its great mountain and its forest of trembling leaves. Of gladness and of longing his heart was full. With a great love he loved his fair wife and his little son and old father, and his little kingdom by the sea was very dear to him. "I can see naught besides sweeter than a man's own country," he said. Very soon he hoped to see his dear land again, but many a long and weary day was to pass ere Odysseus came home. Odysseus was a warrior, and always he would choose to fight rather than to be at peace. As he sailed on his homeward way, winds drove his ships near the shore. He and his company landed, sacked the nearest city, and slew the people. Much rich plunder they took, but ere they could return to their ships, a host of people came from inland. In the early morning, thick as leaves and flowers in the spring, they came, and fell upon Odysseus and his men. All day they fought, but as the sun went down, the people of the land won the fight. Back to their ships went Odysseus and his men. Out of each ship were 6 men slain. While they were yet sad at heart and weary from the fight, a terrible tempest arose. Land and sea were blotted out, the ships were driven headlong, and their sails were torn to shreds by the might of the storm. For 2 days and 2 nights the ships were at mercy of the tempests. At dawn on the 3rd day the storm passed away, and Odysseus and his men set up their masts and hoisted their white sails, and drove homeward before the wind. So he would have come safely to his own country, but a strong current and a fierce north wind swept the ships from their course. For 9 days were they driven far from their homeland, across the deep sea. On the 10th day they reached the land of the Lotus Eaters. The dwellers in that land fed on the honey-sweet fruit of the lotus flower. Those who ate the lotus ceased to remember that there was a past or a future. All duties they forgot, and all sadness. All day long they would sit and dream idle, happy dreams that never ended. Here Odysseus and his men landed and drew water. 3 of his warriors Odysseus sent into the country to see what manner of men dwelt there. To them the Lotus Eaters gave their honey-sweet food, and no sooner had each man eaten that he had no wish ever to return to the ships. He longed forever to stay in the pleasant land, eating the lotus fruit, and dreaming the happy hours away. Back to the ships Odysseus dragged the unwilling men, weeping that they must leave so much joy behind. Beneath the benches of his ship he tightly bound them, and swiftly he made his ship sail from the shore, lest yet others of his company might eat of the lotus and forget their homes and their kindred. Soon they had all embarked, and, with heavy hearts, the men of Ithaca smote the grey sea water with their long oars and sped away from the land of forgetfulness and of sweet daydreams. End of Odysseus, Part 1. Part 2. How Odysseus came to the land of the Cyclops, and his adventures there. On and on across the waves sailed the dark-prowed ships of Odysseus, until again they came to land. It was the land of the Cyclops, a savage and lawless people, who never planted, nor ploughed, nor sowed, and whose fields yet gave them rich harvests of wheat and of barley, and vines with heavy clusters of grapes. In deep caves, high up on the hills, these people dwelt, and each man ruled his own wife and children, but himself knew no ruler. Outside the harbor of the land of the Cyclops lay a thickly wooded island. No hunters went there, for the Cyclops owned neither ships nor boats, so that many goats roamed unharmed through the woods and cropped the fresh green grass. It was a green and pleasant land. Rich meadows stretched down to the sea. The vines grew strong and fruitful, and there was a fair harbor where ships might be run right on to the beach. At the head of the harbor was a well of clear water flowing out of a cave, and with poplars growing around it. Thither Odysseus directed his ships. It was dark night, with no moon to guide, and mist lay deep on either side, yet they passed the breakers and rolling surf without knowing it, and anchored safely on the beach. All night they slept, and when rosy dawn came, they explored the island and slew with their bows and long spears many of the wild goats of the woods. All the livelong day Odysseus and his men sat and feasted. As they ate and drank, they looked across the water at the land of the Cyclops, where the smoke of wood fires curled up to the sky, and from whence they could hear the sound of men's voices and the bleating of sheep and goats. When darkness fell, they lay down to sleep on the sea beach, and when morning dawned, Odysseus called his men together and said to them, "Stay here, all the rest of you, my dear companions, but I will go with my own ship and my ship's company, and see what kind of men are those who dwell in this land across the harbor." So saying, he climbed into his ship, and his men rowed him across to the land of the Cyclops. When they were near the shore, they saw a great cave by the sea. It was roofed in with green laurel boughs, and seemed to be meant for a fold to shelter sheep and goats. Round about it a high outer wall was firmly built with stones, and with tall and leafy pines and oak trees. In this cave, all alone with his flocks and herds, dwelt a huge and hideous one-eyed giant. Polyphemus was his name, and his father was Poseidon, god of the sea. Taking 12 of his best men, Odysseus left the others to guard the ship and sallied forth to the giant's cave. With him he carried a goat skin full of precious wine, dark red, and sweet and strong, and a large sack of corn. Soon they came to the cave, but Polyphemus was not there. He had taken off his flocks to graze in the green meadows, leaving behind him in the cave folds full of lambs and kids. The walls of the cave were lined with cheeses, and there were great pans full of whey, and giant bowls full of milk. "Let us first of all take the cheeses," said the men of Odysseus to the king, "and carry them to the ships. Then let us return and drive all the kids and lambs from their folds down to the shore, and sail with them in our swift ships homeward over the sea." But Odysseus would not listen to what they said. He was too great-hearted to steal into the cave like a thief, and take away the giant's goods, without first seeing whether Polyphemus might not treat him as a friend, receiving from him the corn and wine he had brought, and giving him gifts in return. So they kindled a fire and dined on some of the cheeses, and sat waiting for the giant to return. Towards evening he came, driving his flocks before him, and carrying on his back a huge load of firewood, which he cast down on the floor with such a tremendous noise that Odysseus and his men fled in fear and hid themselves in the dark corners of the cave. When he had driven his sheep inside, Polyphemus lifted from the ground a rock, so huge that 22 four-wheeled wagons could not have borne it, and with it blocked the doorway. Then, sitting down, he milked the ewes and bleating goats, and placed the lambs and kids each beside its mother. Half of the milk he curdled and placed in a wicker basket to make into cheeses, and the other half he left in great pails to drink when he should have supper. When all this was done, he kindled a fire, and when the flames had lit up the dark-walled cave, he spied Odysseus and his men.
"Strangers, who are ye?"
he asked in his great rumbling voice.
"Whence sail ye over the waterways? Are ye merchants, or are ye sea robbers who rove over the sea, risking your own lives and bringing evil to other men?"
The sound of the giant's voice and his hideous face filled the hearts of the men with terror, but Odysseus made answer.
"From Troy we came, seeking our home, but driven hither by winds and waves. Men of Agamemnon, the renowned and most mightily victorious Greek general, are we. Yet to thee we come and humbly beg for friendship."
At this the giant, who had nothing but cruelty in his heart, mocked at Odysseus.
"Thou art a fool," he said, "and shall not spare either thee or thy company. But tell me where thou didst leave thy good ship. Was it near here, or at the far end of the island?"
But Odysseus of the many counsels knew that the giant asked the question only to bring evil on the men who stayed by the ship, and so he answered.
"My ship was broken in pieces by the storm and cast up on the rocks on the shore, but I with these my men escaped from death."
Not one word said Polyphemus in reply, but sprang up, clutched hold of 2 of the men, and dashed their brains out on the stone floor. Then he cut them up and made ready his supper, eating the 2 men, bones and all, as if he had been a starving lion, and taking great draughts of the milk from the giant pails. When his meal was done, he stretched himself on the ground beside his sheep and goats, and slept. In helpless horror, Odysseus and his men had watched the dreadful sight, but when the monster slept, they began to make plans for their escape. At first, Odysseus thought it might be best to take his sharp sword and stab Polyphemus in the breast. But then he knew that even were he thus to slay the giant, he and his men must die, for strength was not left them to roll away the rock from the cave's mouth, and so they must perish like rats in a trap. All night they thought what they should do, but could think of naught that would avail, and so they could only moan in their bitterness of heart and wait for the dawn. When dawn's rosy fingers touched the sky, Polyphemus awoke. He kindled a fire and milked his flocks and gave each ewe her lamb. When this work was done, he snatched yet another 2 men, dashed their brains out, and made of them his morning meal. After the meal he lifted the stone from the door, drove the flocks out, and set the stone back again. Then, with a loud shout, he turned his sheep and goats toward the hills and left Odysseus and his remaining 8 men imprisoned in the cave, plotting and planning how to get away and how to avenge the death of their comrades. At last Odysseus thought of a plan. By the sheepfold there lay a huge club of green olive wood that Polyphemus had cut and was keeping until it should be dry enough to use as a staff. So huge was it that Odysseus and his men likened it to the mast of a great merchant vessel. From this club Odysseus cut a large piece and gave it to his men to fine down and make even. While they did this, Odysseus himself sharpened it to a point and hardened the point in the fire. When it was ready, they hid it amongst the rubbish on the floor of the cave. Then Odysseus made his men draw lots who should help him lift this bar and drive it into the eye of the giant as he slept. And the lot fell upon the 4 men that Odysseus would himself have chosen. In the evening Polyphemus came down from the hills with his flocks, and drove them all inside the cave. Then he lifted the great door stone and blocked the doorway, milked the ewes and goats, and gave each lamb and kid to its mother. This done, he seized other two of the men, dashed out their brains, and made ready his supper. From the shadows of the cave Odysseus now stepped forward, bearing in his hands an ivy bowl full of dark red wine.
"Drink wine after thy feast of men's flesh," said Odysseus, "and see what manner of drink this was that our ship held."
Polyphemus grasped the bowl, gulped down the strong wine, and smacked his great lips over its sweetness.
"Give me more," he cried, "and tell me thy name straightway, that I may give thee a gift. Mighty clusters of grapes do the vines of our lands bear us, but this is a rill of very nectar and ambrosia."
Again Odysseus gave him the bowl full of wine, and yet again, until the strong wine went to the giant's head and made him stupid. Then said Odysseus,
"Thou didst ask me my name, and didst say that thou wouldst give me a gift. No man is my name, and no man they call me, my father and my mother and all my fellows."
Then answered the giant out of his pitiless heart,
"I will eat thy fellow first, no man, and thee the last of all. That shall be thy gift."
Soon the wine made him so sleepy that he sank backwards with his great face upturned and fell fast asleep. As soon as the giant slept, Odysseus thrust into the fire the steak he had prepared, and made it red hot, all the while speaking cheerfully and comfortingly to his men. When it was so hot that the wood, green though it was, began to blaze, he drew it out and thrust it into the giant's eye. Round and round they whirled the fiery pike as a man bores a hole in a plank, until the blood gushed out and the eye frizzled and hissed, and the flames singed and burned the eyelids, and the eye was burned out. With a great and terrible cry the giant sprang to his feet, and Odysseus and the others fled from before him. From his eye he dragged the blazing pike, all dripping with his blood, and dashed it to the ground. Then, maddened with pain, he called with a great and terrible cry on the other Cyclops, who dwelt in their caves on the hill-tops round which the wind swept. The giants, hearing his horrid yells, rushed to help him.
"What ails thee, Polyphemus?" they asked. "Why dost thou cry aloud in the night, and awake us from our sleep? Surely no one stealeth thy flocks, none slayeth thee by force or by craft."
From the other side of the great stone moaned Polyphemus,
"No man is slaying me by craft."
Then the Cyclops said,
"If no man is hunting thee, then indeed it must be a sickness that makes thee cry so loud, and this thou must bear, for we cannot help."
With that they strode away from the cave and left the blind giant groaning and raging with pain. Groping with his hands, he found the great stone that blocked the door, lifted it away, and sat himself down in the mouth of the cave, with his arms stretched out, hoping to catch Odysseus and his men if they should try to escape. Sitting there, he fell asleep, and as soon as he slept, Odysseus planned and plotted how best to win freedom. The rams of the giant's flocks were great strong beasts, with fleeces thick and woolly, and as dark as the violet. With twisted slips of willow, Odysseus lashed every 3 of them together, and under the middle ram of each 3 he bound one of his men. For himself he kept the best ram of the flock, young and strong, and with a fleece wonderfully thick and shaggy. Underneath this ram Odysseus curled himself and clung, face upwards, firmly grasping the wool with his hands. In this wise did he and his men wait patiently for the dawn. When rosy dawn came, the ewes in the pens bleated to be milked, and the rams hastened out to the hills and green meadows. As each sheep passed him, Polyphemus felt along its back, but never guessed that the 6 men remaining of Odysseus were bound beneath the thick fleece rams. Last of all came the young ram to which Odysseus clung, moving slowly, for his fleece was heavy, and Odysseus whom he bore was heavier still. On the ram's back Polyphemus laid his great hands.
"Dear ram," he said, "once wert thou the very first to lead the flocks from the cave, and the first to nibble the tender buds of the pasture, the first to find out the running streams, and the first to come home when evening fell. But today thou art the very last to go. Surely thou art sorrowful, because the wicked Noman hath destroyed my eye. I would thou couldst speak, and tell me where Noman is hidden. Then should I seize him and gladly dash out his brains on the floor of the cave."
Very, very still lay Odysseus while the giant spoke, but the ram slowly walked on past the savage giant, towards the meadows near the sea. Soon it was far enough from the cave for Odysseus to let go his hold and to stand up. Quickly he loosened the bonds of the others, and swiftly then they drove the rams down to the shore where their ship lay. Often they looked around, expecting to see Polyphemus following them, but they safely reached the ship and got a glad welcome from their friends, who rejoiced over them, but would have wept over the men that the cannibal giant had slain.
"There is no time to weep,"
said Odysseus, and he made his men hasten on board the ship, driving the sheep before them. Soon they were all on board, and the grey sea water was rushing off their oars as they sailed away from the land of the Cyclops. But before they were out of sight of land, the bold Odysseus lifted up his voice and shouted across the water,
"Hear me, Polyphemus, thou cruel monster! Thine evil deeds were very sure to find thee out. Thou hast been punished because thou hadst no shame to eat the strangers who came to thee as thy guests."
The voice of Odysseus rang across the waves and reached Polyphemus as he sat in pain at the mouth of his cave. In a fury, the giant sprang up, broke off the peak of a great hill, and cast it into the sea, where it fell just in front of the ship of Odysseus. So huge a splash did the vast rock give, that the sea heaved up and the backwash of the water drove the ship right to the shore. Odysseus snatched up a long pole and pushed the ship off once more. Silently he motioned to the men to row hard and to save themselves and their ship from the angry giant. When they were once more out at sea, Odysseus wished again to mock Polyphemus. In vain his men begged him not to provoke a monster so mighty that he could crush their heads and the timbers of their ship with one cast of a stone. Once more Odysseus shouted across the water,
"Polyphemus, if anyone shall ask thee who blinded thee, tell them it was Odysseus of Ithaca."
Then moaned the giant,
"Once long ago a soothsayer told me that Odysseus should make me blind, but ever I looked for the coming of a great and gallant hero, and now there hath come a poor feeble little dwarf, who made me weak with wine before he dared to touch me."
Then he begged Odysseus to come back, and said he would treat him kindly, and told him that he knew that his father, the god of the sea, would give him his sight again.
"Never more wilt thou have the sight," mocked Odysseus. "Thy father will never heal thee."
Then Polyphemus, stretching out his hands and looking up with his sightless eye to the starry sky, called aloud to Poseidon, god of the sea, to punish Odysseus.
"If he ever reaches his own country," he cried, "let him come late and in an evil case, with all his own company lost, and the ships of strangers, and let him find sorrows in his own house."
No answer came from Poseidon, but the god of the sea heard his son's prayer. With all his mighty force, Polyphemus then cast at the ship a rock far greater than the first. It all but struck the end of the rudder, but the huge waves that surged up from it bore on the ship and carried it to the further shore. There they found the men with the other ships waiting in sorrow and dread, for they feared that the giants had killed Odysseus and his company. Gladly they drove the rams of Polyphemus on to the land, and there feasted together until the sun went down. All night they slept on the sea beach, and at rosy dawn Odysseus called to his men to get into their ships and loose the hawsers. Soon they had pushed off, and were thrusting their oars into the grey sea water. Their hearts were sore because they had lost 6 gallant men of their company, yet they were glad as men saved from death. End of Odysseus, Part 2. Section 30 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucky Emma. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 30, Odysseus, Parts 3 and 4, adapted by Jeannie Lang. Part 3. How Odysseus met with Circe, the Sirens, and Calypso. Across the seas sailed Odysseus and his men till they came to an island where lived Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. When Odysseus again set sail, Aeolus gave him a great leather bag in which he had placed all the winds except the wind of the west. His men thought the bag to be full of gold and silver, so, while Odysseus slept, they loosened the silver thong, and, with a mighty gust, all the winds rushed out, driving the ship far away from their homeland. Ere long they reached another island where dwelt a great enchantress, Circe of the golden tresses, whose palace Eurylochus discovered. Within they heard Circe singing, so they called to her, and she came forth and bade them enter. Heedlessly they followed her, all but Eurylochus. Then Circe smote them with her magic wand, and they were turned into swine. When Odysseus heard what had befallen his men, he was very angry, and would have slain her with his sword. But Circe cried, "Sheath thy sword, I pray thee, Odysseus, and let us be at peace." Then said Odysseus, "How can I be at peace with thee, Circe? How can I trust thee?" Then Circe promised to do Odysseus no harm, and to let him return in safety to his home. Then she opened the doors of the sty and waved her wand, and the swine became men again, even handsomer and stronger than before. For a whole year Odysseus and his men stayed in the palace, feasting and resting. When they at last set sail again, the sorceress told Odysseus of many dangers he would meet on his homeward voyage, and warned him how to escape from them. In an island in the blue sea, through which the ship of Odysseus would sail toward home, lived some beautiful mermaids called Sirens. Even more beautiful than the Sirens' faces were their lovely voices, by which they lured men to go on shore, and there slew them. In the flowery meadows were the bones of the foolish sailors who had seen only the lovely faces and long golden hair of the Sirens, and had lost their hearts to them. Against these mermaids Circe had warned Odysseus, and he repeated her warnings to his men. Following her advice, he filled the ears of the men with wax and bade them bind him hand and foot to the mast. Past the island drove the ship, and the Sirens, seeing it, began their sweet song. Come hither, brave Odysseus," they sang. Then Odysseus tried to make his men unbind him, but Eurylochus and another bound him yet more tightly to the mast. When the island was left behind, the men took the wax from their ears and unbound their captain. After passing the wandering rocks with their terrible sights and sounds, the ship came to a place of great peril. Beyond them were yet 2 huge rocks between, which the sea swept. One of these ran up to the sky, and in this cliff was a dark cave, in which lived Scylla, a horrible monster, who, as the ship passed, seized 6 of the men with her 6 dreadful heads. In the cliff opposite lived another terrible creature, called Charybdis, who stirred the sea to a fierce whirlpool. By a strong wind the ship was driven into the whirlpool, but Odysseus escaped on a broken piece of wreckage to the shores of an island. On this island lived Calypso of the braided tresses, a goddess feared by all men. But to Odysseus she was very kind, and he soon became as strong as ever. "Stay with me, and thou shalt never grow old, and never die," said Calypso. A great homesickness had seized Odysseus, but no escape came for 8 years. Then Athene begged the gods to help him. They called on Hermes, who commanded Calypso to let him go. She wanted him to stay with her, but promised to send him away. She told him to make a raft, which she would furnish with food and clothing for his need. He set out, and in 18 days saw the land of the Phaeacians appear. But when safety seemed near, Poseidon, the sea god, returned from his wanderings and would have destroyed him had it not been that a fair sea nymph gave him her veil to wind around his body. This he did and finally reached the shore. End of Part 3. Part 4. How Odysseus Met with Nausicaa. In the land of the Phaeacians there dwelt no more beautiful nor any sweeter maiden than the king's own daughter. Nausicaa was her name, and she was so kind and gentle that everyone loved her. To the land of the Phaeacians the north wind had driven Odysseus, and while he lay asleep in his bed of leaves under the olive trees, the goddess Athena went to the room in the palace where Nausicaa slept, and spoke to her in her dreams. "Some day thou wilt marry, Nausicaa," she said, "and it is time for thee to wash all the fair raiments that is one day to be thine. Tomorrow thou must ask the king, thy father, for mules and for a wagon, and drive from the city to a place where all the rich clothing may be washed and dried." When morning came, Nausicaa remembered her dream, and went to tell her father. Her mother was sitting spinning yarn of sea-purple stain, and her father was just going to a council meeting. "Father dear," said the princess, "couldst thou lend me a high wagon with strong wheels, that I may take all my fair linen to the river to wash? All yours too I shall take, so that thou shalt go to the council in linen that is snowy clean. And I know that my 5 brothers will also be glad if I wash their fine clothing for them." This she said, for she felt too shy to tell her father what Athena had said about her getting married. But the king knew well why she asked.
"I do not grudge thee mules, nor anything else, my child," he said. "Go, bid the servants prepare a wagon." The servants quickly got ready the finest wagon that the king had, and harnessed the best of the mules. And Nausicaa's mother filled a basket with all the dainties that she knew her daughter liked best, so that Nausicaa and her maidens might feast together. The fine clothes were piled into the wagon. The basket of food was placed carefully beside them, and Nausicaa climbed in, took the whip and shining reins, and touched the mules. Then with clatter of hoofs they started. When they were come to the beautiful clear river, amongst whose reeds Odysseus had knelt the day before, they unharnessed the mules and drove them along the banks of the river to graze where the clover grew rich and fragrant. Then they washed the clothes, working hard and well, and spread them out to dry on the clean pebbles down by the seashore. Then they bathed, and when they had bathed, they took their midday meal by the bank of the rippling river. When they had finished, the sun had not yet dried the clothes, so Nausicaa and her maidens began to play ball. As they played, they sang a song that the girls of that land would always sing as they threw the ball to one another. All the maidens were fair, but Nausicaa of the white arms was the fairest of all. From hand to hand they threw the ball, growing always the merrier, until, when it was nearly time for them to gather the clothes together and go home, Nausicaa threw it very hard to one of the others. The girl missed the catch. The ball flew into the river, and as it was swept away to the sea, the princess and all her maidens screamed aloud. Their cries awoke Odysseus as he lay asleep in his bed of leaves. "I must be near the house of men," he said. "Those are the cries of girls at play."
With that he crept out from the shelter of the olive trees. He had no clothes, for he had thrown them all into the sea before he began his terrible swim for life. But he broke off some leafy branches and held them round him, and walked down to where Nausicaa and her maidens were. Like a wild man of the woods he looked, and when they saw him coming, the girls shrieked and ran away. Some of them hid behind the rocks on the shore, and some ran out to the shoals of yellow sand that jutted into the sea. But although his face was marred with the sea foam that had crusted on it, and he looked a terrible fierce great creature, Nausicaa was too brave to run away. Shaking, she stood there and watched him as he came forward, and stood still a little way off. Then Odysseus spoke to her, gently and kindly, that he might take away her fear. He told her of his shipwreck, and begged her to show him the way to the town, and give him some old garment, or any old wrap in which she had brought the linen, so that he might have something besides leaves with which to cover himself. "I have never seen any maiden half so beautiful as thou art," he said. "Have pity on me, and may the gods grant thee all thy heart's desire." "Then," said Nausicaa, "thou seemest no evil man, stranger, and I will gladly give thee clothing, and show thee the way to town. This is the land of Phaeacians, and my father is the king." To her maidens then she called, "Why do ye run away at the sight of a man? Dost thou take him for an enemy? He is only a poor shipwrecked man. Come, give him food and drink, and fetch him clothing." The maidens came back from their hiding places, and fetched some of the garments of Nausicaa's brothers, which they had brought to wash, and laid them beside Odysseus. Odysseus gratefully took the clothes away, and went off to the river. There he plunged into the clear water, and washed the salt crust from off his face and limbs and body, and the crusted foam from his hair. Then he put on the beautiful garments that belonged to one of the princes, and walked down to the shore where Nausicaa and her maidens were waiting. So tall and handsome and strong did Odysseus look, with his hair curling like hyacinth flowers around his head, that Nausicaa said to her maidens, "This man who seemed to us so dreadful so short a time ago, now looks like a god. I would that my husband, if ever I have one, should be as he." Then she and her maidens brought him food and wine, and he ate hungrily, for it was many days since he had eaten. When he had finished, they packed the linen into the wagon and yoked the mules, and Nausicaa climbed into her place. "So long as we are passing through the fields," she said to Odysseus, "follow behind with my maidens, and I will lead the way. But when we come near the town with its high walls and towers and harbors full of ships, the rough sailors will stare and say, 'Hath Nausicaa gone to find herself a husband, because she scorned the men of Phaeacia who would wed her? Hath she picked up a shipwrecked stranger, or is this one of the gods who has come to make her his wife? Therefore come not with us, I pray thee, for the sailors to jest at. There is a fair poplar grove near the city, with a meadow lying round it. Sit there until thou thinkest that we have had time to reach the palace. Then seek the palace. Any child can show thee the way. And when thou art come to the outer court, pass quickly into the room where my mother sits. Thou wilt find her weaving yarn of sea-purple stain by the light of the fire. She will be leaning her head back against the pillar, and her maidens will be standing round her. My father's throne is close to hers, but pass him by, and cast thyself at my mother's knees. If she feels kindly toward thee, and is sorry for thee, then my father is sure to help thee to get safely back to thine own land." Then Nausicaa smote her mules with the whip, and they trotted quickly off, and soon left behind them the silver river with its whispering reeds, and the beach with its yellow sand. Odysseus and the maidens followed the wagon, and just as the sun was setting, they reached the poplar grove in the meadow. There Odysseus stayed until Nausicaa should have had time to reach the palace. When she got there, she stopped at the gateway, and her brothers came out and lifted down the linen, and unharnessed the mules. Nausicaa went up to her room, and her old nurse kindled a fire for her and got ready her supper. When Odysseus thought it was time to follow, he went to the city. He marveled at the great walls and at the many gallant ships in the harbors. But when he reached the king's palace, he wondered still more. Its walls were of brass, so that from without, when the doors stood open, it looked as if the sun or moon were shining within. A frieze of blue ran round the walls. All the doors were made of gold. The door-posts were of silver. the thresholds of brass, and the hook of the door was of gold. In the halls were golden figures of animals, and of men who held in their hands lighted torches. Outside the courtyard was a great garden filled with blossoming pear trees and pomegranates, and apple trees with shining fruit, and figs, and olives. All the year round there was fruit in that garden. There were grapes in blossom, and grapes purple and ready to eat, and there were great masses of snowy pear blossoms, and pink apple blossoms, and golden ripe pears, and rosy apples. At all of those wonders Odysseus stood and gazed, but it was not for long, for he hastened through the halls to where the queen sat in the firelight, spinning her purple yarn. He fell at her knees, and silence came on all those in the room when they looked at him, so brave and so handsome did he seem.
"Through many and great troubles have I come hither, Queen," he said. "Speed, I pray you, my parting right quickly, that I may come to mine own country. Too long have I suffered great sorrows, far away from my own friends."
Then he sat down amongst the ashes by the fire, and for a little space no one spoke. At last a wise old courtier said to the king,
"Truly it is not right that this stranger should sit in the ashes by the fire. Bid him arise and give him meat and drink."
At this the king took Odysseus by the hand, and asked him to rise. He made one of his sons give up his silver inlaid chair, and bade his servants fetch a silver basin and a golden ewer, that Odysseus might wash his hands. All kinds of dainties to eat and drink he also made them bring, and the lords and the courtiers who were there feasted along with Odysseus until it was time for them to go to their own homes. Before they went, the king promised Odysseus a safe convoy back to his own land. When he was left alone with the king and queen, the latter said to him, "Tell us who thou art. I myself made the clothing that thou wearest. From whence didst thou get it?" Then Odysseus told her of his imprisonment in the island of Calypso, of his escape, of the terrible storm that shattered his raft, and of how at length he reached the shore and met with Nausicaa.
"It was wrong of my daughter not to bring thee to the palace where she came with her maids," said the king.
But Odysseus told him why it was that Nausicaa had bade him stay behind.
"Be not vexed with this blameless maiden," he said. "Truly she is the sweetest and the fairest maiden I ever saw."
Then Odysseus went to the bed that the servants had prepared for him. They had spread fair purple blankets over it, and when it was ready they stood beside it with their torches blazing, golden and red. "Up now, stranger, get thee to sleep," they said. "Thy bed is made." Sleep was very sweet to Odysseus that night as he lay in the soft bed with warm blankets over him. He was no longer tossed and beaten by angry seas, no longer wet and cold and hungry. The roar of furious waves did not beat in his ears, for all was still in the great halls where the flickering firelight played on the frieze of blue and turned the brass walls into gold. The next day the king gave a great entertainment for Odysseus. There were boxing and wrestling and leaping and running, and in all of these the brothers of Nausicaa were better than all others who tried. But when they came to throw the weight, and begged Odysseus to try, he cast a stone heavier than all others far beyond where the Phaeacians had thrown. That night there was feasting in the royal halls, and the king's minstrels played and sang songs of the taking of Troy and the bravery of the great Odysseus. And Odysseus listened until his heart could bear no more, and tears trickled down his cheek. Only the king saw him weep. He wondered much why Odysseus wept, and at last he asked him. So Odysseus told the king his name, and the whole story of his adventures since he had sailed away from Troy land. Then the king and queen and their courtiers gave rich gifts to Odysseus. A beautiful silver-studded sword was the king's gift to him. Nausicaa gave him nothing, but she stood and gazed at him in his purple robes, and felt more sure than ever that he was the handsomest and the greatest hero she had ever seen. "Farewell, stranger," she said to him when the hour came for her to go to bed, for she knew she would not see him in the morrow. "Farewell, stranger. Sometimes think of me when thou art in thine own land." Then said Odysseus, all the days of my life I shall remember thee, Nausicaa, for thou hast given me my life." Next day a company of the Phaeacians went down to a ship that lay by the seashore, and with them went Odysseus. They carried the treasures that had been given to him and put them on board, and spread a rug on the deck for him. There Odysseus lay down, and as soon as the splash of the oars in the water and the rush and gush of the water from the bow of the boat told him that the ship was sailing speedily to his dear land of Ithaca, he fell into a sound sleep. Onward went the ship, so swiftly that not even a hawk flying after its prey could have kept pace with her. When the bright morning stars arose, they were close to Ithaca. The sailors quickly ran their vessels ashore, and gently carried the sleeping Odysseus, wrapped round in his rug of bright purple, to where a great olive tree bent its grey leaves over the sand. They laid him under the tree, put his treasures beside him, and left him, still heavy with slumber. Then they climbed into the ship and sailed away. While Odysseus slept, the goddess Athene shed a thick mist round him. When he awoke, the sheltering heavens, the long paths, and the trees in bloom all looked strange to him when seen through the greyness of the mist. "Woe is me!" he groaned. "The Phaeacians promised to bring me to Ithaca, but they have brought me to a land of strangers, who will surely attack me and steal my treasures." But while he was wondering what he should do, the goddess Athena came to him. She was tall and fair and noble to look upon, and she smiled upon Odysseus with her kind grey eyes. Under the olive tree she sat down beside him, and told him all that had happened in Ithaca while he was away, and all that he must do to win back his kingdom and his queen. End of Odysseus.
Section 31 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 31. The Argonauts. Parts 1, 2, and 3. Part 1. How the Centaur trained the heroes. Now I have a tale to tell of heroes who sailed away into a distant land, to win themselves renown for ever in the adventures of the Golden Fleece. And what was the Golden Fleece? It was the fleece of the wondrous ram who bore a boy called Phrixus and a girl called Helle across the sea, and the old Greeks said that it hung nailed to a beech tree in the war god's wood. For when a famine came upon the land, their cruel stepmother wished to kill Phrixus and Helle, that her own children might reign. She said Phrixus and Helle must be sacrificed on an altar, to turn away the anger of the gods, who sent the famine. So the poor children were brought to the altar, and the priest stood ready with his knife, when out of the clouds came the golden ram, and took them on his back, and vanished. And the ram carried the two children far away, over land and sea, till at a narrow strait Helle fell off into the sea, and those narrow straits are called Hellespont, after her, and they bear that name until this day. Then the ram flew on with Phrixus to the northeast, across the sea which we call the Black Sea, and at last he stopped at Colchis, on the steep sea-coast. And Phrixus married the king's daughter there, and offered the ram in sacrifice, and then it was that the ram's fleece was nailed to a beech in the wood of the war god. After a while Phrixus died, but his spirit had no rest, for he was buried far from his native land and the pleasant hills of Hellas. So he came in dreams to the heroes of his country, and called sadly by their beds, "Come, and set my spirit free, that I may go home to my fathers, and to my kinsfolk." And they asked, "How shall we set your spirit free?" "You must sail over the sea to Colchis, and bring home the golden fleece. Then my spirit will come back with it, and I shall sleep with my fathers and have rest." He came thus, and called to them often, but when they woke they looked at each other and said, "Who dare sail to Colchis, or bring home the golden fleece?" And in all the country none was brave enough to try, for the man and the time were not come. Now Phrixus had a cousin called Æson, who was king in Iolcus by the sea. And a fierce and lawless step-brother drove Æson out of Iolcus by the sea, and took the kingdom to himself and ruled over it. When Æson was driven out, he went sadly away out of the town, leading his little son by the hand. And he said to himself, "I must hide the child in the mountains, or my step-brother will surely kill him, because he is the heir." So he went up from the sea, across the valley, through the vineyards and the olive groves, and across the river, toward Pelion, the ancient mountain, whose brows are white with snow. He went up and up into the mountain, over marsh and crag, and down, till the boy was tired and footsore, and Æson had to bear him in his arms till he came to the mouth of a lonely cave, at the foot of a mighty cliff. Above the cliff the snow-wreaths hung, dripping and cracking in the sun, but at its foot, around the cave's mouth, grew all fair flowers and herbs, as if in a garden. There they grew gaily in the sunshine, and in the spray of the torrent from above, while from the cave came the sound of music, and a man's voice singing to the harp. Then Æson put down the lad, and whispered, "Fear not, but go in, and whomsoever you shall find, lay your hands upon his knees, and say, In the name of Zeus, the father of gods and men, I am your guest from this day forth." So the lad went in without trembling, for he too was a hero's son. But when he was within, he stopped in wonder to listen to that magic song. And there he saw the singer, lying upon bearskins and fragrant boughs, Chiron, the ancient centaur, the wisest of all beneath the sky. Down to the waist he was a man, but below he was a noble horse. His white hair rolled down over his broad shoulders, and his white beard over his broad brown chest. His eyes were wise and mild, and his forehead like a mountain wall. In his hands he held a harp of gold, and he struck it with a golden key, and as he struck, he sang till his eyes glittered and filled all the cave with light. As he sang, the boy listened wide-eyed, and forgot his errand in the song. At the last old Chiron was silent, and called the lad with a soft voice. And the lad ran trembling to him, and would have laid his hands upon his knees. But Chiron smiled, and drew the lad to him, and laid his hand upon his golden locks, and said, "Are you afraid of my horse's hoofs, fair boy? Or will you be my pupil from this day?" "I would gladly have horse's hoofs like you, if I could sing such songs as yours," said the lad. And Chiron laughed and said, "Sit here till sundown, when your playfellows will come home, and you shall learn like them to be a king, worthy to rule over gallant men." Then he turned to Æson, who had followed his son into the cave, and said, "Go back in peace. This boy shall not cross the river again until he has become a glory to you and to your house." And Æson wept over his son and went away, but the boy did not weep, so full was his fancy of that strange cave, and the centaur and his song, and the playfellows whom he was to see. Then Chiron put the lyre into his hands, and taught him how to play it, till the sun sank low behind the cliff, and a shout was heard outside. Then in came the sons of the heroes, and great Chiron leapt up joyfully, and his hoofs made the cave resound as the lad shouted, "Come out, Father Chiron, and see our game." One cried, "I have killed 2 deer," and another, "I took a wild cat among the crags," and another shouted, "I have dragged a wild goat by its horns," and another carried under each arm a bear cub, and Chiron praised them all, each as he deserved. Then the lads brought in wood and split it, and lighted a blazing fire. Others skinned the deer and quartered them, and set them to roast before the flames. While the venison was cooking, they bathed in the snow-torrent, and washed away the dust. And then all ate till they could eat no more, for they had tasted nothing since the dawn, and drank of the clear spring water, for wine is not fit for growing lads. When the remnants of the meal were put away, They all lay down upon the skins and leaves about the fire, and each took the lyre in turn, and sang and played with all his heart. After a while they all went out to a plot of grass at the cave's mouth, and there they boxed and ran and wrestled and laughed till the stones fell from the cliffs. Then Cheiron took his lyre, and all the lads joined hands, and as he played they danced to his measure, in and out and round and round. There they danced hand in hand, till the night fell over land and sea, while the black glen shone with the gleam of their golden hair. And the lad danced with them, delighted, and then slept a wholesome sleep upon fragrant leaves of bay and myrtle and flowers of thyme. He rose at the dawn and bathed at the torrent, and became a schoolfellow to the heroes' sons, and forgot Iolcos by the sea, and his father and all his former life. But he grew strong and brave and cunning upon the pleasant downs of Pelion in the keen, hungry mountain air. And he learned to wrestle, to box, and to hunt, and to play upon the harp. Next he learned to ride, for old Cheiron used to mount him on his back. And he learned too the virtue of all herbs, and how to cure all wounds. And Cheiron called him Jason the Healer, and that is his name until this day. Part II. How Jason Lost His Sandal. And 10 years came and went, and Jason was grown to be a mighty man. Now it happened one day that Jason stood on the mountain, and looked north and south and east and west. And Cheiron stood by him and watched him, for he knew that the time was come. When Jason looked south, he saw a pleasant land, with white-walled towns and farms nestling along the shore of a landlocked bay, while the smoke rose blue among the trees, and he knew it for Iolcos by the sea. Then he sighed and asked, "Is it true what the heroes tell me, that I am heir of that fair land?" "And what good would it be to you, Jason, if you were heir of that fair land?" "I would take it and keep it." "A strong man has taken it, and kept it long. Are you stronger than your uncle Peleus the Terrible?" "I can try my strength with his," said Jason. But Cheiron sighed and said, "You have many a danger to go through before you rule in Iolcos by the sea. Many a danger and many a woe, and strange troubles in strange lands, such as man never saw before." "The happier I," said Jason, "to see what man never saw before." Cheiron sighed and said, "Will you go to Iolcos by the sea? Then promise me 2 things before you go. Speak harshly to no soul whom you may meet, and stand by the word which you shall speak." Jason promised. Then he leapt down the mountain to take his fortune like a man. He went down through the thickets and across the downs of thyme, till he came to the vineyard walls and the olives in the glen, and among the olives roared the river, foaming with a summer flood. And on the bank of the river sat a woman, all wrinkled, grey and old. Her head shook with old age, and her hands shook on her knees. When she saw Jason, she spoke, whining, "Who will carry me across the flood?" But Jason, heeding her not, went towards the waters. Yet he thought twice before he leapt, so loud roared the torrent, all brown from the mountain rains. The old woman whined again, "I am weak and old, fair youth. For Hera's sake, the Queen of the Immortals, carry me over the torrent." Jason was going to answer her scornfully, when Cheiron's words, "Speak harshly to no soul whom you may meet," came to his mind. So he said, "For Hera's sake, the Queen of the Immortals, I will carry you over the torrent, unless we both are drowned midway." Then the old dame leapt upon his back as nimbly as a goat. Jason staggered in, wondering, and the first step was up to his knees. The first step was up to his knees, and the second step was up to his waist. The stones rolled about his feet, and his feet slipped about the stones. So he went on, staggering and panting, while the old woman cried upon his back, "Fool, you have wet my mantle. Do you mock at poor old souls like me?" Jason had half a mind to drop her and let her get through the torrent alone, but Cheiron's words were in his mind, and he said only, "Patience, mother, the best horse may stumble some day." At last he staggered to the shore and set her down upon the bank. He lay himself panting a while, and then leapt up to go upon his journey. But he first cast one look at the old woman, for he thought, "She should thank me once at least." And as he looked, she grew fairer than all women, and taller than all men on earth. Her garments shone like the summer sea, and her jewels like the stars of heaven. And she looked down on him with great soft eyes, mild and awful, which filled all the glen with light. Jason fell upon his knees, and hid his face between his hands. And she spoke, "I am Hera, Queen of Olympus. As thou hast done to me, so will I do to thee. Call on me in the hour of need, and try if the immortals can forget." When Jason looked up, she rose from off the earth like a pillar of tall white cloud, and floated away across the mountain peaks, towards Olympus, the holy hill. Then a great fear fell on Jason, but after a while he grew light of heart. He blessed old Cheiron and said, "Surely the Centaur is a prophet, and knew what would come to pass when he bade me speak harshly to no soul whom I might meet." Then he went down towards Iolcos, and as he walked he found that he had lost one of his sandals in the flood. And as he went through the streets the people came out to look at him, so tall and fair he was. But some of the elders whispered together, and at last one of them stopped Jason, and called to him, "Fair lad, who are you, and whence come you, and what is your errand in the town?" "My name, good father, is Jason, and I come from Pelion up above. My errand is to Peleus your king. Tell me, then, where his palace is." But the old man said, "I will tell you, lest you rush upon your ruin unawares. The oracle has said that a man wearing one sandal should take the kingdom from Peleus and keep it for himself. Therefore, beware how you go up to his palace, for he is fiercest and most cunning of all kings." Jason laughed a great laugh in his pride. "Good news, good father, both for you and me. For that very end, to take his kingdom, I came into the town." Then he strode on toward the palace of Peleus his uncle, while all the people wondered at the stranger, and he stood in the doorway and cried, come out, Peleus the valiant, and fight for your kingdom like a man." Peleus came out, wondering. "Who are you, bold youth?" he cried. "I am Jason, the son of Æson, the heir of all the land." Then Peleus lifted up his hands and eyes and wept, or seemed to weep, and blessed the gods who had brought his nephew to him, never to leave him more. "For," said he, "I have but 3 daughters, and no son to be my heir. You shall marry whichsoever of my daughters you shall choose. But come in and feast." So he drew Jason in and spoke to him so lovingly, and feasted him so well, that Jason's anger passed. When supper was ended, his 3 cousins came into the hall, and Jason thought he would like well to have one of them for his wife. But soon he looked at Peleus, and when he saw that he still wept, he said, "Why do you look so sad, my uncle?" Then Peleus sighed heavily again and again, like a man who had to tell some dreadful story, and was afraid to begin. At last he said, "For 7 long years and more have I never known a quiet night, and no more will he who comes after me, till the golden fleece be brought home." Then he told Jason the story of Phrixus and of the golden fleece, and told him what was a lie, that Phrixus' spirit tormented him day and night. And his daughters came and told the same tale, and wept, and said, "Oh, who will bring home the golden fleece, that the spirit of Phrixus may rest, and that we may rest also, for he never lets us sleep in peace?" Jason sat awhile, sad and silent, for he had often heard of that golden fleece, but he looked on it as a thing hopeless and impossible for any mortal man to win. When Peleus saw him silent, he began to talk of other things. "One thing there is," said Peleus, "on which I need your advice, for, though you are young, I see in you a wisdom beyond your years. There is one neighbor of mine whom I dread more than all men on earth. I am stronger than he now, and can command him. But I know that if he stay among us, he will work my ruin in the end. Can you give me a plan, Jason, by which I can rid myself of that man?" After a while Jason answered, half laughing, "Were I you, I would send him to fetch that same golden fleece, for if he once set forth after it, you would never be troubled with him more." At that a little smile came across the lips of Pelias, and a flash of wicked joy into his eyes. Jason saw it and started, and he remembered the warning of the old man, and his own one sandal, and the oracle, and he saw that he was taken in a trap. But Pelias only answered gently, "My son, he shall be sent forthwith." "You mean me," cried Jason, starting up, "because I came here with one sandal." And he lifted his fist angrily, while Pelias stood up to him like a wolf at bay. Whether of the two was the stronger and the fiercer it would be hard to tell. But after a moment Pelias spoke gently. "Why so rash, my son? I have not harmed you. You will go, and that gladly, for you have a hero's heart within you, and the love of glory." Jason knew that he was entrapped, but he cried aloud, "You have well spoken, cunning uncle of mine. I love glory. I will go and fetch the golden fleece. Promise me but this in return, and keep your word as I keep mine. Treat my father lovingly while I am gone, for the sake of the all-seeing Zeus, and give me up the kingdom for my own on the day that I bring back the golden fleece." Then Pelias looked at him and almost loved him in the midst of all his hate, and he said, "I promise, and I will perform. It will be no shame to give up my kingdom to the man who wins that fleece." So they both went and lay down to sleep. But Jason could not sleep for thinking how he was to win the golden fleece. Sometimes Phrixus seemed to call him in a thin voice, faint and low, as if it came from far across the sea. Sometimes he seemed to see the eyes of Hera, and to hear her words again, "Call on me in the hour of need, and see if the immortals can forget." On the morrow Jason went to Pelias and said, "Give me a lamb, that I may sacrifice to Hera." And as he stood by the altar, Hera sent a thought into his mind, and he went back to Pelias and said, "If you are indeed in earnest, give me 2 heralds, that they may go round to all the princes who were pupils of the Centaur with me. Then together we will fit out a ship, and take what shall befall." At that Pelias praised his wisdom, and hastened to send the heralds out. For he said in his heart, "Let all the princes go with Jason, and, like him, never return. So shall I be lord of the land, and the greatest king in Hellas." Part 3. How they built the ship Argo. So the heralds went out and cried to all the heroes, "Who dare come to the adventures of the Golden Fleece?" And Hera stirred the hearts of all the princes. And they came from all their valleys to the yellow sand of Iolcos, by the sea. All the city came out to meet them, and the men were never tired with looking at their heights and their beauty and the glitter of their arms. But the women sighed over them and whispered, "Alas, they are all going to their death." Then the heroes felled the mountain pines and shaped them with the axe, and Argus the famed shipbuilder taught them to build a galley, the first long ship which ever sailed the seas. They named her Argo, after Argus the shipbuilder, and worked at her all day long. But Jason went away into a far-off land, till he found Orpheus the prince of minstrels, where he dwelt in his cave. And he asked him, "Will you leave your mountains, Orpheus, my playfellow in old times, and sail with the heroes to bring home the golden fleece? And will you charm for us all men and all monsters with your magic harp and song?" Then Orpheus sighed, "Have I not had enough of toil and of weary wandering far and wide since I lived in Chiron's cave, above Iolcus by the sea, and now must I go out again to the ends of all the earth, far away into the misty darkness? But a friend's demand must be obeyed." So Orpheus rose up, sighing, and took his harp. He led Jason to the holy oak, and he bade him cut down a bough and sacrifice to Hera. And they took the bough and came to Iolcus, and nailed it to the prow of the ship. And at last the ship was finished, and they tried to launch her down the beach, but she was too heavy for them to move her, and her keel sank deep into the sand. Then all the heroes looked at each other blushing, but Jason spoke and said, "Let us ask the magic bough, perhaps it can help us in our need." And a voice came from the bough, and Jason heard the words it said, and bade Orpheus play upon the harp, while the heroes waited round, holding the pine-trunk rollers to help the Argo toward the sea. Then Orpheus took his harp and began his magic song. And the good ship Argo heard him and longed to be away and out at sea, till she stirred in every timber, and heaved from stem to stern, and leapt up from the sand upon the rollers, and plunged onward like a gallant horse, till she rushed into the whispering sea. And they stored her well with food and water, and settled themselves each man to his oar, keeping time to the harp of Orpheus. Then away across the bay they rowed southward, while the people lined the cliffs. But the women wept while the men shouted at the starting of that gallant crew. End of the Argonauts, Parts 1, 2, and 3. Recording by Bill Boerst. Section 32 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 32. The Argonauts, Parts 4 and 5. Part 4. How the Argonauts won the Golden Fleece. The heroes rowed across the bay, and while they waited there for a southwest wind, they chose themselves a captain from their crew. And some called for the strongest and hugest to be their captain, but more called for Jason, because he was the wisest of them all. So Jason was chosen captain, and each hero vowed to stand by him faithfully in the adventure of the Golden Fleece. They sailed onward and northward to Pelion, and their hearts yearned for the dear old mountain as they thought of the days gone by, of the sports of their boyhood, and their hunting, and their lessons in the cave beneath the cliff. Then at last they said, "Let us land here and climb the dear old hill once more. We are going on a fearful journey. Who knows if we shall see Pelion again? Let us go up to Chiron, our master, and ask his blessing ere we start." So the helmsman steered them to the shore, under the crags of Pelion, and they went up through the dark pine forests toward the Centaur's cave. Then, as Chiron saw them, he leapt up and welcomed them every one, and set a feast of venison before them. And after supper all the heroes clapped their hands and called on Orpheus to sing, but he refused, and said, "How can I, who am the younger, sing before our ancient host?" So they called on Chiron to sing, and he sang of heroes who fought with fists and teeth, and how they tore up the pine trees in their fury, and hurled great crags of stone, while the mountains thundered with the battle, and the land was wasted far and wide. And the heroes praised his song right heartily, for some of them had helped in that great fight. Then Orpheus took the lyre and sang of the making of the wondrous world, and as he sang, his voice rose from the cave above the crags, and through the tree-tops. The trees bowed their heads when they heard it, and the forest beasts crept close to listen, and the birds forsook their nests and hovered near. And old Chiron clapped his hands together and beat his hoofs upon the ground, for wonder at that magic song. Now the heroes came down to the ship, and Chiron came down with them, weeping, and kissed them one by one, and promised to them great renown. And the heroes wept when they left him, till their great hearts could weep no more, for he was kind and just, and wiser than all beasts and men. Then Chiron went up to a cliff and prayed for them, that they might come home safe and well, while the heroes rowed away and watched him standing on his cliff above the sea, with his great hands raised toward heaven, and his white locks waving in the wind. They strained their eyes to watch him to the last, for they felt that they should look on him no more. So they rowed on over the long swell of the sea eastward, and out into the open sea which we now call the Black Sea. All feared that dreadful sea, and its rocks and fogs and bitter storms, and the heroes trembled for all their courage as they came into that wild Black Sea, and saw it stretching out before them, without a shore, as far as eye could see. Then Orpheus spoke, and warned them that they must come now to the wandering blue rocks. Soon they saw them, and their blue peaks shone like spires and castles of grey glass, while an ice-cold wind blew from them and chilled all the heroes' hearts. As they neared them, They could see the rocks heaving, as they rolled upon the long sea waves, crashing and grinding together, till the roar went up to heaven. The heroes' hearts sank within them, and they lay down upon their oars in fear. But Orpheus called to the helmsmen, "Between the blue rocks we must pass. So look for an opening, and be brave, for Hera is with us." The cunning helmsman stood silent, clenching his teeth, till he saw a heron come flying mast high toward the rocks, and hover a while before them, as if looking for a passage through. Then he cried, "Hera has sent us a pilot. Let us follow the bird." The heron flapped to and fro a moment till he saw a hidden gap, and into it he rushed like an arrow, while the heroes watched what would befall. And the blue rocks dashed together as the bird fled swiftly through, but they struck but one feather from his tail, and then rebounded at the shock. Then the helmsmen cheered the heroes, and they shouted, while the oars bent between their strokes as they rushed between those toppling ice-crags. But ere the rocks could meet again they had passed them, and were safe out in the open sea. After that they sailed on wearily along the coast, past many a mighty river's mouth, and past many a barbarous tribe. And at day-dawn they looked eastward, till shining above the tree-tops they saw the golden roofs of King Aietes, the child of the sun. Then out spoke the helmsman, "We are come to our goal at last, for there are the roofs of Aietes, and the woods where all poisons grow. But who can tell us where among them is hid the golden fleece?" But Jason cheered the heroes, for his heart was high and bold, and he said, "I will go alone to Aietes, and win him with soft words. Better so than to go altogether and to come to blows at once." But the heroes would not stay behind, so they rowed boldly up the stream. And a dream came to Aietes and filled his heart with fear. Then he leapt up and bade his servants bring his chariot, that he might go down to the river side, and appease the nymphs and the heroes whose spirits haunt the bank. So he went down in his golden chariot, and his daughters by his side, Medea, the fair witch-maiden, and Chalciope, who had been Phrixus' wife, and behind him a crowd of servants and soldiers, for he was a rich and mighty prince. And as he drove down by the reedy river, he saw the Argo sliding up beneath the bank, and many a hero in her, like immortals for beauty and strength. But Jason was the noblest of all, for Hera, who loved him, gave him beauty and height and terrible manhood. When they came near together, and looked into each other's eyes, the heroes were awed before Aietes as he shone in his chariot like his father, the glorious sun. For his robes were of rich gold tissue, and the rays of his diadem flashed fire. And in his hand he bore a jewelled sceptre, which glittered like the stars. Sternly Aietes looked at the heroes, and sternly he spoke, and loud, "Who are you? And what want you here that you come to our shore? Know this is my kingdom, and these are my people who serve me. Never yet grew they tired in battle, and well they know how to face a foe." And the heroes sat silent a while before the face of that ancient king, but Hera, the awful goddess, put courage into Jason's heart, and he rose and shouted loudly in answer to the king. "We are no lawless men. We come not to plunder or carry away slaves from your land, but we have come on a quest to bring home the golden fleece. And these too, my bold comrades, they are no nameless men, for some are the sons of immortals, and some of heroes far renowned. We too never tire in battle, and know well how to give blows and to take. Yet we wish to be guests at your table. It will be better so for both." Then Aietes' rage rushed up like a whirlwind, and his eyes flashed fire as he heard, but he crushed his anger down in his heart, and spoke mildly. "If you will fight, then many a man must die. But if you will be ruled by me, you will find it better far to choose the best man among you, and let him fulfill the labors which I demand. Then I will give him the golden fleece for a prize and a glory to you all." So he said, and then turned his horses and drove back in silence to the town. The heroes sat dumb with sorrow, for there was no facing the thousands of King Aietes' men and the fearful chance of war. But Chalciope, the widow of Phrixus, went weeping to the town, for she remembered her husband and all the pleasures of her youth, while she watched the fair face of his kinsmen and their long locks of golden hair. And she whispered to Medeia, her sister, "Why should all these brave men die? Why does not my father give up the fleece, that my husband's spirit may have rest?" Medeia's heart pitied the heroes, and Jason most of all, and she answered, "Our father is stern and terrible, and who can win the golden fleece?" But Chalciope said, "These men are not like our men. There is nothing which they cannot dare nor do." Then Medeia thought of Jason and his brave countenance, and said, "If there was one among them who knew no fear, I could show him how to win the fleece." So in the dusk of the evening they went down to the river side, Chalciope and Medeia the witch maiden, and with them a lad. And the lad crept forward among the beds of reeds, till he came to where Jason kept ward on shore, leaning upon his lance, full of thought. And the lad said, "Chalciope waits for you, to talk about the golden fleece." Then Jason went boldly with the boy, and found the two princesses. When Chalciope saw him, she wept and took his hands and cried, "O cousin of my beloved Phrixus, go home before you die." "It would be base to go home now, fair princess, and to have sailed all these seas in vain." Then both the princesses besought him, but Jason said, "It is too late to return." "But you know not," said Medeia, "what he must do who would win the fleece. He must tame the two brazen-footed bulls, which breathe devouring flame, and with them he must plough ere nightfall 4 acres in a field. He must sow the acres with serpents' teeth, of which each tooth springs up into an armed man. Then he must fight with all these warriors, and little will it profit him to conquer them, for the fleece is guarded by a serpent more huge than any mountain pine. Over his body you must step, if you would reach the golden fleece." Then Jason laughed bitterly. "Unjustly is that fleece kept here, and by an unjust and lawless king. And unjustly shall I die in my youth, for I will attempt it ere another sun be set." Medeia trembled and said, "No mortal man can reach that fleece, unless I guide him through." But Jason cried, "No wall so high but it may be climbed at last, and no wood so thick but it may be crawled through, no serpent so wary but he may be charmed, and I may yet win the golden fleece, if a wise maiden help bold men." And he looked at Medeia with his glittering eye, till she blushed and trembled, and said, "Who can face the fire of the bull's breath and fight 10,000 armed men?" "He whom you help," said Jason, flattering her, "for your fame is spread over all the earth." And Medeia said slowly, "Why should you die? I have an ointment here. I made it from the magic ice flower. Anoint yourself with that, and you shall have in you the strength of 7, and anoint your shield with it, and neither fire nor sword shall harm you. Anoint your helmet with it, before you sow the serpent's teeth, and when the sons of earth spring up, cast your helmet among them, and every man of them shall perish." Then Jason fell on his knees before her, and thanked her, and kissed her hands, and she gave him the vase of ointment, and fled trembling through the reeds. And Jason told his comrades what had happened, and showed them the box of ointment. So at sunrise Jason went and bathed and anointed himself from head to foot, and his shield and his helmet and his weapons. And when the sun had risen, Jason sent 2 of his heroes to tell Aietes that he was ready for the fight. Up among the marble walls they went, and beneath the roofs of gold, and stood in the hall of Aietes, while he grew pale with rage. "Fulfill your promise to us, child of the blazing sun," the heroes cried to King Aietes. "Give us the serpent's teeth, and let loose the fiery bulls, for we have found a champion among us who can win the golden fleece." Aietes grew more pale with rage, for he had fancied that they had fled away by night, but he could not break his promise. So he gave them the serpent's teeth. Then he called his chariot and his horses, and sent heralds through all the town, and all the people went out with him to the dreadful war-god's field. There Aietes sat upon his throne, with his warriors on each hand, thousands and tens of thousands, clothed from head to foot in steel chain mail. And the people and women crowded to every window and bank and wall, while the heroes stood together, a mere handful in the midst of that great host. Chalciope was there, and Medeia, wrapped closely in her veil, but Aietes did not know that she was muttering cunning spells between her lips. Then Jason cried, "Fulfill your promise, and let your fiery bulls come forth." Aietes bade open the gates, and the magic bulls leapt out. Their brazen hoofs rang upon the ground as they rushed with lowered heads upon Jason. But he never flinched a step. The flame of their breath swept round him, but it singed not a hair of his head, and the bulls stopped short and trembled when Medeia began her spell. Then Jason sprang upon the nearest, and seized him by the horns, and up and down they wrestled till the bull fell grovelling on his knees. For the heart of the bull died within him, beneath the steadfast eye of that dark witch-maiden and the magic whisper of her lips. So both the bulls were tamed and yoked, and Jason bound them to the plough and goaded them onward with his lance, till he had ploughed the sacred field, and all the heroes shouted. But Aietes bit his lips with rage, for half of Jason's work was done. Then Jason took the serpent's teeth and sowed them, and waited what would befall. And Medeia looked at him and at his helmet, lest he should forget the lesson she had taught him. Now every furrow heaved and bubbled, and out of every clod arose a man. Out of the earth they arose by thousands, each clad from head to foot in steel, and drew their swords, and rushed on Jason, where he stood in the midst alone. The heroes grew pale with fear for him, but Aietes laughed an angry laugh. Then Jason snatched off his helmet, and hurled it into the thickest of the throng. And hate and fear and suspicion came upon them, and one cried to his fellows, "Thou didst strike me," and another, "Thou art Jason, thou shalt die," and each turned his hand against the rest. And they fought, and were never weary, till they all lay dead upon the ground. And the magic furrows opened, and the kind earth took them home again, and Jason's work was done. Then the heroes rose and shouted, and Jason cried to the king, "Lead me to the golden fleece this moment, before the sun goes down." But Aietes thought, "Who is this, who is proof against all magic? He may kill the serpent yet." So he delayed, and sat taking counsel with his princes. Afterwards he bade a herald cry, "To-morrow we will meet these heroes, and speak about the golden fleece." Then he turned and looked at Medeia. "This is your doing, false witch-maid," he said. "You have helped these yellow-haired strangers." Medeia shrank and trembled, and her face grew pale with fear, and Aietes knew that she was guilty, and he whispered, "If they win the fleece, you die." Now the heroes went marching toward their ship, growling like lions cheated of their prey. "Let us go together to the grove and take the fleece by force," they said. But Jason held them back, while he praised them for brave heroes, for he hoped for Medeia's help. And after a time she came trembling, and wept a long while before she spoke. At last she said, "I must die, for my father has found out that I have helped you." But all the heroes cried, "If you die, we die with you, for without you we cannot win the fleece, and home we will never go without it." "You need not die," said Jason to the witch-maiden. "Flee home with us across the sea. Show us but how to win the fleece, and come with us, and you shall be my queen, and rule over the rich princes in Iolcos by the sea." And all the heroes pressed round and vowed to her that she should be their queen. Medeia wept and hid her face in her hands. "Must I leave my home and my people?" she sobbed. "But the lot is cast. I will show you how to win the Golden Fleece. Bring up your ship to the woodside, and moor her there against the bank. And let Jason come up at midnight, and one brave comrade with him, and meet me beneath the wall." Then all the heroes cried together, "I will go, and I, and I." But Medeia calmed them, and said, "Orpheus shall go with Jason, and take his magic harp." And Orpheus laughed for joy and clapped his hands, because the choice had fallen on him. So at midnight they went up the bank and found Medeia, and she brought them to a thicket beside the War God's gate. And the base of the gate fell down, and the brazen doors flew wide. And Medeia and the heroes ran forward, and hurried through the poison wood, guided by the gleam of the Golden Fleece, until they saw it hanging on one vast tree in the midst. Jason would have sprung to seize it, but Medeia held him back, and pointed to the tree foot, where a mighty serpent lay, coiled in and out among the roots. When the serpent saw them coming, he lifted up his head, and watched them with his small bright eyes, and flashed his forked tongue. But Medeia called gently to him, and he stretched out his long spotted neck, and licked her hand. Then she made a sign to Orpheus, and he began his magic song. And as he sung, the forest grew calm, and the leaves on every tree hung still, and the serpent's head sank down, and his coils grew limp, and his glittering eyes closed lazily, till he breathed as gently as a child. Jason leapt forward warily, and stepped across that mighty snake, and tore the fleece from off the tree trunk. Then the witch maiden, with Jason and Orpheus, turned and rushed down to the bank where the Argo lay. There was silence for a moment, when Jason held the Golden Fleece on high. Then he cried, "Go now, good Argo, swift and steady, if ever you would see Pelion more." And she went, as the heroes drove her, grim and silent all, with muffled oars. On and on beneath the dewy darkness they fled swiftly down the swirling stream, on and on, till they heard the merry music of the surge. Into the surge they rushed, and the Argo leapt the breakers like a horse, till the heroes stopped, all panting, each man upon his oar, as she slid into the broad sea. Then Orpheus took his harp, and sang a song of praise, till the heroes' hearts rose high again, and they rowed on, stoutly and steadfastly, away into the darkness of the west. Part 5. How the Argonauts reached home. So the heroes fled away in haste, but Aietes manned his fleet and followed them. Then Medeia, the dark witch maiden, laid a cruel plot, for she killed her young brother who had come with her, and cast him into the sea, and said, "Ere my father can take up his body and bury it, he must wait long and be left far behind." And all the heroes shuddered, and looked one at the other in shame. When Aietes came to the place, he stopped a long while and bewailed his son, and took him up and went home. So the heroes escaped for a time. But Zeus saw that evil deed, and out of the heavens he sent a storm, and swept the Argo far from her course. And at last she struck on a shoal, and the waves rolled over her and through her, and the heroes lost all hope of life. Then out spoke the magic bough, which stood upon the Argo's prow. "For your guilt, you must sail a weary way to where Circe, Medea's sister, dwells among the islands of the west. She shall cleanse you of your guilt." Whither they went I cannot tell, nor how they came to Circe's isle. But at last they reached the fairy island of the west. And Jason bid them land, and as they went ashore they met Circe coming down toward the ship, and they trembled when they saw her, for her hair and face and robes shone flame. Then Circe cried to Medeia, "Ah, wretched girl, have you forgotten your sins that you come hither, where the flowers bloom all the year round? Where is your aged father and the brother whom you killed? I will send you food and wine, but your ship must not stay here, for she is black with your wickedness." And the heroes prayed, but in vain, and cried, "Cleanse us from our guilt." But she sent them away, and said, "Go eastward, that you may be cleansed, and after that you may go home." Slowly and wearily they sailed on, till one summer's eve they came to a flowery island, and as they neared it they heard sweet songs. Medea started when she heard, and cried, "Beware, O heroes, for here are the rocks of the Sirens. You must pass close by them, but those who listen to that song are lost." Then Orpheus spoke, he, the king of all minstrels, "Let them match their song against mine." So he caught up his lyre and began his magic song. Now they could see the Sirens, 3 fair maidens, sitting on the beach, beneath a rock red in the setting sun. Slowly they sung and sleepily, and as the heroes listened the oars fell from their hands, and their heads dropped, and they closed their heavy eyes, and all their toil seemed foolishness, and they thought of their renown no more. Then Medea clapped her hands together and cried, "Sing louder, Orpheus, sing louder." And Orpheus sang till his voice drowned the song of the Sirens, and the heroes caught their oars again, and cried, "We will be men, and we will dare and suffer to the last." And as Orpheus sang, they dashed their oars into the sea, and kept time to his music as they fled fast away, and the Sirens' voices died behind them in the hissing of the foam. But when the Sirens saw that they were conquered, they shrieked for envy and rage, and leapt into the sea, and were changed into rocks. Then, as the Argonauts rowed on, they came to a fearful whirlpool, and they could neither go back nor forward, for the waves caught them, and spun them round and round. While they struggled in the whirlpool, they saw near them on the other side of the strait a rock stand in the water, a rock smooth and slippery, and half-way up a misty cave. When Orpheus saw the rock, he groaned. "Little will it help us," he cried, "to escape the jaws of the whirlpool. For in that cave lives a sea-hag, and from her cave she fishes for all things that pass by, and never ship's crew boasted that they came safe past her rock." Then out of the depths came Thetis, the silver-footed bride of one of the heroes. She came with all her nymphs around her, and they played like snow-white dolphins, diving in from wave to wave before the ship, and in her wake and beside her as dolphins play. And they caught the ship and guided her, and passed her on from hand to hand, and tossed her through the billows as maidens do the ball. And when the sea-hag stooped to seize the ship, they struck her, and she shrank back into her cave affrighted, and the Argo leapt safe past her, while a fair breeze rose behind. Then Thetis and her nymphs sank down to their coral caves beneath the sea, and their gardens of green and purple, where flowers bloom all the year round, while the heroes went on rejoicing, yet dreading what might come next. They rowed away for many a weary day, till their water was spent and their food eaten, but at last they saw a long steep island. "We will land here," they cried, "and fill our water-casks upon the shore." But when they came nearer to the island they saw a wondrous sight, for on the cliffs stood a giant, taller than any mountain pine. When he saw the Argo and her crew, he came toward them more swiftly than the swiftest horse, and he shouted to them, "You are pirates, you are robbers. If you land you shall die the death." Then the heroes lay on their oars in fear, but Medea spoke. "I know this giant. If strangers land, he leaps into his furnace, which flames there among the hills, and when he is red hot, he rushes on them, and burns them in his brazen hands. But he has but one vein in all his body filled with liquid fire, and this vein is closed with a nail. I will find out where the nail is placed, and when I have got it into my hands, you shall water your ship in peace." So they took the witch-maiden and left her alone on the shore, and she stood there all alone in her beauty, till the giant strode back red-hot from head to heel. When he saw the maiden, he stopped, and she looked boldly up into his face and sang a magic song, and she held up a flash of crystal and said, "I am Medea, the witch-maiden. My sister Circe gave me this and said, 'Go, reward Talus, the faithful giant, for his fame is gone out into all lands. So come, and I will pour this into your veins, that you may live for ever young.'" And he listened to her false words, that simple Talus, and came near. But Medea said, "Dip yourself in the sea first and cool yourself, lest you burn my tender hands. Then show me the nail in your vein, and in that I will pour the liquid from the crystal flask." Then that simple Talus dipped himself in the sea, and came and knelt before Medea, and showed the secret nail. And she drew the nail out gently, but she poured nothing in, and instead the liquid fire streamed forth. Talus tried to leap up, crying, "You have betrayed me, false witch maiden!" But she lifted up her hands before him, and sang, till he sank beneath her spell. And as he sank, the earth groaned beneath his weight, and the liquid fire ran from his heel like a stream of lava to the sea. Then Medea laughed and called to the heroes, "Come, and water your ship in peace." So they came and found the giant lying dead. And they fell down and kissed Medea's feet, and watered their ship, and took sheep and oxen, and so left that inhospitable shore. At the next island they went ashore and offered sacrifices, and Orpheus purged them from their guilt. And, at last, after many weary days and nights, all torn and tried, the heroes saw once more Pelion and Iolcos by the sea. They ran the ship ashore, but they had no strength left to haul her up the beach, and they crawled out on the pebbles and wept till they could weep no more. For the houses and the trees were all altered, and all the faces they saw were strange, so that their joy was swallowed up in sorrow. The people crowded round and asked them, "Who are you, that you sit weeping here?" "We are the sons of your princes, who sailed in search of the golden fleece, and we have brought it home. Give us news of our fathers and mothers, if any of them be left alive on earth." Then there was shouting and laughing and weeping, and all the kings came to the shore, and they led away the heroes to their homes, and bewailed the valiant dead. And Jason went up with Medea to the palace of his uncle Peleus. And when he came in, Peleus and Æson, Jason's father, sat by the fire, 2 old men, whose heads shook together as they tried to warm themselves before the fire. Jason fell down at his father's knee, and wept, and said, "I am your own son Jason, and I have brought home the golden fleece, and a princess of the sun's race for my bride." Then his father clung to him like a child, and wept, and would not let him go, and cried, "Promise never to leave me till I die." And Jason turned to his uncle Peleus. "Now give me up the kingdom and fulfill your promise, as I have fulfilled mine." And his uncle gave him his kingdom. So Jason stayed at Iolcos by the sea. End of the Argonauts, Parts 4 and 5. Recording by Bill Boerst.
Section 33 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 33. Theseus, adapted by Mary McGregor. Part 1. How Theseus lifted the stone. Once upon a time there was a princess called Aithra. She had one fair son named Theseus, the bravest lad in all the land. And Aithra never smiled but when she looked at him, for her husband had forgotten her and lived far away. Aithra used to go up to the temple of the gods and sit there all day looking out across the bay over the purple peaks of the mountains to the Attic shore beyond. When Theseus was full 15 years old, she took him up with her to the temple, and into the thickets which grew in the temple yard. She led him to a tall plane tree, and there she sighed and said, "Theseus, my son, go into that thicket, and you will find at the plane tree foot a great flat stone. Lift it, and bring me what lies underneath." Then Theseus pushed his way through the thick bushes, and searching among their roots he found a great flat stone all overgrown with ivy and moss. He tried to lift it, but he could not, and he tried till the sweat ran down his brow from the heat and the tears from his eyes for shame, but all was of no avail. And at last he came back to his mother and said, "I found the stone, but I cannot lift it, nor do I think that any man could in all the land." Then she sighed and said, "The day may come when you will be a stronger man than lives in all the land." And she took him by the hand and went into the temple and prayed, and came down again with Theseus to her home. And when a full year was past, she led Theseus up again to the temple and bade him lift the stone, but he could not. Then she sighed again, and said the same words again, and went down, and came again next year. But Theseus could not lift the stone then, nor the year after. He longed to ask his mother the meaning of that stone, and what might be underneath it, but her face was so sad he had not the heart to ask. So he said to himself, "The day shall surely come when I will lift that stone." And in order to grow strong, he spent all his days in wrestling and boxing, and hunting the boar and the bull and the deer among the rocks, till upon all the mountains there was no hunter so swift as Theseus, and all the people said, "Surely the gods are with the lad." When his 18th year was past, Aithra led him up again to the temple and said, "Theseus, lift the stone this day, or never know who you are." And Theseus went into the thicket and stood over the stone and tugged at it, and it moved. Then he said, "If I break my heart in my body, it shall come up." And he tugged at it once more, and lifted it, and rolled it over with a shout. When he looked beneath it, on the ground lay a sword of bronze, with a hilt of glittering gold, and beside it a pair of golden sandals. Theseus caught them up, and burst through the bushes, and leapt to his mother, holding them high above his head. But when she saw them, she wept long in silence, hiding her fair face in her shawl. And Theseus stood by her, and wept also, he knew not why. When she was tired of weeping, Aithra lifted up her head, and laid her finger on her lips, and said, "Hide them in your cloak, Theseus, my son, and come with me, where we can look down upon the sea." They went outside the sacred wall, and looked down over the bright blue sea, and Aithra said, "Do you see the land at our feet?" And Theseus said, "Yes, this is where I was born and bred." And she asked, "Do you see the land beyond?" And the lad answered, "Yes, it is Attica, where the Athenian people live." "That is a fair land and large, Theseus, my son, and it looks towards the sunny south. There the hills are sweet with thyme, and the meadows with violet, and the nightingales sing all day in the thickets. There are 12 towns well peopled, the homes of an ancient race. What would you do, Theseus, if you were king of such a land?" Theseus stood astonished, as he looked across the broad bright sea, and saw the fair Attic shore. His heart grew great within him, and he said, "If I were king of such a land, I would rule it wisely and well, in wisdom and in might." And Aithra smiled and said, "Take then the sword and the sandals, and go to thy father Ægeus, king of Athens, and say to him, 'The stone is lifted.' Then show him the sword and the sandals, and take what the gods shall send." But Theseus wept. "Shall I leave you, O my mother?" She answered, "Weep not for me." Then she kissed Theseus and wept over him, and went into the temple, and Theseus saw her no more. Part 2. How Theseus slew the club-bearer and the pine-bender. So Theseus stood there alone, with his mind full of many hopes. And first he thought of going down to the harbour and hiring a swift ship and sailing across the bay to Athens. But even that seemed too slow for him, and he longed for wings to fly across the sea and find his father. After a while his heart began to fail him, and he sighed and said within himself, "What if my father has other sons around him whom he loves? What if he will not receive me? He has forgotten me ever since I was born. Why should he welcome me now?" Then he thought a long while sadly, but at last he cried aloud, "Yes, I will make him love me. I will win honour, and do such deeds that Aegis shall be proud of me, though he had 50 other sons. I will go by land and into the mountains, and so round to Athens. Perhaps there I may hear of brave adventures, and do something which shall win my father's love." So Theseus went by land and away into the mountains, with his father's sword upon his thigh. And he went up into the gloomy glens, up and up, till the lowland grew blue beneath his feet, and the clouds drove damp about his head. But he went up and up, ever toiling on through the bog and brake, till he came to a pile of stones. On the stones was a man, sitting wrapped in a cloak of bearskin. When he saw Theseus, he rose and laughed, till the glens rattled. "Who art thou, fair fly, who hast walked into the spider's web?" Theseus walked on steadily, and made no answer, but he thought, "Is this some robber? Has an adventure come to me already?" But the man laughed louder than ever, and said, "Bold fly, know thou not these glens are the web from which no fly ever finds his way out again, and I am the spider who eats the flies? Come hither, and let me feast upon you. It is no use to run away, for these glens in the mountain make so cunning a web that through it no man can find his way home." Still Theseus came steadily on, and he asked, "And what is your name, bold spider? And where are your spider fangs?" The strange man laughed again. "Men call me the club-bearer, and here is my spider's fang." And he lifted off from the stones at his side a mighty club of bronze. "With this I pound all proud flies," he said. "So give me up that gay sword of yours, and your mantle, and your golden sandals, lest I pound you, and by ill luck you die." But Theseus wrapped his mantle round his left arm quickly in hard folds, and drew his sword, and rushed upon the club-bearer, and the club-bearer rushed on him. Thrice he struck at Theseus, and made him bend under the blows like a sapling, and thrice Theseus sprang upright after the blow, and he stabbed at the club-bearer with his sword, but the loose folds of the bearskin saved him. Then Theseus grew angry and closed with him and caught him by the throat, and they fell and rolled over together. But when Theseus rose up from the ground, the club-bearer lay still at his feet. So Theseus took the strange man's club and his bearskin, and went upon his journey down the glens, till he came to a broad green valley, and he saw flocks and herds sleeping beneath the trees. And by the side of a pleasant fountain were nymphs and shepherds dancing, but no one piped to them as they danced. When they saw Theseus, they shrieked, and the shepherds ran off and drove away their flocks, while the nymphs dived into the fountain and vanished. Theseus wondered and laughed. "What strange fancies have folks here, who run away from strangers and have no music when they dance?" But he was tired and dusty and thirsty, so he thought no more of them, but drank and bathed in the clear pool, and then lay down in the shade under a plane tree, where the water sang him to sleep as it trickled down from stone to stone. And when he woke, he heard a whispering, and saw the nymphs peeping at him across the fountain from the dark mouth of a cave, where they sat on green cushions of moss. One said, "Surely he is not the club-bearer," and another, "He looks no robber, but a fair and gentle youth." Then Theseus smiled and called them, "Fair nymphs, I am not the club-bearer. He sleeps among the kites and the crows, but I have brought away his bearskin and his club." They leapt across the pool and came to him, and called the shepherds back. And Theseus told them how he had slain the club-bearer, and the shepherds kissed his feet and sang, "Now we shall feed our flocks in peace, and not be afraid to have music when we dance, for the cruel club-bearer has met his match, and he will listen for our pipes no more." Then the shepherds brought him kid's flesh and wine, and the nymphs brought him honey from the rocks. And Theseus ate and drank with them, and they begged him to stay, but he would not. "I have great work to do," he said. "I must go towards Athens." And the shepherds said, "You must look warily about you, lest you meet the robber called the Pine Bender, for he bends down 2 pine trees, and binds all travellers hand and foot between them, and when he lets the trees go, their bodies are torn asunder." But Theseus went on swiftly, for his heart burned to meet that cruel robber, and in a pine wood at last he met him, where the road ran between high rocks. There the robber sat upon a stone by the wayside, with a young fir tree for a club across his knees, and a cord laid ready by his side, and over his head, upon the fir top, hung the bones of murdered men. Then Theseus shouted to him, "Holla, thou valiant pine bender! Hast thou 2 fir trees left for me?" The robber leapt to his feet and answered, pointing to the bones above his head, "My larder has grown empty lately, so I have 2 fir trees ready for thee." He rushed on Theseus, lifting his club, and Theseus rushed upon him, and they fought together till the green woods rang. Then Theseus heaved up a mighty stroke, and smote the pine-bearer down upon his face, and knelt upon his back, and bound him with his own cord, and said, "As thou hast done to others, so shall it be done to thee." And he bent down 2 young fir trees, and bound the robber between them, for all his struggling and his prayers, and as he let the trees go, the robber perished, and Theseus went on, leaving him to the hawks and crows. Clearing the land of monsters as he went, Theseus saw at last the plain of Athens before him. And as he went up through Athens, all the people ran out to see him, for his fame had gone before him, and everyone knew of his mighty deeds, and they shouted, "Here comes the hero!" But Theseus went on sadly and steadfastly, for his heart yearned after his father. He went up the holy stairs to the spot where the palace of Aegis stood. He went straight into the hall, and stood upon the threshold, and looked around. He saw his cousins sitting at the table, and loud they laughed, and fast they passed the wine-cup round. But no Aegis sat among them. They saw Theseus, and called to him, "Hola, tall stranger at the door, what is your will today?" "I come to ask for hospitality." "Then take it and welcome. You look like a hero and a bold warrior, and we like such to drink with us." "I ask no hospitality of you. I ask it of Aegis, the king, the master of this house." At that some growled, and some laughed and shouted, "Hey day, we are all masters here." "Then I am master as much as the rest of you," said Theseus, and he strode past the table up the hall, and looked around for Aegis, but he was nowhere to be seen. The revellers looked at him, and then at each other, and each whispered to the man next him, "This is a forward fellow. He ought to be thrust out at the door." But each man's neighbour whispered in return, "His shoulders are broad. Will you rise and put him out?" So they all sat still where they were. Then Theseus called to the servants and said, "Go tell King Aegeus, your master, that Theseus is here and asks to be his guest awhile." A servant ran and told Aegeus, where he sat in his chamber with Medea, the dark witch woman, watching her eye and hand. And when Aegeus heard of Theseus, he turned pale and again red, and rose from his seat trembling, while Medea, the witch, watched him like a snake. "What is Theseus to you?" she asked. But he said hastily, "Do you not know who this Theseus is? The hero who has cleared the country from all monsters? I must go out and welcome him." So Aegeus came into the hall, and when Theseus saw him, his heart leapt into his mouth, and he longed to fall on his neck and welcome him. But he controlled himself and thought, "My father may not wish for me. After all, I will try him before I discover myself." And he bowed low before Aegeus and said, "I have delivered the king's realm from many monsters. Therefore I am come to ask a reward of the king." Old Aegeus looked on him and loved him, but he only sighed and said, "It is little that I can give you, noble lad, and nothing that is worthy of you." "All I ask," said Theseus, "is to eat and drink at your table." "That I can give you," said Aegeus, "if at least I am the master in my own hall." Then he bade them put a seat for Theseus, and set before him the best of the feast. And Theseus sat and ate so much that all the company wondered at him, but always he kept his club by his side. But Medea, the dark witch maiden, was watching all the while, and she knew how the heart of Aegeus opened to Theseus, and she said to herself, "This youth will be master here, unless I hinder it." Then she went back modestly to her chamber, while Theseus ate and drank, and all the servants whispered, "This, then, is the man who killed the monsters. How noble are his looks, and how huge his size! Ah, were he our master's son!" Presently Medea came forth, decked in all her jewels and her rich Eastern robes, and looking more beautiful than the day, so that all the guests could look at nothing else, and in her right hand she held a golden cup, and in her left a flask of gold. She came up to Theseus and spoke in a sweet and winning voice. "Hail to the hero! Drink of my charmed cup, which gives rest after every toil and heals all wounds." And as she spoke, she poured sparkling wine into the cup. Theseus looked up into her fair face and into her deep dark eyes, and as he looked he shrank and shuddered, for they were dry eyes, like the eyes of a snake. Then he rose and said, "The wine is rich, and the wine-bearer fair. Let her pledge me first herself in the cup, that the wine may be sweeter." Medea turned pale and stammered, "Oh, forgive me, fair hero, but I am ill, and dare to drink no wine." Theseus looked again into her eyes and cried, "Thou shalt pledge me in that cup or die." Then Medea shrieked and dashed the cup to the ground and fled, for there was strong poison in that wine. And Medea called her dragon chariot and sprang into it and fled aloft, away over land and sea, and no man saw her more. Aegeus cried, "Oh, what have you done?" But Theseus said, "I have rid the land of one enchantment. Now I will rid it of one more." And he came close to Aegeus, and drew from his cloak the sword and sandals, and said the words which his mother bade him, "The stone is lifted." Aegeus stepped back a pace. and looked at the lad till his eyes grew dim, and then he cast himself on his neck and wept, and Theseus wept, till they had no strength left to weep more. Then Aegeus turned to all the people and cried, "Behold my son!" But the cousins were angry, and drew their swords against Theseus. 20 against 1 they fought, and yet Theseus beat them all, till at last he was left alone in the palace with his new-found father. But before nightfall all the town came up with dances and songs, because the king had found an heir to his royal house. So Theseus stayed with his father all winter through, and when spring drew near, he saw all the people of Athens grow sad and silent. And he asked the reason of the silence and the sadness, but no one would answer him a word. Then he went to his father and asked him, but Aegeus turned away his face and wept. But when spring had come, a herald stood in the market-place and cried, "O people and king of Athens, where is your yearly tribute?" Then a great lamentation arose throughout the city. But Theseus stood up before the herald and cried, "I am a stranger here. Tell me then why you come." "To fetch the tribute which King Aegeus promised to give King Minos. Blood was shed here unjustly, and King Minos came to avenge it, and would not leave Athens till the land had promised him tribute. 7 youths and 7 maidens every year, who go with me in a black-sailed ship." Then Theseus groaned inwardly and said, "I will go myself with these youths and maidens, and kill King Minos upon his royal throne." But Aegeus shrieked and cried, "You shall not go, my son. You shall not go to die horribly as those youths and maidens die. For Minos thrusts them into a labyrinth, and no one can escape from its winding ways before they meet the Minotaur, the monster who feeds upon the flesh of men. There he devours them horribly, and they never see this land again." And Theseus said, "Therefore all the more will I go with them, and I slay the accursed Minotaur." Then Aegeus clung to his knees, but Theseus would not stay, and at last he let him go, weeping bitterly, and saying only this last word, "Promise me but this: if you return in peace, though that may hardly be, take down the black sail of the ship, for I shall watch for it all day upon the cliffs, and hoist instead a white sail, that I may know from afar that you are safe." And Theseus promised, and went out, and to the market-place, where the herald stood and drew lots for the youths and maidens who were to sail in that sad ship. The people stood wailing and weeping, for as the lot fell on this one and on that, but Theseus strode into the midst and cried, "Here is one that needs no lot. I myself will be one of the 7. And the herald asked in wonder, "Fair youth, do you know whither you are going?" "I know," answered Theseus boldly. "Let us go down to the black-sailed ship." So they went down to the black-sailed ship, 7 maidens and 7 youths, and Theseus before them all, and the people followed them, lamenting. But Theseus whispered to his companions, "Have hope, for the monster is not immortal." Then their hearts were comforted a little, but they wept as they went on board, and the cliffs rang with the voice of their weeping. Part 3. How Theseus slew the Minotaur. And the ship sailed slowly on, till at last it reached the land of Crete, and Theseus stood before King Minos, and they looked each other in the face. Minos bade take the youths and maidens to prison, and cast them to the Minotaur one by one. Then Theseus cried, "A boon, O Minos! Let me be thrown first to the monster, for I came hither for that very purpose of my own will, and not by lot." "Who art thou, brave youth?" asked the king. "I am the son of Aegeus, the king of Athens, and I am come here to end the yearly tribute." And Minos pondered a while, looking steadfastly at him, and he thought, "The lad means to atone by his own death for his father's sin." And he answered mildly, "Go back in peace, my son. It is a pity one so brave should die." But Theseus said, "I have sworn that I will not go back till I have seen the monster face to face." At that Minos frowned, and said, "Then thou shalt see him." And they led Theseus away into the prison with the other youths and maidens. Now Ariadne, the daughter of Minos, saw Theseus as she came out of her white stone hall, and she loved him for his courage and his beauty, and she said, "It is shameful that such a youth should die." And by night she went down to the prison and told him all her heart, and said, "Flee down to your ship at once, for I have bribed the guards before the door. Flee you and all your friends, and go back in peace, and take me with you, for I dare not stay after you are gone. My father will kill me miserably if he knows what I have done." And Theseus stood silent a while, for he was astonished and confounded by her beauty. But at last he said, "I cannot go home in peace till I have seen and slain this Minotaur, and put an end to the terrors of my land." "And will you kill the Minotaur? How then will you do it?" asked Ariadne in wonder. "I know not, nor do I care. But he must be strong if he is too strong for me," said Theseus. Then she loved him all the more, and said, "But when you have killed him, how will you find your way out of the labyrinth?" "I know not, neither do I care. But it must be a strange road if I do not find it out before I have eaten the monster's carcass." Then Ariadne loved him yet more, and said, "Fair youth, you are too bold, but I can help you, weak as I am. I will give you a sword, and with that perhaps you may slay the monster, and a clue of a thread, and by that perhaps you may find your way out again. Only promise me that if you escape you will take me home with you." Then Theseus laughed and said, "Am I not safe enough now?" And he hid his sword and rolled up the clue in his hand, and then he fell down before Ariadne and kissed her hands and her feet, while she wept over him a long while. Then the princess went away, and Theseus lay down and slept sweetly. When evening came, the guards led him away to the labyrinth, and he went down into that doleful gulf, and he turned on the left hand and on the right hand, and went up and down till his head was dizzy. But all the while he held the clue, for when he went in he fastened it to a stone, and left it to unroll out of his hand as he went on, and it lasted till he met the Minotaur in a narrow chasm between black cliffs. And when he saw the Minotaur he stopped a while, for he had never seen so strange a monster. His body was a man's, but his head was the head of a bull, and his teeth were the teeth of a lion. When he saw Theseus, he roared, put his head down, and rushed right at him. But Theseus stepped aside nimbly, and as the monster passed by, cut him in the knee, and ere he could turn in the narrow path he followed him and stabbed him again and again from behind, till the monster fled, bellowing wildly. Theseus followed him, holding the clue of thread in his left hand, and at last he came up with him, where he lay panting, and caught him by the horns, and forced his head back, and drove the keen sword through his throat. Then Theseus turned and went back, limping and weary, feeling his way by the clue of the thread, till he came to the mouth of that doleful place, and saw waiting for him whom but Ariadne. And he whispered, "It is done," and showed her the sword. Then she laid her finger on her lips and led him to the prison, and opened the doors and set all the prisoners free, while the guards lay sleeping heavily, for Ariadne had drugged them with wine. So they fled to their ship together, and leapt on board, and hoisted up the sail, and the night lay dark around them, so that they all escaped safe, and Ariadne became the wife of Theseus. But that fair Ariadne never came to Athens with her husband. Some say, as she lay sleeping on the shore, one of the gods found her and took her up into the sky. And some say that the gods drove away Theseus and took Ariadne from him by force. But however that may be, in his haste or his grief, Theseus forgot to put up the white sail. Now Aegeus his father sat on the cliffs, and watched day after day, and strained his old eyes across the water to see that ship afar. And when he saw the black sail, he gave up Theseus for dead, and in his grief he fell into the sea and was drowned. And it is called the Aegean Sea to this day. Then Theseus was king of Athens, and he guarded it and ruled it well, and many wise things he did, so his people honoured him after he was dead for many 100 years, as the father of their freedom and of their laws. End of Theseus. Recording by Ravi Shankar.
Section 34 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexander Hatton. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 34. Hercules. Adapted by Thomas Cartwright. Part 1. The 12 Labors of Hercules. Hercules, the hero of strength and courage, was the son of Jupiter and Alcmene. His life was one long series of wonders. As soon as he was born, Juno, who hated Alcmene with an exceeding great hatred, went to the Fates and begged them to make the life of the newly born babe hard and perilous. The Fates were 3, namely Clotho, who spun the thread of life, Lachesis, who settled the lot of gods and mortals in life, and Atropos, who cut the thread of life spun by Clotho. When once the Fates had decided what the lot of any being, whether god or man, was to be, Jupiter himself could not alter their decision. It was to these fateful 3, then, that Juno made her prayer concerning the infant Hercules. She could not, however, prevent him from having an honorable career, since it was written that he should triumph over all dangers and difficulties that might beset him. All that was conceded to her was that Hercules should be put under the dominion of Eurystheus, king of Thebes, his eldest brother, a harsh and pitiless man. This only half satisfied the hatred of Juno, but it made the life of Hercules exceedingly bitter. In fact, Hercules was but a child when Juno sent 2 enormous serpents against him. These serpents, gliding into his cradle, were on the point of biting the child, when he, with his own hands, seized them and strangled the life out of their slimy bodies. Having grown up to man's estate, Hercules did many mighty deeds of valor that need not be recounted here. But the hatred of Juno always pursued him. At length, when he had been married several years, she made him mad and impelled him in his madness to kill his own beloved children. When he came again to his sober senses and learnt that he was the murderer of his own offspring, he was filled with horror, and betook himself into exile, so that he might hide his face from his fellow men. After a time he went to the oracle at Delphi to ask what he should do in atonement for his dreadful deed. He was ordered to serve his brother Eurystheus, who by the help of Juno had robbed him of his kingdom, for 12 years. After this he was to become one of the immortals. Eurystheus feared that Hercules might use his great strength and courage against him in punishment for the evil that he had done. He therefore resolved to banish him and to impose such tasks upon him as must certainly bring about his destruction. Hence arose the famous 12 labors of Hercules. Eurystheus first set Hercules to keep his sheep at Nemea, and to kill the lion that ofttimes carried off the sheep, and sometimes the shepherd also. The man-eater lurked in a wood that was hard by the sheep-run. Hercules would not wait to be attacked by him. Arming himself with a heavy club and with a bow and arrows, he went in search of the lion's lair, and soon found it. Finding that arrows and club made no impression upon the thick skin of the lion, the hero was constrained to trust entirely to his own thews and sinews. Seizing the lion with both hands, he put forth all his mighty strength and strangled the beast, just as he had strangled the serpents in his cradle. Then, having despoiled the dead man-eater of his skin, Hercules henceforth wore this trophy as a garment, and as a shield and buckler. In those days there was in Greece a monstrous serpent known as the Hydra of Lerna, because it haunted a marsh of that name whence it issued in search of prey. As his second labor, Hercules was sent to slay this creature. This reptile had 9 heads, of which the midmost was immortal. When Hercules struck off one of these heads with his club, 2 others at once appeared in its place. By the help of his servant, Hercules burned off the 9 heads and buried the immortal one beneath a huge rock. The blood of the Hydra was a poison so subtle that Hercules, by dipping the points of his arrows therein, made them so deadly that no mortal could hope to recover from a wound inflicted by them. We shall see later that Hercules himself died from the poison of one of these selfsame arrows. The third labor imposed upon Hercules by Eurystheus was the capture of the Arcadian stag. This remarkable beast had brazen feet and antlers of solid gold. Hercules was to carry the stag alive to Eurystheus. It proved no easy task to do this. The stag was so fleet of foot that no one had been able to approach it. For more than a year, over hill and dale, Hercules pursued the beast without ever finding a chance of capturing it without killing it. At length he shot at it and wounded it with an arrow, not, you may be sure, with one of the poisoned ones. And having caught it thus wounded, he carried it on his shoulder to his brother, and thus completed the third of his labors. In the neighborhood of Mount Erymanthus in Arcadia, there lived in those far-off days a savage boar that was in the habit of sallying forth from his lair and laying waste the country round about, nor had any man been able to capture or restrain him. To free the country from the ravages of this monster was the fourth labor of Hercules. Having tracked the animal to his lurking place after chasing him through the deep snow, Hercules caught him in a net, and bore him away in triumph on his shoulders to the feet of the amazed Eurystheus. Augeas, king of Elis in Greece, not far from Mount Olympus, owned a herd of oxen, 3,000 in number. They were stabled in stables that had not been cleaned out for 30 years. The stench was terrible, and greatly troubled the health of the land. Eurystheus set Hercules the task of cleaning out these Augean stables in a single day. But the wit of the hero was equal to the occasion. With his great strength he diverted the flow of 2 rivers that ran their courses near the stables, and made them flow right through the stables themselves, and lo, the nuisance that had been growing for 30 years was no more. Such was the fifth labor of Hercules. On an island in a lake near Stymphalus in Arcadia, there nested in those days some remarkable and terrible birds. Remarkable because their claws, wings, and beaks were brazen, and terrible because they fed on human flesh, and attacked with their terrible beaks and claws all who came near the lake. To kill these dreadful birds was the sixth labor. Minerva supplied Hercules with a brazen rattle, with which he roused the birds from their nests, and then slew them with his poisoned arrows while they were on the wing. This victory made Hercules popular throughout the whole of Greece, and Eurystheus saw that nothing he could devise was too hard for the hero to accomplish. The seventh labor was to capture a mad bull that the sea god Neptune had let loose in the island of Crete, of which island Minos was at that time king. This ferocious creature breathed out from his nostrils a whirlwind of flaming fire, but Hercules was, as you no doubt have guessed, too much for the brazen bull. He not only caught the monster, but tamed him, and bore him aloft on his shoulders into the presence of the affrighted Eurystheus, who was at a loss to find a task impossible for Hercules to perform. The taking of the mares of Diomedes was the eighth labor. These horses were not ordinary horses living on corn. They were flesh-eaters, and moreover they devoured human beings, and so were hateful to mankind. On this occasion Hercules was not alone. He organized a hunt and, by the help of a few friends, caught the horses and led them to Eurystheus. The scene of this labor was Thrace, an extensive region lying between the Aegean Sea, the Euxine, or Black Sea, and the Danube. Seizing the girdle of Hippolyte was the next feat set for the hero. This labor was due to the desire of the daughter of Eurystheus for the girdle of Hippolyte, queen of the Amazons, a tribe of female warriors. It is said that the girls had their right breasts cut off in order that they might use the bow with greater ease in battle. This indeed is the meaning of the term Amazon, which signifies breastless. After a troublesome journey, Hercules arrived safely at the court of Hippolyte, who received him kindly, and this labor might, perchance, have been a bloodless one, had not his old enemy Juno stirred up the female warriors against him. In the fight that followed, Hercules killed Hippolyte, a feat scarcely to be proud of, and carried off her girdle, and thus the vanity of the daughter of Eurystheus was gratified. To capture the oxen of Geryon was the 10th labor of Hercules. In the person of Geryon we meet another of those strange beings in which the makers of myth and fairy tales seem to revel. Geryon was a 3-bodied monster whose cattle were kept by a giant and a 2-headed dog. It is said that Hercules, on his way to the performance of this 10th labor, formed the Pillars of Hercules, those 2 rocky steeps that guard the entrance to the Straits of Gibraltar. That is, Calpe, Gibraltar, and Abila, Ceuta. By rending asunder the one mountain these 2 rocks are said to have formed, although now they are 18 miles apart. Hercules slew the giant, the 2-headed dog, and Geryon himself, and in due course brought the oxen to Eurystheus. Some time afterwards, Eurystheus, having heard rumors of a wonderful tree which, in some unknown land, yielded golden apples, was moved with great greed to have some of this remarkable fruit. Hence he commanded Hercules to make the quest of this tree his 11th labor. The hero had no notion where the tree grew, but he was bound by his bond to obey the king, so he set out and after a time reached the kingdom of Atlas, king of Africa. He had been told that Atlas could give him news of the tree. I must tell you that King Atlas, having in the olden times helped the Titans in their wars against the gods, was undergoing punishment for this offense, his penance being to hold up the starry vault of heaven upon his shoulders. This means, perhaps, that in the kingdom of Atlas there were some mountains so high that their summits seemed to touch the sky. Hercules offered to relieve Atlas of his load for a time, if he would but tell him where the famous tree was, upon which grew the golden fruit. Atlas consented, and for some days Hercules supported the earth and the starry vault of heaven upon his shoulders. Then Atlas opened the gate of the garden of the Hesperides to Hercules. These Hesperides were none other than the 3 daughters of Atlas, and it was their duty, in which they were helped by a dragon, to guard the golden apples. Hercules killed the dragon and carried off the apples, but they were afterwards restored to their place by Minerva. Cerberus, as perhaps you know, was the 3-headed dog that guarded the entrance to the netherworld. To bring up this 3-headed monster from the land of the dead was the last of the 12 labors. It was also the hardest. Pluto, the god of the netherworld, told Hercules he might carry off the dog if he could take him without using his club or spear, never dreaming that the hero could perform such a difficult feat. Hercules penetrated to the entrance of Pluto's gloomy regions and, putting forth his great strength, succeeded not only in seizing Cerberus, but also in carrying him to Eurystheus, and so brought the 12 labors to an end, and was released from his servitude to his cruel brother. These exploits of strength and endurance do not by any means complete the tale of the wonderful doings of the great Greek hero. He continued his deeds of daring to the end of his life. One of the last of his exploits was to kill the eagle that daily devoured the liver of Prometheus, whose story is both curious and interesting. He is said to have been the great friend of mankind, and was chained to a rock on Mount Caucasus because he stole fire from heaven and gave it as a gift to the sons of man. While in chains, an eagle was sent by Jupiter daily to feed on Prometheus's liver, which Jupiter made to grow again each night. From this continuous torture he was released by Hercules, who slew the eagle and burst asunder the bonds of this friend of man. Part 2. Hercules in the Netherworld. Theseus and Pirithous were 2 Athenians who, after having been at enmity for a long time, at last became the very best of friends. They, like Hercules, had passed their youth in doing doughty deeds for the benefit of mankind, and their fame had spread abroad throughout the land of Greece. This did not prevent them from forming a very foolish project. they actually planned to go down to Hades and carry off Pluto's wife, Proserpina, whom Pirithous himself wished to marry. This rashness brought about their ruin, for they were seized by Pluto and chained to a rock. All this Hercules, who was the friend of Theseus, learnt while on one of his journeys, and he resolved to rescue Theseus from his eternal punishment. As for Pirithous, the prime mover in the attempted outrage, him Hercules meant to leave to his fate. Hercules had been warned to take a black dog to sacrifice to Hecate, and a cake to mollify Cerberus, as was usual. But he would not listen to such tales, and meant to force his way to Theseus. When he found himself face to face with Cerberus, he seized him, threw him down, and chained him with strong chains. The next difficulty in the way was black and muddy Acheron, the first of the 7 rivers that ran round Hades and formed a barrier between the living and the departed. This river had not always run under the vaults of Hades. Formerly its course was upon the earth. But when the Titans attempted to scale the heaven, this river had the ill luck to quench their thirst, and Jupiter, to punish even the waters of the river for abetting his enemies, turned its course aside into the underworld, where its waves, slow-moving and filthy, lost themselves in Styx, the largest of all the rivers of Hades, which ran round Pluto's gloomy kingdom no less than 9 times. On reaching the banks of Styx, Hercules was surprised to see flying around him a crowd of disconsolate spirits, whom Charon, the ferryman, refused to row across Styx, because they could not pay him his fee of an obol, a Greek coin worth about 3 cents of our money, which the Greeks were accustomed to place in the mouths of their dead for the purpose, as they thought, of paying Charon his ferry fee. Fierce Charon frowned when he beheld Hercules, for he feared his light boat of bark would sink under his weight, it being only adapted for the light and airy spirits of the dead. But when the son of Jupiter told him his name, he was mollified and allowed the hero to take his place at his side. As soon as the boat had touched the shore, Hercules went towards the gloomy palace of Pluto, where he with difficulty, on account of the darkness, saw Pluto seated upon an ebony throne by the side of his beloved Proserpina. Pluto was not at all pleased to see the hero, as he hated the living and had an interest only in the shades of the dead. When Hercules announced himself, however, he gave him a permit to go round his kingdom and, in addition, acceded to his prayer for the release of Theseus. At the foot of Pluto's throne, Hercules saw Death the Reaper. He was clothed in a black robe spotted with stars, and his fleshless hand held the sharp sickle with which he is said to cut down mortals as the reaper cuts down corn. Our hero was glad to escape from this dismal palace, and, as he did not know exactly where to find Theseus, he began to make the circuit of Hades. During his progress he saw the shades of many people of whom on earth he had heard much talk. He had been wandering about some time when, in a gloomy chamber, he saw 3 old sisters, wan and worn, spinning by the feeble light of a lamp. They were the Fates, deities whose duty it was to thread the days of all mortals who appeared on earth, were it but for an instant. Clotho, the spinner of the thread of life, was the eldest of the 3. She held in her hand a distaff, wound with black and white woolen yarn, with which were sparingly intermixed strands of silk and gold. The wool stood for the humdrum everyday life of man. The silk and gold marked the days of mirth and gladness, always, alas, too few in number. Lachesis, the second of the Fates, was quickly turning with her left hand a spindle, while her right hand was leading a fine thread which the third sister, Atropos by name, used to cut with a pair of sharp shears at the death of each mortal. You may imagine how hard these 3 sisters worked when you remember that the thread of life of every mortal had to pass through their fateful fingers. Hercules would have liked them to tell him how long they had yet to spin for him, but they had no time to answer questions, and so the hero passed on. Some steps farther he stopped before 3 venerable-looking old men, seated upon a judgment seat, judging, as it seemed, a man newly come to Pluto's kingdom. They were Minos, Aeacus, and Rhadamanthus, the 3 judges of Hades, whose duty it was to punish the guilty by casting them into a dismal gulf, Tartarus, whence none might ever emerge, and to reward the innocent by transporting them to the Elysian fields, where delight followed delight in endless pleasure. These judges could never be mistaken, because Themis, the goddess of justice, held in front of them a pair of scales in which she weighed the actions of men. Their decrees were instantly carried out by a pitiless goddess, Nemesis, or Vengeance by name, armed with a whip red with the gore of her sinful victims. Part 3. Black Tartarus and the Elysian Fields. Immediately on quitting the presence of the three judges, Hercules saw them open out before him an immense gulf, whence arose thick clouds of black smoke. This smoke hid from view a river of fire that rolled its fiery waves onwards with a deafening din. Not far remote from this rolled Cocytus, another endless stream, fed by the tears of the wretches doomed to black Tartarus, in which place of eternal torment Hercules now found himself. The rulers of these mournful regions were the Furies who, with unkempt hair and armed with whips, tormented the condemned without mercy by showing them continually in mirrors the images of their former crimes. Into Tartarus were thrown, never to come out again, the shades or manes of traitors, ingrates, perjurers, unnatural children, murderers, and hypocrites, who had, during their lives, pretended to be upright and honorable in order to deceive the just. But these wretches were not the only denizens of black Tartarus. There were to be seen great scoundrels who had startled the world with their frightful crimes. For these Pluto and the Furies had invented special tortures. Among the criminals so justly overtaken by the divine vengeance, Hercules noticed Salmoneus, whom he had formerly met upon earth. This madman, whose pride had overturned his reason, thought himself to be a god equal to the Thunderer himself. In order to imitate remotely the rolling of thunder, he used to be driven at night over a brazen bridge in a chariot, whence he hurled lighted torches upon his unhappy slaves, who were crowded on the bridge, and whom his guards knocked down in imitation of Jove's thunderbolts. Indignant at the pride and cruelty of the tyrant, Jupiter struck him with lightning in deadly earnest, and then cast him into the outer darkness of Tartarus, where he was forever burning without being consumed. Sisyphus, the brother of Salmoneus, was no better than he. When on earth, he had been the terror of Attica, where, as a brigand, he had robbed and murdered with relentless cruelty. Theseus, whom Hercules was bent on freeing from his torment, had met and killed this robber-assassin, and Jupiter, for his sins, decreed that the malefactor should continually be rolling up a hill in Tartarus a heavy stone which, when with incredible pains he had brought nearly to the top, always rolled back again, and he had to begin over and over again the heartbreaking ascent. Some distance from Sisyphus, Hercules came upon Tantalus, who in the flesh had been king of Phrygia, but who now, weak from hunger and parched with thirst, was made to stand to his chin in water, with branches of tempting luscious fruit hanging ripe over his head. When he essayed to drink the water, it always went from him, and when he stretched out his hand to pluck the fruit, back the branches sprang out of reach. In addition, an immense rock, hung over his head, threatened every moment to crush him. It is said that Tantalus, when in the flesh, had betrayed the secrets of the gods, and also committed other great crimes. For this he was tantalized with food and drink, which, seeming always to be within his reach, ever mocked his hopes by eluding his grasp. The groans of a crowd of disheveled women next attracted the affrighted attention of Hercules. They were 49 of the 50 daughters of Danaus, king of Argos, who, at the instigation of their father, had killed their husbands because Danaus thought they were conspiring to depose him. One only of the 50, to wit, Hypermnestra, had the courage to disobey this unlawful command, and so saved the life of Lynceus, her husband, with whom she fled. Later on, Lynceus returned and slew the cruel king in battle. To punish the 49 Danaides, Jupiter cast them into the outer darkness of black Tartarus, where they were ever engaged in the hopeless task of pouring water into a sieve. Hypermnestra, on the contrary, was honored while alive, and also after her death, for loving goodness even more than she loved her father. Glutted with horror, Hercules at length quitted gloomy Tartarus, and beheld in front of him still another river. This was Lethe. Whoso drank the waters of this river, which separated the place of torment from the abode of the blessed, lost memory of all that had been aforetime in his mind, and so was no longer troubled by even the remembrance of human misery. Across Lethe stretched the Elysian fields, where the shades of the blessed dwelt in bliss without alloy. An enchanting greenness made the sweet-smelling groves as pleasant to the eye as they were to the sense of smell. Sunlit, yet never parched with torrid heat, everywhere their verdure charmed the delighted eye. And all things conspired to make the shades of the good and wise, who were privileged to dwell in these Elysian fields, delightfully happy. Hercules saw in these shady regions of the blest a crowd of kings, heroes, and men and women of lower degree, who, while on earth, had loved and served their fellow men. Having at length found and released Theseus, Hercules set out with him for the upper world. The two left Hades by an ivory door, the key of which Pluto had confided to their care. What awesome tales they had to recount to their wondering friends of the marbles of black Tartarus and the radiant Elysium. Part 4. The Tunic of Nessus the Centaur. There abode in Thessaly, in the days of Hercules, a strange race of men who had the head and arms of a man, together with the body of a horse. They were called centaurs, or bull-slayers. One of them, named Chiron, famous for his knowledge of medicine, music, and botany, had been the teacher of Hercules. But many of them, although learned, were not good. Hercules and Theseus had waged war on them, and had killed many, so that their numbers were greatly lessened. Having married Deianira, the daughter of a powerful king of Calydon in Greece, Hercules was traveling home with her when he came to the banks of a river and was at a loss how to cross it. Seeing his perplexity, Nessus, one of the centaurs, offered to take Deianira on his back and carry her over the stream. This offer Hercules gladly accepted. No sooner, however, did the crafty centaur obtain possession of Deianira than he made off with her, intending to have her as his own wife. You can easily imagine how angry this outrage made Hercules. He shot one of his poisoned arrows with so much force that it went right through the traitor centaur, and wounded him even unto death. But before dying, Nessus had time to tell Deianira that if she wanted to keep Hercules always true to her, she had but to take his shirt and, when her husband's love was waning, prevail on him to wear it. Deianira took the shirt, and shortly afterwards, being afraid that her husband was ceasing to love her, she sent it to him as a present. Now you will remember that Hercules had shot through the shirt of Nessus one of his poisoned arrows, and you will not be surprised to hear that some of the poison had remained in the shirt. So when Hercules put it on, which he did immediately upon receiving it, he was seized with frenzy, and, in his madness, he uttered terrible cries and did dreadful deeds. With his powerful hands he broke off huge pieces of rock, tore up pine trees by their roots, and hurled them with resounding din into the valley. He could not take off the fatal shirt, and as he tore off portions of it, he tore at the same time his quivering flesh. The servant of Deianira, who had carried him the fatal shirt, and who wished to solace him in his pain, he seized as she approached him, and flung headlong into the sea, where she was changed into a rock, that long, so runs the legend, kept its human form. But at length the majesty and the courage of the hero asserted themselves, and, although still in agony, his madness left him. Calling to his side his friend Philoctetes, he wished to embrace him once more before dying, but fearful lest he should, in so doing, infect his friend with the deadly poison that was consuming him, he cried in his agony, "Alas, I am not even permitted to embrace thee!" Then he gathered together the trees he had uprooted, and made a huge funeral pyre, such as was used by the ancients in burning their dead. Climbing to the top of the heap, he spread out the skin of the Nemean lion, and, supporting himself upon his club, gave the signal for Philoctetes to kindle the fire that was to reduce him to ashes. In return for this service, he gave Philoctetes a quiver full of those deadly arrows that had been dipped in the blood of the Hydra of Lerna. He further enjoined his friend to let no man know of his departure from life, to the intent that the fear of his approach might prevent fresh monsters and new robbers from ravaging the earth. Thus died Hercules, and after his death he was received as a god amongst the immortals on Mount Olympus, where he married Hebe, Jove's cupbearer. In his honor mortals were commanded to build altars and to raise temples. End of Hercules. Recording by Alexander Hatton.
Section 35 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 35. The Perilous Voyage of Æneas, adapted by Alice Zimmern. Once upon a time, nearly 3,000 years ago, the city of Troy in Asia Minor was at the height of its prosperity. It was built on a fortified hill on the southern slopes of the Hellespont, and encircled by strong walls that the gods had helped to build. Through their favor, Troy became so strong and powerful that she subdued many of the neighboring states and forced them to fight for her and do her bidding. Thus it happened that when the Greeks came to Asia with an army of 100,000 men, Troy was able to hold out against them for 9 years, and in the 10th was only taken by a trick. In the Iliad of Homer you may read all about the quarrel between the Trojans and the Greeks, the fighting before Troy, and the brave deeds done by Hector and Achilles, and many other heroes. You will see there how the gods took part in the quarrel, and how Juno, who was the wife of Jupiter and queen of heaven, hated Troy because Paris had given the golden apple to Venus as the fairest among goddesses. Juno never forgave this insult to her beauty, and vowed that she would not rest till the hated city was destroyed, and its very name wiped from the face of the earth. You shall now hear how she carried out her threat, and overwhelmed Æneas with disasters. After a siege that lasted 10 years, Troy was taken at last by means of the wooden horse, which the Trojans foolishly dragged into the city with their own hands. Inside it were hidden a number of Greeks, who were thus carried into the heart of the enemy's city. The Trojans celebrated the departure of the Greeks by feasting and drinking far into the night. But when at last they retired to rest, the Greeks stole out of their hiding place and opened the gates to their army, which had only pretended to withdraw. Before the Trojans had recovered their wits, the town was full of enemies, who threw blazing torches on the houses and killed every citizen who fell into their hands. Among the many noble princes who fought against the Greeks, none was braver and handsomer than Æneas. His mother was the goddess Venus, and his father a brave and powerful prince named Anchises, while Creusa, his wife, was one of King Priam's daughters. On that dreadful night when the Greeks were burning and killing in the very streets of Troy, Æneas lay sleeping in his palace, when there appeared to him a strange vision. He thought that Hector stood before him, carrying the images of the Trojan gods, and bade him arise and leave the doomed city. To you Troy entrusts her gods and her fortunes. Take these images and go forth beyond the seas, and with their auspices found a new Troy on foreign shores. Roused from his slumbers, Æneas sprang up in haste, put on his armor, and rushed into the fray. He was joined by a few comrades, and together they made their way through the enemy, killing all who blocked their path. But when they reached the royal palace and found that the Greeks had already forced their way in and killed the aged man by his own hearth, Æneas remembered his father and his wife and his little son Ascanius. Since he could not hope to save the city, he might at least take thought for his own kin. While he hesitated whether to retire or continue the fight, his goddess mother appeared and bade him go and succor his household. "Your efforts to save the city are in vain," she said. "The gods themselves make war on Troy. Juno stands by the gate urging on the Greeks. Jupiter supplies them with hope and courage, and Neptune is breaking down with his trident the walls he helped to raise. Fly, my son, fly. I will bring you safely to your own threshold." Guided by her protecting hand, Æneas came in safety to his palace, and bade his family prepare in all haste for flight. But his father refused to stir a step. "Let me die here at the enemy's hands," he implored. "Better thus than go into exile in my old age. Do you go, my son, whither the gods summon you, and leave me to my fate." In vain Æneas reasoned and pleaded. In vain he refused to go without his father. Neither prayers nor entreaties would move Anchises till the gods sent him a sign. Suddenly the child's hair burst into flames. The father and mother were terrified, but Anchises recognized the good omen, and prayed the gods to show whether his interpretation was the true one. In answer there came a clap of thunder, and a star flashed across the sky and disappeared among the woods on Mount Ida. Then Anchises was sure that the token was a true one. "Delay no more," he cried. "I will accompany you, and go in hope wheresoever the gods of my country shall lead me. This is a sign from heaven, and the gods, if it be their will, may yet preserve our city." "Come then, father," cried Æneas joyfully. "Let me take you on my back, for your feeble limbs would move too slowly for the present danger. You shall hold the images of the gods, since it would be sacrilege for me to touch them with my blood-stained hands. Little Ascanius shall take my hand, and Creusa will follow us closely." He now ordered the servants to collect all the most valuable possessions and bring them to him at the temple of Ceres, just outside the city. Then he set out with father, wife, and son, and they groped their way through the city by the light of burning homesteads. Thus they passed at last through the midst of the enemy, and reached the temple of Ceres. There, to his dismay, Æneas missed Creusa. He rushed back to the city and made his way to his own house. He found it in flames, and the enemy were sacking the ruins. Nowhere could he find a trace of his wife. Wild with grief and anxiety, he wandered at random through the city, till suddenly he fancied he saw Creusa. But it was her ghost, not her living self. She spoke to her distracted husband, and bade him grieve no more. "Think not," she said, "that this has befallen without the will of the gods. The fates have decided that Creusa shall not follow you to your new home. There are long and weary wanderings before you, and you must traverse many stormy seas before you come to the western land, where the river Tiber pours its gentle stream through the fertile pastures of Italy. There shall you find a kingdom and a royal bride. Cease then to mourn for Creusa." Æneas tried to clasp her in his arms, but in vain, for he only grasped empty air. Then he understood that the gods desired him to go forth into the world alone. While Æneas was seeking Creusa, a group of Trojans who had escaped the enemy and the flames had collected at the temple of Ceres, and he found them ready and willing to join him and follow his fortunes. The first rays of the sun were touching the peaks of Ida when Æneas and his comrades turned their back on the ill-fated city and went toward the rising sun and the new hope. For several months Æneas and his little band of followers lived as refugees among the hills of Ida, and their number grew as now one, now another came to join them. All through the winter they were hard at work, cutting down trees and building ships which were to carry them across the seas. When spring came the fleet was ready, and the little band set sail. First they merely crossed the Hellespont to Thrace, for Æneas hoped to found a city here and revive the name of Troy, but bad omens came to frighten the Trojans and drive them back to their ships. They now took a southward course and sailed on without stopping till they reached Delos, the sacred isle of Apollo. Here Æneas entered the temple and offered prayer to the Lord of Prophecy. "Grant us a home, Apollo, grant us an abiding city. Preserve a second Troy for the sanctity remnant that escaped the swords of the Greeks and the wrath of cruel Achilles. Tell us whom to follow, whither to turn, where to found our city." His prayer was not offered in vain, for a voice spoke in answer. "Ye hardy sons of Dardanus, the land that erst sent forth your ancestral race shall welcome you back to its fertile fields. Go and seek your ancient mother. There shall the offspring of Æneas rule over all the lands, and their children's children unto the furthest generations." When he had heard this oracle, Anchises said, "In the middle of the sea lies an island called Crete, which is sacred to Jupiter. There we shall find an older Mount Ida, and beside it the cradle of our race. Thence, if tradition speaks truth, our great ancestor Teucrus set sail for Asia, and there he founded his kingdom, and named our mountain Ida. Let us steer our course therefore to Crete, and if Jupiter be propitious, the third dawn will bring us to its shores." Accordingly they set out again, full of hope, and passed in and out again among the gleaming islands of the Aegean, until at last they came to Crete. There they disembarked and began to build a city. The houses were rising, the citadel was almost ready, the fields were planted and sown, and the young men were seeking wives, when suddenly the crops were stricken by a blight, and the men by a pestilence. Surely they thought this could not be the home promised them by Apollo. In this distress Anchises bade his son return to Delos and implore the gods to vouchsafe further counsel. At night Æneas lay down to rest, troubled by many anxieties, when suddenly he was roused by the moonlight streaming through the window and illuminating the images of the Trojan gods. It seemed as though they opened their lips and spoke to him. "All that Apollo would have told you at Delos we may declare to you here, for he has given us a message to you. We followed your arms after the burning of Troy, and traversed the ocean under your guidance, and we shall raise your descendants to the stars, and give dominion to their city. But do not seek it here. These are not the shores that Apollo assigns you, nor may Crete be your abiding place. Far to the west lies the land which the Greeks called Hesperia, but which now bears the name of Italy. There is our destined home. Thence came Dardanus, our great ancestor, and the father of our race." Amazed at this vision, Æneas sprang up and lifted his hands toward heaven in prayer. Then he hastened to tell Anchises of this strange event. They resolved to tarry no longer, but turning their backs on the rising walls, they drew their ships down to the sea again, and once more set forth in search of a new country. Now they sailed toward the west, and rounded the south of Greece into the Ionian Sea. But a storm drove them out of their course, and the darkness was so thick that they could not tell night from day, and the helmsman Palinurus knew not whither he was steering. Thus they were tossed about aimlessly for 3 days and nights, till at last they saw land ahead, and lowering their sails, rowed safely into a quiet harbor. Not a human being was in sight, but herds of cattle grazed on the pastures, and goats sported untended on the rocks. Here was even food in plenty for hungry men. They killed oxen and goats, and made ready a feast for themselves and a sacrifice to the gods. The repast was prepared, and Æneas and his comrades were about to enjoy it, when a sound of rustling wings was heard all around them. Horrible creatures, half birds, half women, with long talons and cruel beaks, swooped down on the tables and carried off the food before the eyes of the terrified banqueters. These were the Harpies, who had once been sent to plague King Phineus, and when they were driven away by 2 of the Argonauts, Zetes and Calais, took refuge in these islands. In vain the Trojans attacked them with their swords, for the monsters would fly out of reach, and then dart back again on a sudden, and pounce once more on the food, while Salto, chief of the Harpies, perched on a rock and chanted in hoarse tones a prophecy of ill omen. "You that kill our oxen, and seek to drive us from our rightful home, hearken to my words, which Jupiter declared to Apollo, and Apollo told even to me. You are sailing to Italy, and you shall reach Italy and enter its harbors, but you are not destined to surround your city with a wall, till cruel hunger and vengeance for the wrong you have done us force you to gnaw your very tables with your teeth." When the Trojans heard this terrible prophecy, their hearts sank within them, and Anchises, lifting his hands to heaven, besought the gods to avert this grievous doom. Thus, full of sad forebodings, they returned to their ships. Their way now lay along the western coast of Greece, and they were glad to slip unnoticed past the rocky island of Ithaca, the home of Ulysses the wily. For they did not know that he was still held captive by the nymph Calypso, and that many years were to pass before he should be restored to his kingdom. They next cast anchor off Leucadia, and passed the winter in these regions. In spring they sailed north again, and landed in Epirus. And here, to their surprise, they found Helenus, one of the sons of Priam, ruling over a Greek people. He welcomed his kinsmen joyfully, and having the gift of prophecy from Apollo, foretold the course of his wanderings. Italy, which you deem so near, is a far distant land, and many adventures await you before you reach that shore where lies your destined home. Before you reach it, you will visit Sicily, and the realms of the dead, and the island of Circe. But I will give you a sign whereby you may know the appointed place. When, by the banks of a secluded stream, you shall see a huge white sow, with her 30 young ones, then shall you have reached the limit of your wanderings. Be sure to avoid the eastern coast of Italy opposite these shores. Wicked Greek tribes have their dwelling there, and it is safer to pass at once to the western coast. On your left you will hear in the strait the thundering roar of Charybdis, and on the right grim Scylla sits scowling in her cave, ready to spring on the unwary traveller. Better take a long circuit round Sicily than come even within sight and sound of Scylla. As soon as you touch the western shores of Italy, go to the city of Cumae and the Sibyl's cavern. Try to win her favor, and she will tell you of the nations of Italy and the wars yet to come, and how you may avoid each peril and accomplish every labor. One warning would I give you, and enjoin it with all my power. If you desire to reach your journey's end in safety, forget not to do homage to Juno. Offer up prayers to her divinity, load her altars with gifts. Then, and then only, may you hope for a happy issue from all your troubles." So once more the Trojans set sail, and obedient to the warnings of Helenus, they avoided the eastern coast of Italy, and struck southward towards Sicily. Far up the channel they heard the roar of Charybdis, and hastened their speed in fear. Soon the snowy cone of Etna came into view, with its column of smoke rising heavenward. As they lay at anchor hard by, a ragged, half-starved wretch ran out of the woods, calling loudly on Æneas for succor. This was one of the comrades of Ulysses, who had been left behind by mistake, and lived in perpetual dread of the savage Cyclops. Æneas was moved to pity, and though the man was a Greek and an enemy, he took him on board and gave him food and succor. Before they left this place they had a glimpse of Polyphemus himself. The blind giant came down the cliff with his flock, feeling his way with a huge staff of pine trunk. He even stepped into the sea and walked far out without wetting his thighs. The Trojans hastily slipped their cables and made away. Polyphemus heard the sound of their oars, and called his brother Cyclops to come and seize the strangers, but they were too late to overtake the fugitives. After this they continued their southward course, passing the island where Syracuse now stands, and rounding the southern coast of Sicily. Then they sailed past the tall rock of Acragas and palm-loving Selinus, and so came to the western corner, where the harbour of Drepanum gave them shelter. Here a sorrow overtook Æneas that neither the Harpy nor the seer had foretold. Anchises, weary with wandering and sick of long-deferred hope, fell ill and died. Sadly Æneas sailed from hence without his trusted friend and counsellor, and steered his course for Italy. At last the goal seemed at hand, and the dangers of the narrow strait had been escaped. But Æneas had a far more dangerous enemy than Scylla and Charybdis, for Juno's wrath was not yet appeased. He had offered prayer and sacrifice as Helenus bade him, but her long-standing grudge was not so easily forgotten. She hated Troy and the Trojans with an undying hatred, and would not suffer even these few storm-tossed wanderers to seek their new home in peace. She knew, too, that it was appointed by the fates that a descendant of this fugitive Trojan should one day found a city destined to eclipse in wealth and glory her favorite city of Carthage. This she desired to avert at all costs, and if even the Queen of Heaven was not strong enough to overrule fate, at least she resolved that the Trojans should not enter into their inheritance without many and grievous tribulations. Off the northern coast of Sicily lies a group of small islands, still called the Aeolian Isles, after Aeolus, king of the winds, whose palace stood upon the largest. Here he lived in a rock-bound castle, and kept the boisterous winds fast bound in strong dungeons, that they might not go forth unbidden to work havoc and destruction. But for his restraining hand they would have burst forth and swept away land and sea in their fury. To this rocky fortress Juno came with a request to Aeolus. Men of a race hateful to me are now crossing the sea. I beseech you, therefore, send a storm to scatter the ships and drown the men in the waves. As a reward I will give you one of my fairest nymphs in marriage." Thus she urged, and at her bidding Aeolus struck the rock, and the prison gates were opened. The winds at once rushed forth in all directions. The clouds gathered and blotted out sky and daylight. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, and the Trojans thought their last hour had come. Even Æneas lost heart, and envied the lot of those who fell before Troy by the sword of Diomede. Soon a violent gust struck his ship, the oars were broken, and the prow turned round and exposed the side to the waves. The water closed over it, then opened again, and drew down the vessel, leaving the men floating on the water. 3 ships were dashed against the sunken rocks. 3 were driven among the shallows and blocked with a mound of sand. Another was struck from stem to stern, then sucked down into a whirlpool. One after another the rest succumbed, and it seemed as if each moment must see their utter destruction. Meantime Neptune, in his palace at the bottom of the sea, had noticed the sudden disturbance of the waters, and now put his head out above the waves to learn the cause of this commotion. When he saw the shattered Trojan ships, he guessed that this was Juno's work. Instantly he summoned the winds, and chid them for daring to disturb the waters without his leave. "Begone," he said, "and tell your master Aeolus that the dominion of the sea is mine, not his. Let him be content to keep guard over you, and see that you do not escape from your prison." While he spoke, Neptune was busy calming the waters, and it was not long before he put the clouds to flight and brought back the sunshine. Nymphs came to push the ships off the rocks, and Neptune himself opened a way out of the shallows. Then he returned to his chariot, and his white horses carried him lightly across the calm waters. Thankful to have saved a few of his ships, all scattered and leaking as they were, Æneas bade the helmsman steer for the nearest land. What was their joy to see within easy reach a quiet harbor closed in by a sheltering island. The entrance was guarded by twin cliffs, and a forest background closed in the scene. Once within this shelter, the weary vessels needed no anchor to secure them. Here at last Æneas and his comrades could stretch their aching limbs on dry land. They kindled a fire of leaves with a flint, and dried their sodden corn for a scanty meal. Æneas now climbed one of the hills to see whether he might catch a glimpse of any of the missing ships. Not a sail was in sight, but in the valley below he spied a herd of deer grazing. Here was better food for hungry men. Drawing an arrow from his quiver, he fitted it to his bow, let fly, and a mighty stag fell to his aim. 6 others shared his fate. Then Æneas returned with his booty, and bade his friends make merry with venison and Sicilian wine from the ships. As they ate and drank, he tried to hearten the Trojans. "Endure a little longer," he urged. "Think of the perils through which we have passed. Remember the dreadful Cyclops and cruel Scylla. Despair not now, for one day the memory of past sufferings shall delight your hours of ease. Through toils and hardships we are making our way to Latium, where the gods have promised us a peaceful home and a new and glorious Troy. Hold out a little while, and wait for the happy days in store." End of Perilous Voyage of Æneas.
Section 36 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate McMahon. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 36, How Horatius Held the Bridge, adapted by Alfred J. Churchill. King Tarquin and his son Lucius, for he only remained to him of 3, fled to Lars Porsena, king of Clusium, and besought him that he would help them. "Suffer not," they said, "that we, who are Tuscans by birth, should remain any more in poverty and exile. And take heed also to thyself and thine own kingdom, if thou permit this new fashion of driving forth kings to go unpunished. For surely there is, page 283, that in freedom which men greatly desire, and if they that be kings defend not their dignity as stoutly as others seek to overthrow it, then shall the highest be made even as the lowest, and there shall be an end of kingship, than which there is nothing more honourable under heaven." With these words they persuaded King Porsena, who, judging it well for the Etrurians that there should be a king at Rome, and that king an Etrurian by birth, gathered together a great army and came up against Rome. But when men heard of his coming, so mighty a city was Clusium in those days, and so great the fame of King Porsena, there was such fear as had never been before. Nevertheless, they were steadfastly purposed to hold out. And first all that were in the country fled into the city, and round about the city they set guard to keep it, part thereof being defended by the walls, and part, for so it seemed, being made safe by the river. But here a great peril had well nigh overtaken the city, for there was a wooden bridge on the river by which the enemy had crossed but for the courage of a certain Horatius Cocles. The matter fell out in this wise. There was a certain hill which men called Janiculum on the side of the river, and this hill King Porsena took by a sudden attack, which, when Horatius saw, for he chanced to have been set to guard the bridge, and saw also how the enemy were running at full speed to the place, and how the Romans were fleeing in confusion and threw away their arms as they went, he cried with a loud voice, "Men of Rome, it is to no purpose that ye thus leave your post and flee, for if ye leave this bridge behind you for men to pass over, ye shall soon find that ye have more enemies in your city than in Janiculum. Do ye therefore break it down with axe and fire as best ye can. In the meanwhile, I, so far as one man may do, will stay the enemy." And as he spake he ran forward toward the farther end of the bridge, and made ready to keep the way against the enemy. Nevertheless there stood 2 with him, Lartius and Herminius by name, men of noble birth both of them, and of great renown in arms. So these 3 for a while stayed the first onset of the enemy, and the men of Rome meanwhile brake down the bridge. And when there was but a small part remaining, page 284, and they that brake it down called to the 3 that they should come back, Horatius bade Lartius and Herminius return, but he himself remained on the farther side, turning his eyes full of wrath in threatening fashion on the princes of the Etrurians, and crying, "Dare ye now fight with me? Or why are ye thus come at the bidding of your master, King Porsena, to rob others of the freedom that ye care not to have for yourselves?" For a while they delayed, looking each man to his neighbour who should first deal with this champion of the Romans. Then, for very shame, they all ran forward, and, raising a great shout, threw their javelins at him. These all he took upon his shield, nor stood the less firmly in his place on the bridge, from which, when they would have thrust him by force, of a sudden the men of Rome raised a great shout, for the bridge was now altogether broken down, and fell with a great crash in the river. And as the enemy stayed a while for fear, Horatius turned him to the river and said, "O Father Tiber, I beseech thee this day with all reverence that thou kindly receive this soldier and his arms." And as he spake, he leapt with all his arms into the river, and swam across to his own people, and, though many javelins of the enemy fell about him, he was not one whit hurt. Nor did such valour fail to receive due honour from the city. For the citizens set up a statue of Horatius in the market-place, and they gave him of the public land so much as he could plough in about one day. Also there was this honour paid him, that each citizen took somewhat of his own store and gave it to him, for food was scarce in the city by reason of the siege. End of How Horatius Held the Bridge. Recording by Kate McMahon.
Section 37 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 37. How Cincinnatus Saved Rome. Adapted by Alfred J. Church. It came to pass that the Aequians brake the treaty of peace which they had made with Rome, and, taking one Gracchus Cloelius for their leader, marched into the land of Tusculum. And when they had plundered the country thereabouts, and had gathered together much booty, they pitched their camp on Mount Aegidus. To them the Romans sent 3 ambassadors, who should complain of the wrong done, and seek redress. But when they would have fulfilled their errand, Gracchus the Aequian spake, saying, If ye have any message from the Senate of Rome, tell it to this oak, for I have other business to do. For it chanced that there was a great oak that stood hard by, and made a shadow over the general's tent. Then one of the ambassadors, as he turned to depart, made reply, Yes, let this sacred oak, and all the gods that are in heaven, hear how ye have wrongfully broken the treaty of peace. And let them that hear help us also in the day of battle, when we shall avenge on you the laws both of gods and of men that ye set at naught. When the ambassadors had returned to Rome, the Senate commanded that there should be levied 2 armies, and that Minucius the consul should march with the one against the Aequians on Mount Aegidus, and that the other should hinder the enemy from their plundering. This levying the tribunes of the commons sought to hinder, and perchance had done so, but there also came well nigh to the walls of the city a great host of the Sabines, plundering all the country. Thereupon the people willingly offered themselves, and there were levied forthwith 2 great armies. Nevertheless, when the consul Minucius had marched to Mount Aegidus, and had pitched his camp not far from the Aequians, he did naught for fear of the enemy, but kept himself within its entrenchments. And when the enemy perceived that he was afraid, growing the bolder for his lack of courage, they drew lines about him, keeping him in on every side. Yet before that he was altogether shut up, there escaped from his camp 5 horsemen, that bare tidings to Rome how that the consul together with his army was besieged. The people were sorely dismayed to hear such tidings, nor, when they cast about for help, saw they any man that might be sufficient for such peril, save only Cincinnatus. By common consent, therefore, he was made dictator for 6 months, a thing that may well be noted by those who hold that nothing is to be accounted of in comparison of riches, and that no man may win great honour or show forth singular virtue unless he is well furnished with wealth. For here, in this great peril of the Roman people, there was no hope of safety but in one who was cultivating with his own hand a little plot of scarcely 3 acres of ground. For when the messengers of the people came to him, they found him ploughing, or as some say, digging a ditch. When they had greeted each other, the messengers said, May the gods prosper this thing to the Roman people and to thee. Put on thy robe and hear the words of the people. Then said Cincinnatus, being not a little astonished, Is all well? And at the same time he called to his wife Rasilia, that she should bring forth his robe from the cottage. So she brought it forth, and the man wiped from him the dust and the sweat, and clad himself in his robe, and stood before the messengers. These said to him, The people of Rome make thee dictator, and bid thee come forthwith to the city. And at the same time they told how the consul and his army were besieged by the Aequians. So Cincinnatus departed to Rome, and when he came to the other side of the Tiber, there met him first his 3 sons, and next many of his kinsfolk and friends, and after them a numerous company of the nobles. These all conducted him to his house, the lictors, 24 in numbers, marching before him. There was also assembled a very great concourse of the people, fearing much how the dictator might deal with them, for they knew what manner of man he was, and that there was no limit to his power, nor any appeal from him.
The next day, before dawn, the dictator came into the market-place, and appointed one Lucius Tarquinius to be master of the horse. This Tarquinius was held by common consent to excel all other men in exercises of war. Only, though, being a noble by birth, he should have been among the horsemen, he had served for lack of means as a foot soldier. This done, he called an assembly to the people and commanded that all the shops in the city should be shut, that no man should concern himself with any private business, but all that were of an age to go to the war should be present before sunset in the field of Mars, each man having with him provisions of cooked food for 5 days, and 12 stakes. As for them that were past the age, they should prepare the food, while the young men made ready their arms and sought for the stakes. These last they took as they found them, no man hindering them, and when the time appointed by the dictator was come, all were assembled, ready, as occasion might serve, either to march or to give battle. Forthwith they set out, the dictator leading the foot soldiers by their legions, and Tarquinius the horsemen, and each bidding them that followed make all haste. "We must needs come," they said, "to our journey's end while it is yet night. Remember that the consul and his army have been besieged now for 3 days, and that no man knows what a day or a night may bring forth." The soldiers themselves also were zealous to obey, crying out to the standard-bearers that they should quicken their steps, and to their fellows that they should not lag behind. Thus they came at midnight to Mount Idigus, and when they perceived that the enemy was at hand, they halted the standards. Then the dictator rode forward to see, so far as the darkness would suffer him, how great was the camp of the Aequians, and after what fashion it was pitched. This done, he commanded that the baggage should be gathered around into a heap, and that the soldiers should stand every man in his own place. After this, he compassed about the whole army of the enemy with his own army, and commanded that at a set signal every man should shout, and when they had shouted, should dig a trench and set up therein the stakes. This the soldiers did, and the noise of the shouting passed over the camp of the enemy, and came into the city, causing therein great joy, even as it caused great fear in the camp. For the Romans cried, "These be our countrymen, and they bring us help." Then said the consul, "We must make no delay. By that shout is signified, not that they are come only, but that they are already dealing with the enemy. Doubtless the camp of the Aequians is even now assailed from within. Take ye your arms and follow me." So the legion went forth, it being yet night, to the battle, and as they went they shouted, that the dictator might be aware. Now the Aequians had set themselves to hinder the making of a ditch and rampart which would shut them in, but when the Romans from the camp fell upon them, fearing lest they should make their way through the midst of their camp, they left them that were with Cincinnatus to finish their entrenching, and fought with the consul. And when it was now light, lo, they were already shut in, and the Romans, having finished their entrenching, began to treble them. And when the Aequians perceived that the battle was now on either side of them, they could withstand no longer, but sent ambassadors praying for peace, and saying, "Ye have prevailed, slay us not, but rather permit us to depart, leaving our arms behind us." Then said the dictator, "I care not to have the blood of the Aequians. Ye may depart, but ye shall depart passing under the yoke, that ye may thus acknowledge to all men that ye are indeed vanquished." Now the yoke is thus made. There are set up in the ground 2 spears, and over them is bound by ropes a 3rd spear. So the Aequians passed under the yoke. In the camp of the enemy there was found abundance of spoil. This the dictator gave wholly to his own soldiers. "Ye are well nigh a spoil to the enemy," said he to the army of the consul, "therefore ye shall have no share in the spoiling of them. As for thee, Minutius, be thou a lieutenant only till thou hast learned how to bear thyself as a consul." Meanwhile at Rome there was held a meeting of the Senate, at which it was commanded that Cincinnatus should enter the city in triumph, his soldiers follow him in order of march. Before his chariot there were led the generals of the enemy, also the standards were carried in the front, and after these came the army, every man laden with spoil. That day there was great rejoicing in the city. every man setting forth a banquet before his doors in the street. After this, Virginius, that had borne false witness against Caeso, was found guilty of perjury, and went into exile. And when Cincinnatus saw that justice had been done to this evildoer, he resigned his dictatorship, having held it for 16 days only. End of How Cincinnatus Saved Rome.
Section 38 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Drakaunus. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 38. Beowulf. How Beowulf Overcame the Ogre and the Water Witch. Long ago there lived in Daneland a king, beloved of all, called Hrothgar. He was valiant and mighty in war, overcoming all his foes and taking from them much spoil. Looking upon his great treasure, King Hrothgar said, "I will build me a great hall. It shall be vast and wide, adorned within and without with gold and ivory, with gems and carved work. It shall be a hall of joy and feasting." Then King Hrothgar called his workmen and gave them commandment to build the hall. They set to work, and becoming each day more fair, the hall was at length finished. It stood upon a height, vast and stately, and as it was adorned with the horns of deer, King Hrothgar named it Hart Hall. The king made a great feast. To it his warriors, young and old, were called, and he divided his treasure, giving to each rings of gold. And so in the hall there was laughter and song and great merriment. Every evening, when the shadows fell and the land grew dark without, the knights and warriors gathered in the hall to feast. And when the feast was over, and the great fire roared upon the hearth, the minstrel took his harp and sang. Far over dreary fen and moorland, the light glowed cheerfully, and the sound of song and harp awoke the deep silence of the night. Within the hall was light and gladness, but without there was wrath and hate. For far on the moor there lived a wicked giant named Grendel, prowling at night to see what evil he might do. Very terrible was this ogre Grendel to look upon. Thick black hair hung about his face, and his teeth were long and sharp, like the tusks of an animal. His huge body and great hairy arms had the strength of 10 men. He wore no armor, for his skin was tougher than any coat of mail that man or giant might weld. His nails were like steel and sharper than daggers, and by his side there hung a great pouch in which he carried off those whom he was ready to devour. Day by day the music of harp and song was a torture to him, and made him more and more mad with jealous hate. At length he crept through the darkness to Hart Hall, where the warriors slept after feast and song. Arms and armor had been thrown aside, so with ease the ogre slew 30 of the bravest. Howling with wicked joy, he carried them off and devoured them. The next night, again, the wicked one crept stealthily through the darkening moorland until he reached Hart Hall, stretched forth his hand, and seized the bravest of the warriors. In the morning each man swore that he would not again sleep beneath the roof of the hall. For 12 years it stood thus, no man daring, except in the light of day, to enter it. And now it came to pass that across the sea, in far Gothland, the tale of Grendel and his wrath was carried to Beowulf the Goth, who said he would go to King Hrothgar to help him. Taking with him 15 good comrades, he set sail for Daneland. When Hrothgar was told that Beowulf had come to help him, he said, I knew him when he was yet a lad. His father and his mother have I known. Truly he hath sought a friend. I have heard that he is much renowned in war, and hath the strength of 30 men in the grip of his hand. I pray heaven he hath been sent to free us from the horror of Grendel. Bid Beowulf and his warriors to enter." Guided by the Danish knight, Beowulf and his men went into Hart Hall and stood before the aged Hrothgar. After friendly words of greeting, Beowulf said, "And now I will fight against Grendel, bearing neither sword nor shield. With my hands alone will I grapple with the fiend, and foe to foe we will fight for victory." That night, Beowulf's comrades slept in Hart Hall. Beowulf alone remained awake. Out of the mists of the moorland, the evil thing strode. Loud he laughed as he gazed upon the sleeping warriors. Beowulf, watchful and angry, curbed his wrath. Grendel seized one of the men, drank his blood, crushed his bones, and swallowed his horrid feast. Then Beowulf caught the monster and fought till the noise of the contest was as of thunder. The knights awoke and tried to plunge their swords into the hide of Grendel, but in vain. By enchantments he had made himself safe. At length the fight came to an end. The sinews in Grendel's shoulder burst, and bones cracked. The ogre tore himself free, leaving his arm in Beowulf's mighty grip. Sobbing forth his death song, Grendel fled till he reached his dwelling in the lake of the water dragons, and there plunged in. The dark waves closed over him, and he sank to his home. Loud were the songs of triumph in Hart Hall, great the rejoicing, for Beowulf had made good his boast. He had cleansed the hall of the ogre. A splendid feast was made, and much treasure given to Beowulf by the king and queen. Again did the Dane lord sleep in the great hall, but far away in the water dragon's lake the mother of Grendel wept over the dead body of her son, desiring revenge. Very terrible to look upon was this water witch. As the darkness fell, she crept across the moorland to Hart Hall. In she rushed, eager for slaughter. A wild cry rang through the hall. The water witch fled, but in doing so carried off the best beloved of all of the king's warriors. Quickly was Beowulf called, and he rode forth to the dark lake. Down and down he dived, till he came to the cave of the water witch, whom he killed after a desperate struggle. Hard by on a couch lay the body of Grendel. Drawing his sword, he smote off the ogre's head. Swimming up with it, he reached the surface and sprang to land, and was greeted by his faithful thanes. 4 of them were needed to carry the huge head back to Hart Hall. His task being done, Beowulf made haste to return to his own land, that he might seek his own king, Hygelac, and lay before him the treasures that Hrothgar had given him. With gracious words, the old king thanked the young warrior, and bade him to come again right speedily. Hygelac listened with wonder and delight to all that had happened in Daneland, and graciously received the splendid gifts. For many years Beowulf lived, beloved of all, and when it befell that Hygelac died in battle, the broad realm of Gothland was given unto Beowulf to rule, and there for 50 years he reigned a well-loved king. How the fire dragon warred with the Goth folk. And now, when many years had come and gone, and the realm had long time been at peace, sorrow came upon the people of the Goths, and thus it was that the evil came. It fell upon a time that a slave by his misdeeds roused his master's wrath, and when his lord would have punished him, he fled in terror. And as he fled trembling to hide himself, he came by chance into a great cave. There the slave hid, thankful for refuge, but soon he had cause to tremble in worse fear than before, for in the darkness of the cave he saw that a fearful dragon lay asleep. Then, as the slave gazed in terror at the awful beast, he saw that it lay guarding a mighty treasure. Never had he seen such a mass of wealth, swords and armor inlaid with gold, cups and vessels of gold and silver set with precious stones, rings and bracelets lay piled around in glittering heaps. For hundreds of years this treasure had lain there in secret. A great prince had buried it in sorrow for his dead warriors. In his land there had been so much fighting until he alone of all his people was left. Then in bitter grief he gathered all his treasure and hid it in this cave. "Take, O earth," he cried, "what the heroes might not keep. Lo, good men and true once before earned it from thee. Now a warlike death hath taken away every man of my people. There is none now to bear the sword or receive the cup. There is no more joy in the battlefield or in the hall of peace. So here shall the gold-adorned helmet molder. Here the coat of mail rust and the wine-cup lie empty." Thus the sad prince mourned. Beside his treasure he sat weeping both day and night, until death took him also, and of all his people there was none left. So the treasure lay hidden and secret for many a day. Then upon a time it happened that a great dragon, fiery-eyed and fearful, as it flew by night and prowled seeking mischief, came upon the buried hoard. As men well know, a dragon ever loveth gold, so to guard his new-found wealth, lest any should come to rob him of it, he laid him down there, and the cave became his dwelling. Thus, for 300 years, he lay gloating over his treasure, no man disturbing him. But now at length it chanced that the fleeing slave lighted upon the hoard. His eyes were dazzled by the shining heap. Upon it lay a cup of gold, wondrously chased and adorned. "If I can but gain that cup," said the slave to himself, "I will return with it to my master, and for the sake of the gold he will surely forgive me." So while the dragon slept, trembling and fearful, the slave crept nearer and nearer to the glittering mass. When he came quite near, he reached forth his hand and seized the cup. Then with it he fled back to his master. It befell then as the slave had foreseen. For the sake of the wondrous cup, his misdeeds were forgiven him. But when the dragon awoke, his fury was great. Well knew he had that the mortal man had trod his cave and stolen of his hoard. Round and round about he sniffed and searched, until he discovered the footprints of his foe. Eagerly then all over the ground he sought to find the man who, while he slept, had done him this ill. Hot and fierce of mood, he went backwards and forwards, round about his treasure heaps. All within the cave he searched in vain. Then coming forth, he searched without. All round the hill in which his cave was, he prowled, but no man could he find, nor in all the wilds around was there any man. Again the old dragon returned. Again he searched among his treasure heap for the precious cup. Nowhere was it to be found. It was too surely gone. But the dragon, as well as loving gold, loved war. So now in angry mood he lay couched in his lair. Scarce could he wait until darkness fell. Such was his wrath. With fire he was resolved to repay the loss of his dear drinking cup. At last, to the joy of the great winged beast, the sun sank. Then forth from his cave he came, flaming fire. Spreading his mighty wings, he flew through the air until he came to the houses of men. Then, spitting forth flame, he set fire to many a happy homestead. Wherever the lightning of his tongue struck, there fire flamed forth, until where the fair homes of men had been there was naught but blackened ruins. Here and there, this way and that, through all the land he sped, and wherever he passed, fire flamed aloft. The warfare of the dragon was seen from far. The malice of the worm was known from north to south, from east to west, all men knew how the fearful foe hated and ruined the Goth folk. Then, having worked mischief and desolation all night through, the fire dragon turned back. To his secret cave he slunk again, ere break of day. Behind him he left the land wasted and desolate. The dragon had no fear of the revenge of man. In his fiery warfare he trusted to find shelter in his hill, and in his secret cave. But in that trust he was misled. Speedily to King Beowulf were the tidings of the dragon and his spoiling carried. For alas, even his own fair palace was wrapped in flame. Before his eyes he saw the fiery tongues lick up his treasures. Even the gift seat of the Goths melted in fire. Then was the good king sorrowful. His heart boiled within him with angry thoughts. The fire dragon had utterly destroyed the pleasant homes of his people. For this the war prince greatly desired to punish him. Therefore did Beowulf command that a great shield should be made for him, all of iron. He knew well that a shield of wood could not help him in this need. Wood against fire, nay, that were useless. His shield must be all of iron. Too proud, too, was Beowulf, the hero of old time, to seek the winged beast with a troop of soldiers. Not thus would he overcome him. He feared not for himself, nor did he dread the dragon's warcraft, for with his valor and his skill Beowulf had succeeded many a time. He had been victorious in many a tumult of battles since that day when a young man and a warrior prosperous in victory, he had cleansed Hart Hall by grappling with Grendel and his kin. And now, when the great iron shield was ready, he chose 11 of his best thanes and set out to seek the dragon. Very wrathful was the old king, very desirous that the death should take this fiery foe. He hoped, too, to win the great treasure of gold which the fell beast guarded, for already Beowulf had learned whence the feud arose, whence came the anger which had so been hurtful to his people, and the precious cup, the cause of all the quarrel, had been brought to him. With the band of warriors went the slave who had stolen the cup. He it was who must be their guide to the cave, for he alone of all men living knew the way thither. Loth he was to be their guide, but captive and bound he was forced to lead the way over the plain to the dragon's hill. Unwillingly he went with lagging footsteps, until at length he came to the cave hard by the seashore. There by the sounding waves lay the savage guardian of the treasure. Ready for war, and fierce was he. It was no easy battle that was there prepared for any man, brave though he might be. And now, on the rocky point above the sea, King Beowulf sat himself down. Here he would bid farewell to all his thanes ere he begin the combat. For what man might tell which from that fight should come forth victorious? Beowulf's mind was sad. He was now old, his hair was white, his face was wrinkled and grey, but still his arm was strong as that of a young man, yet something within him warned him that death was not far off. So upon the rocky point he sat and bade farewell to his dear comrades.
"In my youth,"
said the aged king,
"many battles have I dared, and yet must I, the guardian of my people, though I be full of years, seek still another feud, and again will I win the glory if the wicked spoiler of my land will but come forth from his lair."
Much he spoke. With loving words he bade farewell to each one of his men, greeting his dear comrades for the last time.
"I would not bear sword or weapon against the winged beast," he said at length, "if I knew how else I might grapple with the wretch, as of old I did with Grendel. But I ween this war fire is hot, fierce, and poisonous. Therefore I have clad me in a coat of mail, and bear this shield of all iron. I will not flee a single step from the guardian of the treasure, but to us upon this rampart it shall be as fate will. Now let me make no more vaunting speech. Ready to fight am I. Let me forth against the winged beast. Await ye here on the mount, clad in your coats of mail, your arms ready. Abide ye here until ye see which of us, twain in safety, cometh forth from the clash of battle. It is no enterprise for you, or for any common man. It is mine alone. Alone I needs must go against the wretch, and prove myself a warrior. I must with courage win the gold, or else deadly, baleful war shall fiercely snatch me, your lord, from life.
Then Beowulf arose. He was all clad in shining armor. His gold-decked helmet was upon his head. And taking his shield in hand, he strode under the stony cliffs toward the cavern's mouth. In the strength of his single arm, he trusted against the fiery dragon. No enterprise this for a coward. How Beowulf overcame the dragon. Beowulf left his comrades upon the rocky point jutting out into the sea, and alone he strode onward until he spied a great stone arch. From beneath the arch, from out the hillside, flowed a stream seething with fierce, hot fire. In this way, the dragon guarded his lair, for it was impossible to pass such a barrier unhurt. So upon the edge of this burning river, Beowulf stood and called aloud in anger. Stout of heart and wroth against the winged beast was he. The king's voice echoed like a war cry through the cavern. The dragon heard it and was aroused to fresh hate of man. For the guardian of the treasure hoard knew well the sound of mortal voice. Now was there no long pause ere battle raged. First from out the cavern flamed forth the breath of the winged beast. Hot sweat of battle rose from out the rock. The earth shook, and growling thunder trembled through the air. The dragon, ringed around with many-colored scales, was now hot for battle, and, as the hideous beast crept forth, Beowulf raised his mighty shield and rushed against him. Already the king had drawn his sword. It was an ancient heirloom, keen of edge and bright. Many a time it had been dyed in blood, many a time it had won glory and victory. But ere they closed, the mighty foes paused. Each knew the hate and deadly power of the other. The mighty prince, firm and watchful, stood guarded by his shield. The dragon, crouching as in ambush, awaited him. Then suddenly, like a flaming arch, the dragon bent and towered and dashed upon the lord of the Goths. Up swung the arms of the hero and dealt a mighty blow to the grisly, many-colored beast. But the famous sword was all too weak against such a foe. The edge turned a bit less strongly than its great king had need, for he was sore pressed. His shield, too, proved no strong shelter from the wrathful dragon. The warlike blow made greater still the anger of the fiery foe. Now he belched forth flaming fire, all around fierce lightnings darted. Beowulf no longer hoped for glorious victory. His sword had failed him. The edge was turned and blunted upon the scaly foe. He had never thought the famous steel would so ill serve him. Yet he fought on, ready to lose his life in such good contest. Again the battle paused. Again the king and dragon closed in fight. The dragon guardian of the treasure had renewed his courage. His heart heaved and boiled with fire, and fresh strength breathed from him. Beowulf was wrapped in flame. Dire was his need. Yet of all his comrades none came near to help. Nay, as they watched the conflict, they were filled with base fear and fled to the wood hard by for refuge. Only one among them sorrowed for his master, and as he watched his heart was wrung with grief. Wiglaf was this knight called, and he was Beowulf's kinsman. Now when he saw his liege lord hard pressed in battle, he remembered all the favors Beowulf had heaped upon him. He remembered all the honors and the wealth which he owed to his king. Then could he no longer be still. Shield and spear he seized, but ere he sped to aid his king, he turned to his comrades.
"When our lord and king gave us swords and armor," he cried, "did we not promise to follow him in battle whenever he had need? When he of his own will chose us for this expedition, he reminded us of our fame. He said he knew us to be good warriors, bold helmet-wearers, and although indeed our liege lord thought to do this work of valor alone, without us, because more than any man he hath done glorious and rash deeds. Lo, now is the day come that hath need of strength and of good warriors. Come, let us go to him. Let us help our chieftain, although the grim terror of fire be hot. Heaven knoweth I would rather the flame would blast my body than his who gave me gold. It seemeth not fitting to me that we should bear back our shields to our homes unless we may first fell the foe and defend the life of our king. Nay, it is not of the old custom of the Goths that the king alone should suffer, that he alone should sink in battle. Our Lord should be repaid for his gifts to us, and so he shall be by me, even if death take us twain. But none would hearken to Wiglaf. So alone he sped through the deadly smoke and flame, till to his master's side he came, offering aid. "My lord Beowulf," he cried, "fight on as thou didst in thy youth time. Erstwhile didst thou say that thou wouldst not let thy greatness sink so long as life lasteth. Defend thou thy life with all might. I will support thee to the utmost." When the dragon heard these words, his fury was doubled. The fell, wicked beast came on again, belching forth fire. Such was his hatred of men. The flame waves caught Wiglaf's shield, for it was but of wood. It was burned utterly, so that only the stud of steel remained. His coat of mail alone was not enough to guard the young warrior from the fiery enemy, but right valiantly he went on fighting beneath the shelter of Beowulf's shield, now that his own was consumed to ashes by the flames. Then again the warlike king called to mind his ancient glories. Again he struck with main strength with his good sword upon the monstrous head. Hate sped the blow, but alas, as it descended the famous sword Nagling snapped asunder. Beowulf's sword had failed him in the conflict, although it was an old and well-wrought blade. To him it was not granted that weapon should help him in battle. The hand that swung the sword was too strong. His might overtaxed every blade, however wondrously the smith had welded it. And now a third time the fell-fire dragon was roused to wrath. He rushed upon the king, hot and fiercely grim. The great beast seized Beowulf's neck in his horrid teeth. The hero's lifeblood gushed forth. The crimson stream darkly dyed his bright armor. Then in the great king's need, his warrior showed skill and courage. Heeding not the flames from the awful mouth, Wiglaf struck the dragon below the neck. His hand was burned with the fire, but his sword dived deep into the monster's body, and from that moment the flames began to abate. The horrid teeth relaxed their hold, and Beowulf, quickly recovering himself, drew his deadly knife. Battle-sharp and keen it was, and with it the hero gashed the dragon right in the middle. The foe was conquered. Glowing in death he fell. They twain had destroyed the winged beast. Such should a warrior be, such a thane in need. To the king it was a victorious moment. It was the crown of all his deeds. Then began the wound which the fire dragon had wrought him to burn and to swell. Beowulf soon found that baleful poison boiled in his heart. Well knew he that the end was nigh. Lost in deep thought, he sat upon the mound and gazed wondering at the cave. Pillared and arched with stonework it was within, wrought by giants and dwarfs of old time. And to him came Wiglaf, his dear warrior, and tenderly bathed his wound with water. Then spake Beowulf. In spite of his deadly wound, he spake, and all his words were of the ending of his life, for he knew that his days of joy upon this earth were past. Had a son been granted to me, to him I should have left my war garments. 50 years have I ruled this people, and there has been no king of all nations round who durst meet me in battle. I have known joys and sorrows, but no man have I betrayed, nor many false oaths have I sworn. For all this may I rejoice, though I be now sick with mortal wounds. The ruler of men may not upbraid me with treachery or murder of kinsmen, when my soul shall depart from its body. But now, dear Wiglaf, go thou quickly to the hoard of gold, which lieth under the hoary rock. The dragon lieth dead, now sleepeth he forever, sorely wounded and bereft of his treasure. Then haste thee, Wiglaf, for I would see the ancient wealth, the gold treasure, the jewels, the curious gems. Haste thee to bring it hither, then after that I have seen it, I shall the more contentedly give up my life and the kingship that I so long have held.
Quickly Wiglaf obeyed his wounded lord. Into the dark cave he descended, and there, outspread before him, was a wondrous sight. Treasure of jewels, many glittering and golden, lay upon the ground. Wondrous vessels of old time, with broken ornaments, were scattered round. Here, too, lay old and rusty helmets, mingled with bracelets and collars, cunningly wrought. Upon the walls hung golden flags, from one a light shone forth, by which the whole cavern was made clear. And all within was silent. No sign was there of any guardian, for without lay the dragon, sleeping death's sleep. Quickly Wiglaf gathered of the treasures all that he could carry. Dishes and cups he took, a golden ensign, a sword curiously wrought. In haste he returned, for he knew not if he should find his lord in life where he had left him. And when Wiglaf came again to where Beowulf sat, he poured the treasure at his feet, but he found his lord in a deep swoon. Again the brave warrior bathed Beowulf's wound, and laved the stricken countenance of his lord, until once more he came to himself. Then spake the king,
For this treasure I give thanks to the Lord of all. Not in vain have I given my life, for it shall be of great good to my people in need. And now leave me, for on this earth longer I may not stay. Say to my warriors that they shall raise a mound upon the rocky point which jutteth seaward. High shall it stand as a memorial to my people. Let it soar upward, so that they who steer their slender barks over the tossing waves shall call it Beowulf's Mound.
The king then took from his neck the golden collar. To Wiglaf, his young thane and kinsman, he gave it. He gave also his helmet adorned with gold, his ring and coat of mail, and bade the warrior use them well.
Thou art the last of our race, he said. Fate hath swept away all my kinsmen, all the mighty earls. Now I too must follow them.
That was the last word of the aged king. From his bosom the soul fled to seek the dwellings of the just. At Wiglaf's feet he lay quiet and still. End of section 38. Recording by Drakaunus. The Real Basement Dwellers Podcast. WillWorkForMoney.net.
Section 39 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 39. How King Arthur Conquered Rome. Adapted by E. Edwardson. King Arthur had just brought a great war to an end, and in honor of his victory he was holding a royal feast with the kings and princes that were his vassals, and all the knights of the Round Table, when 12 grave and ancient men entered the banquet hall where he sat at table. They bore each an olive branch in his hand, to signify that they were ambassadors from Lucius, the Emperor of Rome. And after they had reverently made obeisance to King Arthur, they delivered their message as follows. The high and mighty Emperor Lucius sends you greeting, O King of Britain, and he commands you to acknowledge him as your lord, and to pay the tribute which is due from this realm, and which, it is recorded, was paid by your father and others who came before him. Yet you rebelliously withhold it, and keep it back, in defiance of the statutes and decrees made by the first emperor of Rome, the noble Julius Caesar, who conquered this country. And be assured that if you disobey this command, the Emperor Lucius will come in his might and make war against you and your kingdom, and will inflict upon you a chastisement that shall serve forever as a warning to all kings and princes not to withhold the tribute due to that noble empire to which belongs dominion over the whole world. And thus they spoke, and King Arthur, having heard their request, bade them withdraw, saying that he would take the advice of his counsellors before giving them his answer. But some of the younger knights that were in the hall declared that it was a disgrace to all who were at the feast that such language should be used to the king in their hearing, and they would fain have fallen upon the ambassadors and slain them. But King Arthur, hearing their murmurs, declared that any insult or wrong suffered by the ambassadors should be punished with death. Then he sent them to their quarters, escorted by one of his knights, who was ordered to provide them with whatever they wanted. "Let nothing be grudged these men of Rome," said the king, "though the demand they make is an affront alike to me and to you who are of my court. I should be dishonored were the ambassadors not treated with the respect due to them, seeing that they are great lords in their own land." As soon as the ambassadors had left the hall, King Arthur asked his knights and lords what was their advice and counsel in the matter. The first to give his opinion was Sir Cador of Cornwall. "Sir," said Sir Cador, "the message brought by these lords is most welcome to me. We have spent full many days at rest and in idleness, and now my hope is that you will wage war against the Romans. In that war we shall, I have little doubt, win great honor." "I am sure," answered King Arthur, "that this affair is welcome to you, but I seek above all your aid in devising a grave and suitable answer to the demand they have made. And let no man doubt that I hold that demand to be a grievous insult. The tribute they claim, in my opinion, not only is not due, but cannot be due, for more than one British knight having been Emperor of Rome. It is, I hold, the duty of Rome to acknowledge the lordship of Britain, rather than of Britain to acknowledge that of Rome. What think ye?" "Sir," replied King Anguish of Scotland, "you ought of right to be lord over all other kings, for throughout Christendom there is neither knight nor man of high estate worthy to be compared with you. My advice is, never yield to the Romans. When they reigned over us, they oppressed our principal men, and laid heavy and extortionate burdens upon the land. For that cause I, standing here, solemnly vow vengeance upon them for the evil they then did, and to support you in your quarrel. I will at my own cost furnish 20,000 good fighting men. This force I will command in person, and I will bring it to your aid whenever you choose to summon me." In like manner, the King of Little Britain, as Brittany was called in those days, undertook to furnish 30,000 men, and all the others who were present agreed to fight on King Arthur's side, and to assist him to the utmost of their power. So he, having thanked them heartily for the courage and goodwill towards him that they displayed, had the ambassadors summoned back into the banquet hall, and addressed them thusly: "I would have you go back to him who sent you, and I would have you say to him that I will pay no heed to any orders or demands that may be brought from him. And as for tribute, so far am I from allowing that there is any tribute due from me or to any other man or prince upon earth, be he heathen or Christian, that I claim lordship over the empire he now has, and say further to him that I have determined and resolved to go to Rome with my army, to take possession of the empire, and to subdue all that behave themselves rebelliously. Therefore, let your master and all the other men of Rome get themselves ready to do homage to me, and to acknowledge me as their emperor and governor, and let them know that if they refuse, they will be punished befittingly." Then King Arthur bade his treasurer give handsome gifts to the ambassadors, and repay in full the cost of their journey. And he assigned Sir Cador as their escort to see them safely out of the country. And so they took their leave, and going to Sandwich, sailed thence, and passed through Flanders and Germany, over the Alps into Italy, to the court of the emperor. When the emperor heard what message King Arthur had entrusted to them, and understood that this was indeed the reply to his demand for tribute, he was grievously angry. "Of truth," he said, "I never doubted that King Arthur would obey my commands, and submit, as it befits him and all other kings to submit themselves to me." "Sir," answered one of the ambassadors, "I beseech you not to speak thus boastfully. In very truth my companions and myself were dismayed when we saw King Arthur face to face, and my fear is that you have made a rod for your own back, for his intention is to become lord over this empire. His threats, I warn you, are no idle talk. He is a very different man from what you hoped he was, and his court is the most noble upon earth. Never had any one of us beheld such magnificence as we beheld there on New Year's Day, when 9 kings, besides other princes, lords, and knights, sat at table with King Arthur. Nor do I believe that there could be found anywhere another band of knights worthy to be matched with the knights who sit at his round table, nor a more manly man than the king himself. And since I verily believe his ambition is such that he would not be satisfied though he had conquered the whole world, my advice is that you have careful watch kept upon the borders of your lands and upon the ways over the mountains, for I am certain that you would do wisely to guard yourself well against him." "Well," answered Lucius, "my attention is before Easter to cross the Alps, and to descend into France, and seize the lands that belong to him there. With me I shall take my mighty warriors from Tuscany and Lombardy, and all the subjects and allies I have shall be summoned to my aid." Then the emperor picked out wise old knights, and sent them east and west throughout Asia, Africa, and Europe, to summon his allies from Turkey, Syria, Portugal, and the other distant lands that were subject to him. And in the meantime he assembled his forces from Rome, and from the countries between Rome and Flanders, and he collected together as his bodyguard 50 giants who were sons of evil spirits. Putting himself at the head of this mighty host, Lucius departed from Rome, and marching through Savoy, crossed the mountains, meaning to lay waste the lands King Arthur had conquered. He besieged and took a castle near Cologne, which he garrisoned with Saracens and unbelievers. Then he passed on, plundering and pillaging the country, till he entered Burgundy, where he halted to collect the whole of his army, before invading and laying utterly waste the land of Little Britain. In the meantime preparations were being made on the side of the British. A parliament was held at York, and there it was resolved that all the navy of the kingdom should be got ready and assembled within 15 days at Sandwich. Sir Baudwain of Britain and Sir Constantine, the son of Sir Cador of Cornwall, were chosen by the king to be his viceroys during his absence, and to them, in the presence of all his lords, he confided the care of his kingdom, and he also entrusted to them Queen Guinevere. She, when the time drew near for the departure of her lord, wept and lamented so piteously that at last she swooned, and was carried away to her chamber by the ladies that attended upon her. Then King Arthur mounted his horse, and putting himself at the head of his troops, made proclamation in a loud voice that should death befall him during this expedition, his wish was that Sir Constantine, who was his heir by blood, should succeed to his possessions and to his throne. And so King Arthur and his army came to Sandwich, where they found awaiting them a great multitude of galleys and vessels of all sorts, on which they embarked and set out to sea. That night, as the king lay asleep in his cabin, he dreamed a marvelous dream. A dreadful dragon appeared, flying out of the west. Its head was all enameled with azure enamel. Its wings and its claws glistened like gold. Its feet were black as jet. Its body was sheathed in scales that shone as armor shines after it has been polished, and it had a very great and remarkable tail. Then there came a cloud out of the east. The grimmest beast man ever saw rode upon this cloud. It was a wild boar, roaring and growling so hideously that it was terrifying to hear it. The dragon flew down the wind like a falcon, and struck at this boar. but it defended itself with its grisly tusks, and wounded the dragon in the breast so severely that its blood, pouring into the sea in torrents, made all the waves red. Then the dragon turned and flew away, and having mounted up to a great height, again swooped down upon the boar, and fastened its claws in the beast's back. The boar struggled and raged and writhed, but all in vain. It was at the mercy of its foe, and so merciless was the dragon that it never loosened its grip till it had torn the boar limb from limb and bone from bone, and scattered it piecemeal upon the surface of the sea. Then King Arthur awoke, and starting up in great dismay, sent for a wise man that was on board the ship, and bade him interpret the dream. "Sir," the wise man said, "the dragon which you saw in your dream surely betokens your own self, its golden wings signifying the countries you have won with your sword, and its marvellous tail the knights of the Round Table. As for the boar that was slain, that may betoken either a tyrant that torments his people, or some hideous and abominable giant with whom you are about to fight, and the dream foreshadows victory for you. Therefore, though it was very dreadful, you should take comfort from it, and be of good heart." Before long the sailors sighted land, and the army disembarked at a port in Flanders, where many great lords were awaiting the arrival of King Arthur, as had been ordained. And to him, soon after he had arrived, there came a husbandman bringing grievous news. A monstrous giant had for years infested the country on the borders of Little Britain, and had slain many people, and devoured such numbers of children that there were none left for him to prey upon. And being in search of victims, and coming upon the Duchess of Little Britain as she rode with her knights, he had laid hands upon her, and carried her off to his den in a mountain. 500 men that followed the Duchess could not rescue her, but they heard such heart-rending cries and shrieks that they had little doubt she had been put to death. "Now," said the husbandman, "as you are a great and noble king and a valiant conqueror, and as this lady was wife to Sir Howel, who is your own cousin, take pity on her and on all of us, and avenge us upon this vile giant." "Alas," King Arthur replied, "this is a grievous and an evil matter. I would give all my kingdom to have been at hand, so that I might have saved that fair lady." Then he asked the husbandman whether he could show him the place where the giant would be found, and the man said that was easy to do, for there were always 2 fires burning outside the den he haunted. In that den, the husbandman believed, was stored more treasure than the whole realm of France contained. Then the king took Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere apart privately into his tent, and bade them secretly get ready their horses and armour, and his own, for it was his intention that night, after evensong, to set out on a pilgrimage to St. Michael's Mount with them, and nobody besides them was to accompany him. So when evening came, the king and Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere armed themselves, and taking their horses, rode as fast as they could to the foot of St. Michael's Mount. There the king alighted, and bade his knights stay where they were, while he himself ascended the mount. He went up the hillside till he came to a huge fire. Close to it was a newly made grave, by which was sitting a sorrowful widow, wringing her hands and making great lamentation. King Arthur saluted her courteously, and asked for whom she was weeping. She prayed him to speak softly, "For yonder," said she, "is a monstrous giant that will come and destroy you, should your voice reach his ears." "Luckless wretch, what brings you to this mountain?" asked the widow. 50 such knights as you could not hold their ground against this monster." "Lady," he replied, "the mighty conqueror King Arthur has sent me as his ambassador to this giant, to inquire why he ventures thus to misuse and maltreat the people of the land." "A useless embassy in very truth," she said. "Little does he care for King Arthur or for any other man. Not many days have passed since he murdered the fairest lady in the world, the wife of Sir Howel of Little Britain, and had you brought with you King Arthur's own wife, Queen Guinevere, he would not be afraid to murder her. Yet if you must needs speak with him, you will find him yonder over the crest of the hill." "This is a fearful warning you give me," said the king, "yet none the less, believe me, will I accomplish the task that has been allotted me." Having climbed up to the crest of the hill, King Arthur looked down, and close below him he saw the giant basking at his ease by the side of a great fire. "Thou villain!" cried the king, "thou villain! Short shall be thy life, and shameful shall be thy death. Rise and defend yourself. My sword shall avenge that fair duchess whom you murdered." Starting from the ground, the giant snatched up his great iron club, and aiming a swinging blow at King Arthur's head, swept the crest off his helmet. Then the king flew at him, and they wrestled and wrestled till they fell, and as they struggled on the ground, King Arthur again and again smote the giant with his dagger, and as they rolled and tumbled down the hill till they reached the sea beach at its foot, where Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere were waiting their lord's return. Rushing to his aid, the two knights at once set their master free, for they found that the giant, in whose arms he was locked, was already dead. Then King Arthur sent Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere up the hill to fetch the sword and shield that he had let fall and left there, and also the giant's iron club and cloak. And he told them they might keep whatever treasure they found in his den, for he desired nothing besides the club and the cloak. And so they went and did as they were bidden, and brought away as much treasure as they desired. When the news of the oppressor's death was spread abroad, the people came in throngs to thank the king who had delivered them. But he bade them rather give thanks to heaven. Then, having distributed among them the treasure his knights had not needed, and having commanded Sir Howel to build upon the hill which the giant had haunted a chapel in honour of St. Michael, he returned to his army and led it into the country of Champagne, where he pitched his camp in a valley. That evening 2 men, of whom one was the Marshal of France, came into the pavilion where King Arthur sat at table. They brought news that the Emperor was in Burgundy, burning and sacking towns and villages, so that unless King Arthur came quickly to their succour, the men of those parts would be forced to surrender themselves and their goods to Rome. Hearing this, King Arthur summoned 4 of his knights, Sir Gawaine, Sir Bors, Sir Lionel, and Sir Badwin, and ordered them to go with all speed to the Emperor's camp, and call upon them either to leave the land at once, or make ready for battle, since King Arthur would not suffer the people to be harried any longer. These 4 knights accordingly rode off with their followers, and before very long they came to a meadow, where, pitched by the side of a stream, they saw many stately tents, and in the middle of them one which, it was plain, must be the Emperor's, for above it floated a banner on which was an eagle. Then they halted and took counsel what it would be best to do, and it was agreed that the rest of the party should remain in ambush in the wood, while Sir Gawaine and Sir Bors delivered the message they brought. Having heard it, the Emperor Lucius said they had better return and advise King Arthur to make preparations for being subdued by Rome and losing all his possessions. To this taunt Sir Gawaine and Sir Bors made angry replies, whereupon Sir Gainus, a knight who was near of kin to the Emperor, laughed and said that British knights behaved as if the whole world rested on their shoulders. Sir Gawaine was infuriated beyond all measure by these words, and he and Sir Bors fled as fast as their horses could put legs to the ground, dashing headlong through woods and across streams, till they came to the spot where they had left their comrades in ambush. The Romans followed in hot pursuit, and pressed them hard all the way. One knight, indeed, had almost overtaken them, when Sir Bors turned and ran him through with his spear. Then Sir Lionel and Sir Bedwine came to their assistance, and there was a great and fierce encounter, and such was the bravery of the British that they routed the Romans and chased them right up to their tents. There the enemy made a stand, and Sir Bors was taken prisoner. But Sir Gawaine, drawing his good sword, vowed that he would either rescue his comrade or never look King Arthur in the face again, and falling upon the men that had captured Sir Bors, he delivered him right out of their hands. Then the fight waxed hotter and hotter, and the British knights were in such jeopardy that Sir Gawaine dispatched a messenger to bring him help as quickly as could be sent, for he was wounded and sorely hurt. King Arthur, having received the message, instantly mustered his army. But before he could set out into the camp rode Sir Gawaine and his companions, bringing with them many prisoners. and the only one of the band who had suffered any hurt was Sir Gawaine, whom the king consoled as best he could, bidding his surgeon at once attend to his wounds. Thus ended the first battle between the Britons and the Romans. That night there was a great rejoicing in the camp of King Arthur, and on the next day all the prisoners were sent to Paris, with Sir Launcelot du Lake and Sir Cador and many other knights to guard them. On the way, passing through a wood, they were beset by a force the Emperor Lucius had placed there in ambush. Then Sir Launcelot, though the enemy had 6 men for every one he had with him, fought with such fury that no one could stand up against him, and at last, in dread of his prowess and might, the Romans and their allies, the Saracens, turned and fled as though they had been sheep, and Sir Launcelot a wolf or a lion. But the skirmish had lasted so long that tidings of it had reached King Arthur, who arrayed himself and hurried to the aid of his knights. Finding them already victorious, he embraced them one by one, saying that they were indeed worthy of whatever honors had been granted them in the past, and that no other king had ever had such noble knights as he had. To this Sir Cador answered that they might one and all claim at least the merit of not having deserted their posts, but that the honor of the day belonged to Sir Launcelot, for it had passed man's wit to describe all the feats of arms he had performed. Then Sir Cador told the king that certain of his knights were slain, and who they were, whereupon King Arthur wept bitterly. Truly, he said, your valor nearly was the destruction of you all, yet you would not have been disgraced in my eyes had you retreated. To me it seems a rash and foolhardy thing for knights to stand their ground when they find themselves overmatched. Nay, replied Sir Launcelot, I think otherwise, for a knight who has once been put to shame may never recover the honor he has forfeited. There was among the Romans who escaped from that battle a senator. He went to Emperor Lucius and said, Sir, my advice is that you withdraw your army, for this day has proved that grievous blows are all we shall win here. There is not one of King Arthur's knights that has not proved himself worth 100 of ours. Alas, cried Lucius, that is coward's talk, and to hear it grieves me more than all the losses I have sustained this day. Then he ordered one of his most trusty allies to take a great force and advance as fast as he possibly could, the emperor himself intending to follow in all haste. Warning of this having been brought secretly to the British camp, King Arthur sent part of his forces to Sessoine to occupy the towns and castles before the Romans could reach him. The rest he posted up and down the country, so as to cut off every way by which the enemy might escape. Before long the emperor entered the valley of Sessoine, and found himself face to face with King Arthur's men, drawn up in battle array. Seeing that retreat was impossible, for he was hemmed in by his enemies, and had either to fight his way through them or surrender, he made an oration to his followers, praying them to quit themselves like men that day, and to remember that to allow the Britons to hold their ground would bring disgrace upon Rome, the mistress of the world. Then, at the emperor's command, his trumpeters sounded their trumpets so defiantly that the very earth trembled and shook, and the two hosts joined battle, rushing at one another with mighty shouts. Many knights fought nobly that day, but none more nobly than King Arthur. Riding up and down the battlefield, he exhorted his knights to bear themselves bravely, and wherever the fray was thickest and his people most sorely pressed, he dashed to the rescue and hewed down the Romans with his good sword Excalibur. Among those he slew was a marvelous great giant called Galapus. First of all, King Arthur smote off the giant's legs by the knees, saying that made him a more convenient size to deal with, and then he smote off his head. Such was the hugeness of the body of Galapus, that as it fell, it crushed 6 Saracens to death. But though King Arthur fought thus fiercely, and Sir Gawaine and all the other knights of the Round Table did nobly, the host of their enemies was so great that it seemed as if the battle would never come to an end, the Britons having the advantage at one moment, and the Romans at another. Now among the Romans no man fought more bravely than the Emperor Lucius. King Arthur, spying the marvelous feats of arms he performed, rode up and challenged him to a single combat. They exchanged many a mighty blow, and at last Lucius struck King Arthur across the face, and inflicted a grievous wound. Feeling the smart of it, King Arthur dealt back such a stroke that his sword Excalibur clove the Emperor's helmet in half, splitting his skull, passed right down to his breastbone. Thus Lucius, the Emperor of the Romans, lost his life, and when it was known that he was slain, his whole army turned and fled. And King Arthur and his knights chased them, slaying all they could overtake. Of the host that followed Lucius, more than 100,000 men fell that day. King Arthur, after he had won the great battle in which the Emperor Lucius was slain, marched into Lorraine, and so on through Brabant and Flanders into Germany, and across the mountains into Lombardy, and thence into Tuscany, and at last came to Rome. And on Christmas Day he was crowned emperor by the Pope, with great state and solemnity. And he stayed in Rome a little while, setting in order the affairs of his possession, and distributing amongst his knights posts of honor and dignity, and also great estates, as rewards for their services. After these affairs had been duly arranged, and all the British lords and knights assembled in the presence of the king, and said to him, "Noble Emperor, now that heaven be thanked for it, this great war is over, and your enemies so utterly vanquished, that henceforward, as we believe, no man, however great or mighty he may be, will dare to stand up against you, we beseech you to grant us leave to return to our wives and our homes, that there we may rest ourselves." This request King Arthur granted, saying that it would be wise, seeing they had met with such good fortune so far, to be content with it, and to return home. Also he gave orders that there should be no plundering or pillaging of the country through which they had to pass on their way back, but that they should, on pain of death, pay the full price for victuals or whatever else they took. So King Arthur and his host set off from Rome, and came over the sea, and landed at Sandwich, where Queen Guinevere came to meet her lord. And at Sandwich, and throughout the land, there were great festivities, and noble gifts were presented to the king. For his people rejoiced mightily, both because he had returned safely home, and because of the great victories he had achieved. End of How King Arthur Conquered Rome.
Section 40 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 40. Sir Galahad and the Sacred Cup. Edited by Mary McGregor. My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure, sang Galahad gladly. He was only a boy, but he had just been made a knight by Sir Launcelot, and the old abbey, where he had lived all his life, rang with the echo of his song. Sir Launcelot heard the boy's clear voice singing in triumph. As he stopped to listen, he caught the words. My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure. And the great knight wished he were a boy again, and could sing that song too. 12 nuns lived in the quiet abbey, and they had taught Galahad lovingly and carefully, ever since he had come to them as a beautiful little child. And the boy had dwelt happily with them, there in the still old abbey, and he would be sorry to leave them. But he was a knight now. He would fight for the king he reverenced so greatly, and for the country he loved so well. Yet when Sir Launcelot left the abbey the next day, Galahad did not go with him. He would stay in his old home a little longer, he thought. He would not grieve the nuns by a hurried farewell. Sir Launcelot left the abbey alone, but as he rode along he met 2 knights, and together they reached Camelot, where the king was holding a great festival. King Arthur welcomed Sir Launcelot and the 2 knights. "Now all the seats at our table will be filled," he said gladly, for it pleased the king when the circle of his knights was unbroken. Then all the king's household went to service at the minster, and when they came back to the palace they saw a strange sight. In the dining hall, the round table at which the king and his knights always sat seemed strangely bright. The king looked more closely, and saw that at one place on his round table were large letters, and he read, "This is the seat of Sir Galahad, the pure-hearted." But only Sir Lancelot knew that Sir Galahad was the boy knight he had left behind him in the quiet old abbey. "We will cover the letters till the Knight of the Pure Heart comes," said Sir Lancelot, and he took silk and laid it over the glittering letters. Then, as they sat down to table, they were disturbed by Sir Kay, the steward of the king's kitchen. "You do not sit down to eat at this festival," Sir Kay reminded the king, "till you have seen or heard some great adventure." And the king told his steward that the writing in gold had made him forget his usual custom. As they waited, a squire came hastily into the hall. "I have a strange tale to tell," he said. "As I walked along the bank of the river, I saw a great stone, and it floated to the top of the water, and into the stone there has been thrust a sword." Then the king and all his knights went down to the river, and they saw the stone, and it was like red marble. And the sword that had been thrust into the stone was strong and fair. The handle of it was studded with precious stones, and among the stones were letters of gold. The king stepped forward, and bending over the sword, read these words: "No one shall take me away, save him to whom I belong. I will hang only by the side of the best knight in the world." The king turned to Sir Lancelot. "The sword is yours, for surely there lives no truer knight." But Sir Lancelot answered gravely, "The sword is not mine. It will never hang by my side, for I dare not try to take it." The king was sorry that his great knight's courage failed, but he turned to Sir Gawaine and asked him to try to take the sword. And at first Sir Gawaine hesitated, but then he looked again at the precious stones that sparkled on the handle. He hesitated no longer, but he no sooner touched the sword than it wounded him so that he could not use his arm for many days. Then the king turned to Sir Percivale, and because Arthur wished it, Sir Percivale tried to take the sword, but he could not move it, and after that no other knight dared to touch the fair sword, so they turned and went back to the palace. In the dining hall the king and his knights sat down once more at the round table, and each knight knew his own chair, and all the seats were filled except the chair opposite the writing in gold. It had been a day full of surprise, and now the most wonderful thing of all happened. For as they sat down, suddenly all the doors of the palace shut with a loud noise, but no one had touched the doors. And all the windows were softly closed, but no one saw the hands that closed them. Then one of the doors opened, and there came in a very old man, dressed all in white, and no one knew whence he came. By his side was a young man in red armor. He had neither sword nor shield, but hanging by his side was an empty sheath. There was a great silence in the hall as the old man said slowly and solemnly, "I bring you the young knight Sir Galahad, who is descended from a king. He shall do many great deeds, and he shall see the Holy Grail." "He shall see the Holy Grail," the knights repeated with awe on their faces. For far back, in the days of their boyhood, they had heard the story of the Holy Grail. It was the sacred cup out of which their Lord had drunk before he died. And they had been told how sometimes it was seen carried by angels, and how at other times in a gleam of light, but in whatever way it appeared, it was seen only by those who were pure in heart. And as the old man's words, "He shall see the Holy Grail," fell on their ears, the knights thought of the story they had heard so long ago, and they were sorry, for they had never seen the sacred cup, and they knew that it was unseen only by those who had done wrong. But the old man was telling the boy knight to follow him. He led him to the empty chair, and lifted the silk that covered the golden letters. "This is the seat of Sir Galahad, the pure-hearted," he read aloud. And the young knight sat in the empty seat that belonged to him. Then the old man left the palace, and 20 noble squires met him, and took him back to his own country. When dinner was ended, the king went over to the chair where his boy knight sat, and welcomed him to the circle of the Round Table. Afterwards he took Sir Galahad's hand, and led him out of the palace to show him the strange red stone that floated on the river. When Sir Galahad heard how the knights could not draw the sword out of the stone, he knew that this adventure was his. "I will try to take the sword," said the boy knight, "and place it in my sheath, for it is empty." And he pointed to his side. Then he laid his hand on the wonderful sword, and easily drew it out of the stone, and placed it in his sheath. "God has sent you the sword, now he will send you a shield as well," said King Arthur. Then the king proclaimed that the next day there would be a tournament in the meadows of Camelot. For before his knights went out to new adventures, he would see Sir Galahad proved. And in the morning the meadows lay bright in the sunshine, and the boy knight rode bravely to his first combat, and overthrew many men. But Sir Lancelot and Sir Percivale he could not overthrow. When the tournament was over, the king and his knights went home to supper, and each sat in his own seat at the Round Table. All at once there was a loud crashing noise, a noise that was louder than any peal of thunder. Was the king's wonderful palace falling to pieces? But while the noise still sounded, a marvelous light stole into the room, a light brighter than any sunbeam. As the knights looked at one another, each seemed to the other to have a new glory and a new beauty in his face. And down the sunbeam glided the Holy Grail. It was the sacred cup they had all longed to see, but no one saw it, for it was invisible to all but the pure-hearted Sir Galahad. As the strange light faded away, King Arthur heard his knights vowing that they would go in search of the Holy Grail, and never give up the quest till they had found it. And the boy knight knew that he too would go over land and sea till he saw again the wonderful vision. That night the king could not sleep, for his sorrow was great. His knights would wander into far-off countries, and many of them would forget that they were in search of the Holy Grail. Would they not have found the sacred cup one day if they had stayed with their king and helped to clear the country of its enemies? In the morning the streets of Camelot were crowded with rich and poor, and the people wept as they watched the knights ride away on their strange quest. And the king wept too, for he knew that now there would be many empty chairs at the Round Table. The knights rode together to a strange city and stayed there all night. The next day they separated, each going a different way. Sir Galahad rode on for 4 days without adventure. At last he came to a white abbey, where he was received very kindly. And he found 2 knights there, and one was a king. "What adventure has brought you here?" asked the boy knight. Then they told him that in this abbey there was a shield, and if any man tried to carry it, he was either wounded or dead within 3 days. "But tomorrow I shall try to bear it," said the king. "In the name of God, let me take the shield," said Sir Galahad gravely. "If I fail, you shall try to bear it," said the king. And Galahad was glad, for he had still no shield of his own. Then a monk took the king and the young knight behind the altar, and showed them where the shield hung. It was white as snow, but in the middle there was a red cross. "The shield can be borne only by the worthiest knight in the world," the monk warned the king. "I will try to bear it, though I am no worthy knight," insisted the king. And he took the shield and rode down into the valley. And Galahad waited at the abbey, for the king had said he would send his squire to tell the young knight how the shield had protected him. For 2 miles the king rode through the valley, till he reached a hermitage. And he saw a warrior there, dressed in white armor, and sitting on a white horse. The warrior rode quickly towards the king, and struck him so hard that he broke his armor. Then he thrust his spear through the king's right shoulder, as though he held no shield. "The shield can be borne only by a peerless knight. It does not belong to you," said the warrior, as he gave it to the squire, telling him to carry it back to the abbey, and to give it to Sir Galahad with his greeting. "Then tell me your name," said the squire. "I will neither tell you nor any one on earth," said the warrior, and he disappeared, and the squire saw him no more. "I will take the wounded king to an abbey, that his wounds may be dressed," thought the squire. And with great difficulty the king and his squire reached an abbey, and the monks thought his life could not be saved, but after many days he was cured. Then the squire rode back to the abbey where Galahad waited. "The warrior who wounded the king bids you bear this shield," he said. Galahad hung the shield round his neck joyfully, and rode into the valley to seek the warrior dressed in white. And when they met, they saluted each other courteously, and the warrior told Sir Galahad strange tales of the white shield, till the knight thanked God that now it was his, and all his life long the white shield with the red cross was one of his great treasures. Now Galahad rode back to the abbey, and the monks were glad to see him again. "We have need of a pure knight," they said, as they took Sir Galahad to a tomb in the churchyard. A pitiful noise was heard, and a voice from the tomb cried, "Galahad, servant of God, do not come near me." But the young knight went towards the tomb and raised the stone. Then a thick smoke was seen, and through the smoke a figure, uglier than any man, leaped from the tomb, shouting, "Angels are round thee, Galahad, servant of God. I can do you no harm." The knight stooped down and saw a body all dressed in armor lying there, and a sword lay by its side. "This was a false knight," said Sir Galahad. "Let us carry his body away from this place." "You will stay in the abbey and live with us," entreated the monks. But the boy knight could not rest. Would he see the light that was brighter than any sunbeam again? Would his adventures bring him at last to the Holy Grail? Sir Galahad rode on many days, till at last he reached a mountain. On the mountain he found an old chapel. It was empty and very desolate. Galahad knelt alone before the altar, and asked God to tell him what to do next. And as he prayed, a voice said, "Thou brave knight, go to the castle of maidens and rescue them." Galahad rose and gladly journeyed on to the castle of maidens. There he found 7 knights, who long ago had seized the castle from a maiden to whom it belonged. And these knights had imprisoned her and many other maidens. When the 7 knights saw Sir Galahad, they came out of the castle. "We will take this young knight captive and keep him in prison," they said to each other, as they fell upon him. But Sir Galahad smote the first knight to the ground, so that he almost broke his neck. And as his wonderful sword flashed in the light, sudden fear fell on the 6 knights that were left, and they turned and fled. Then an old man took the keys of the castle to Galahad, and the knight opened the gates of the castle, and set free many prisoners. He gave the castle back to the maiden to whom it belonged, and sent for all the knights in the country round about to do her homage. Then once again Sir Galahad rode on in search of the Holy Grail, and the way seemed long, yet on and on he rode, till at last he reached the sea. There, on the shore, stood a maiden, and when she saw Sir Galahad, she led him to a ship, and told him to enter. The wind rose and drove the ship, with Sir Galahad on board, between 2 rocks. But when the ship could not pass that way, the knight left it, and entered a smaller one that awaited him. In this ship was a table, and on the table, covered with a red cloth, was the Holy Grail. Reverently Sir Galahad sank on his knees, but still the sacred cup was covered. At last the ship reached a strange city, and on the shores sat a crippled man. Sir Galahad asked his help to lift the table from the ship. "For 10 years I have not walked without crutches," said the man. "Show that you are willing, and come to me," urged the knight. And the cripple got up, and when he found that he was cured, he ran to Sir Galahad, and together they carried the wonderful table to the shore. Then all the city was astonished, and the people talked only of the great marvel. "The man that was a cripple for 10 years can walk," said each to the other. The king of the city heard the wonderful tale, but he was a cruel king and a tyrant. "The knight is not a good man," he said to his people, and he commanded that Galahad should be put in prison. And the prison was underneath the palace, and it was dark and cold there. But down into the darkness streamed the light that had made Galahad so glad long ago at Camelot, and in the light Galahad saw the Holy Grail. A year passed, and the cruel king was very ill, and he thought he would die. Then he remembered the knight he had treated so unkindly, and who was still in the dark, cold prison. "I will send for him and ask him to forgive me," murmured the king. And when Galahad was brought to the palace, he willingly forgave the tyrant who had put him in prison. Then the king died, and there was great dismay in the city, for where would they find a good ruler to sit on the throne? As they wondered, they heard a voice that told them to make Sir Galahad their king, and in great joy the knight was crowned. Then the new king ordered a box of gold and precious stones to be made, and in this box he placed the wonderful table he had carried away from the ship. "And every morning I and my people will come here to pray," he said. For a year Sir Galahad ruled the country well and wisely. "A year ago they crowned me king," thought Galahad gravely, as he woke one morning. He would get up early and go to pray at the precious table. But before the king reached the table he paused. It was early, surely all the city was asleep. Yet someone was already there, kneeling before the table on which, uncovered, stood the sacred cup. The man kneeling there looked holy as the saints look. Surrounding him was a circle of angels. Was it a saint who kneeled, or was it the Lord himself? When the man saw Sir Galahad, he said, "Come near, thou servant of Jesus Christ, and thou shalt see what thou hast so much longed to see." And with joy Sir Galahad saw again the Holy Grail. Then, as he kneeled before it in prayer, his soul left his body and was carried into heaven. End of Sir Galahad and the Sacred Cup.
Section 41 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 41. The Passing of Arthur. Adapted by Mary McGregor. It was not to win renown that King Arthur had gone far across the sea, for he loved his own country so well that to gain glory at home made him happiest of all. But a false knight with his followers was laying waste the country across the sea, and Arthur had gone to wage war against him. "And you, Sir Modred, will rule the country while I am gone," the king had said, and the knight smiled as he thought of the power that would be his. At first the people missed their great King Arthur, but as the months passed they began to forget him, and to talk only of Sir Modred and his ways. And he, that he might gain the people's praise, made easier laws than ever Arthur had done, till by and by there were many in the country who wished that the king would never come back. When Modred knew what the people wished, he was glad, and he made up his mind to do a cruel deed. He would cause letters to be written from beyond the sea, and the letters would tell that the great King Arthur had been slain in battle. And when the letters came, the people read, "King Arthur is dead," and they believed the news was true. And there were some who wept because the noble king was slain, but some had no time to weep. "We must find a new king," they said. And because his laws were easy, they chose Sir Modred to rule over them. The wicked knight was pleased that the people wished him to be their king. "They shall take me to Canterbury to crown me," he said proudly. And the nobles took him there, and amid shouts and rejoicings he was crowned. But it was not very long till other letters came from across the sea, saying that King Arthur had not been slain, and he was coming back to rule over his country once more. When Sir Mordred heard that King Arthur was on his way home, he collected a great army and went to Dover to try to keep the king from landing. But no army would have been strong enough to keep Arthur and his knights away from the country they loved so well. They fought fiercely till they got on shore and scattered all Sir Mordred's men. Then the knight gathered another army and chose a new battlefield. But King Arthur fought so bravely that he and his men were again victorious, and Sir Mordred fled to Canterbury. Many of the people began to forsake the false knight now, and saying that he was a traitor, they went back to King Arthur. But still Sir Mordred wished to conquer the king. He would go through the counties of Kent and Surrey and raise a new army. Now King Arthur had dreamed that if he fought with Sir Mordred again he would be slain. So when he heard that the knight had raised another army, he thought, "I will meet this traitor who has betrayed me. When he looks in my face, he will be ashamed and remember his vow of obedience." And he sent 2 bishops to Sir Mordred. "Say to the knight that the king would speak with him alone," said Arthur. And the traitor thought, "The king wishes to give me gold or great power. If I send my army away without fighting, I will meet with King Arthur," he said to the bishops. But because he did not altogether trust the king, he said he would take 14 men with him to the meeting place. "And the king must have 14 men with him too," said Sir Mordred, "and our armies shall keep watch when we meet. And if a sword is lifted, it shall be the signal for battle." Then King Arthur arranged a feast for Sir Mordred and his men, and as they feasted all went merrily, till an adder glided out of a little bush and stung one of the knight's men. And the pain was so great that the man quickly drew his sword to kill the adder. And when the army saw the sword flash in the light, they sprang to their feet and began to fight. For this is the signal for battle, they thought. And when evening came, there were many thousand slain and wounded, and Sir Mordred was left alone. But Arthur had still 2 knights with him, Sir Lucan and Sir Bedivere. When King Arthur saw that his army was lost, and all his knights slain but 2, he said, "Would to God I could find Sir Mordred, who has caused all this trouble." "He is yonder," said Sir Lucan, "but remember your dream, and go not near him." "Whether I die or live," said the king, "he shall not escape." And seizing his spear, he ran to Sir Mordred, crying, "Now you shall die." And Arthur smote him under the shield, and the spear passed through his body, and he died. Then, wounded and exhausted, the king fainted, and his knights lifted him and took him to a little chapel not far from a lake. As the king lay there, he heard cries of fear and pain from the distant battlefield. "What causes these cries?" said the king wearily. And to soothe the sick king, Sir Lucan said he would go and see. And when he reached the battlefield, he saw in the moonlight that robbers were on the field, stooping over the slain, and taking from them their rings and their gold. And those that were only wounded, the robbers slew, that they might take their jewels too. Sir Lucan hastened back and told the king what he had seen. "We shall carry you farther off, lest the robbers find us here," said the knight. And Sir Lucan lifted the king on one side, and Sir Bedivere lifted him on the other. But Sir Lucan had been wounded in the battle, and as he lifted the king, he fell back and died. Then Arthur and Sir Bedivere wept for the fallen knight. Now the king felt so ill that he thought he would not live much longer, and he turned to Sir Bedivere. "Take Excalibur, my good sword," he said, "and go to the lake and throw it into the waters. Then come quickly and tell me what you see." Sir Bedivere took the sword and went down to the lake. But as he looked at the handle with its sparkling gems and the richness of the sword, he thought he could not throw it away. "I will hide it carefully here among the rushes," thought the knight. And when he had hidden it, he went slowly to the king and told him he had thrown the sword into the lake. "What did you see?" asked the king eagerly. "Nothing but the ripple of waves as they broke on the beach," said Sir Bedivere. "You have not told me the truth," said the king. "If you love me, go again to the lake and throw my sword into the water." Again the knight went to the water's edge. He drew the sword from its hiding place. He would do the king's will, for he loved him. But again the beauty of the sword made him pause. "This is a noble sword, I will not throw it away," he murmured, as once more he hid it among the rushes. Then he went back more slowly, and told the king that he had done his will. "What did you see?" asked the king. "Nothing but the ripples of the waves as they broke on the beach," repeated the knight. "You have betrayed me twice," said the king sadly, "and yet you are a noble knight. Go again to the lake, and do not betray me for a rich sword." Then for the third time Sir Bedivere went to the water's edge, and drawing the sword from among the rushes, he flung it as far as he could into the lake. And as the knight watched, an arm and a hand appeared above the surface of the lake. He saw the hand seize the sword, and shaking it 3 times, disappear again under the water. Then Sir Bedivere went back quickly to the king and told him what he had seen. "Carry me to the lake," entreated Arthur, "for I have been here too long." And the knight carried the king on his shoulders down to the water's edge. There they found a barge lying, and seated in it were 3 queens, and each queen wore a black hood. And when they saw King Arthur they wept. "Lay me in the barge," said the king. And when Sir Bedivere had lain him there, King Arthur rested his head on the lap of the fairest queen. And they rode from land. Sir Bedivere, left alone, watched the barge as it drifted out of sight, and then he went sorrowfully on his way till he reached a hermitage, and he lived there as a hermit for the rest of his life. And the barge was rowed to a vale where the king was healed of his wound. And some say that now he is dead, but others say that King Arthur will come again and clear the country of its foes. End of The Passing of Arthur. Recorded by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom.
Section 42 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. Section 42. Robin Hood. Adapted by H.E. Marshall. Part 1. How Robin Hood came to live in the green wood. Very many years ago there ruled over England a king who was called Richard Coeur de Lion. Coeur de Lion is French and means lion-hearted. It seems strange that an English king should have a French name, but more than 100 years before this king reigned, a French duke named William came to England, defeated the English in a great battle, and declared himself king of all that southern part of Britain called England. He brought with him a great many Frenchmen, or Normans as they were called, from the name of the part of France over which this duke ruled. These Normans were all poor, though they were very proud and haughty. They came with Duke William to help him to fight, because he promised to give them money and lands as a reward. Now Duke William had not a great deal of money nor many lands of his own. So when he had beaten the English, or Saxons as they were called in those days, he stole lands and houses, money and cattle from the Saxon nobles and gave them to the Normans. The Saxon nobles themselves had very often to become the servants of these proud Normans. Thus it came about that the two races lived in England, each speaking their own language, and each hating the other. This state of things lasted for a very long time. Even when Richard became king, more than 100 years after the coming of Duke William, there was still a great deal of hatred between the two races. Richard Coeur de Lion, as his name tells you, was a brave and noble man. He loved danger. He loved brave men and noble deeds. He hated all mean and cruel acts, and the cowards who did them. He was ever ready to help the weak against the strong. And had he stayed in England after he became king, he might have done much good. He might have taught the proud Norman nobles that true nobility rests in being kind and gentle to those less strong and less fortunate than ourselves, and not in fierceness and cruelty. Yet Richard himself was neither meek nor gentle. He was indeed very fierce and terrible in battle. He loved to fight with people who were stronger or better armed than himself. He would have been ashamed to hurt the weak and feeble. But Richard did not stay in England. Far, far over the seas there is a country called Palestine. There our Lord was born, lived, and died. Christian people in all ages must think tenderly and gratefully of that far-off country. But at this time it had fallen into the hands of the heathen. It seemed to Christian people in those days that it would be a terrible sin to allow wicked heathen to live in the Holy Land. So they gathered together great armies of brave men from every country in the world and sent them to try and win it back. Many brave deeds were done, many terrible battles fought. But still the heathen kept possession. Then brave King Richard of England said he too would fight for the city of our Lord. So he gathered together as much money as he could find, and as many brave men as would follow him, and set out for the Holy Land. Before he went away, he called 2 bishops who he thought were good and wise men, and said to them, "Take care of England while I am gone. Rule my people wisely and well, and I will reward you when I return." The bishops promised to do as he asked. Then he said farewell and sailed away. Now King Richard had a brother who was called Prince John. Prince John was quite different from King Richard in every way. He was not at all a nice man. He was jealous of Richard because he was king, and angry because he himself had not been chosen to rule while Richard was in Palestine. As soon as his brother was gone, John went to the bishops and said, "You must let me rule while the king is away." And the bishops allowed him to do so. Deep down in his wicked heart, John meant to make himself king altogether, and never let Richard come back any more. A very sad time now began for the Saxons. John tried to please the haughty Normans because they were great and powerful, and he hoped they would help to make him king. He thought the best way to please them was to give them land and money. So as he had none of his own, he was indeed called John Lackland. he took it from the Saxons and gave it to the Normans. Thus many of the Saxons once more became homeless beggars, and lived a wild life in the forests, which covered a great part of England at this time. Now among the few Saxon nobles who still remained, and had not been robbed of their lands and money, there was one called Robert, Earl of Huntingdon. He had one son, also named Robert, but people called him Robin. He was a favourite with everyone. Tall, strong, handsome, and full of fun, he kept his father's house bright with songs and laughter. He was brave and fearless too, and there was no better archer in all the countryside. And with it all, he was gentle and tender, never hurting the weak nor scorning the poor. But Robert of Huntingdon had a bitter enemy. One day this enemy came with many soldiers behind him, determined to kill the earl and take all his goods and lands. There was a fierce and terrible fight, but in the end Robert and all his men were killed. His house was burned to the ground, and all his money stolen. Only Robin was saved, because he was such a splendid archer that no soldier would go near him, either to kill him or take him prisoner. He fought bravely till the last, but when he saw that his father was dead and his home in flames, he had no heart to fight any longer. So taking his bow and arrows, he fled to the great forest of Sherwood. Very fast he had to run, for Prince John's men were close behind him. Soon he reached the edge of the forest, but he did not stop there. On and on he went, plunging deeper and deeper under the shadow of the trees. At last he threw himself down beneath a great oak, burying his face in the cool green grass. His heart felt hot and bitter. He was full of rage and fierce thoughts of revenge. Cruel men in one day had robbed him of everything: his father, his home, servants, cattle, land, money, his name even, all were gone. He was bruised, hungry, and weary. Yet as he lay pressing his face against the cool green grass and clutching the soft damp moss with his hands, it was not sorrow or pain he felt, but only a bitter longing for revenge. The great solemn trees waved gently overhead in the summer breeze. The setting sun sent shafts of golden light into the cool blue shadows. Birds sang their evening songs. Deer rustled softly through the underwood, and bright-eyed squirrels leaped noiselessly from branch to branch. Everywhere there was calm and peace, except in poor Robin's angry heart. Robin loved the forest. He loved the sights and scents, and the sounds and deep silences of it. He felt as if it were a tender mother who opened her wide arms to him. Soon it comforted him, and at last the tears came hot and fast, and sobs shook him as he lay on the grass. The bitterness and anger had all melted out of his heart. Only sorrow was left. In the dim evening light, Robin knelt bareheaded on the green grass to say his prayers. Then, still bareheaded, he stood up and swore an oath. This was the oath: I swear to honor God and the king, to help the weak and fight the strong, to take from the rich and give to the poor, so God will help me with his power. Then he lay down on the grass under the trees, with his good longbow beside him, and fell fast asleep. And this is how Robin Hood first came to live in the green wood, and have all his wonderful adventures. Part 2. The meeting of Robin Hood and Little John. When Robin first came to live in Sherwood Forest, he was rather sad, for he could not at once forget all he had lost. But he was not long lonely. When it became known that he had gone to live in the green wood, other poor men, who had been driven out of their homes by the Normans, joined him. They soon formed a band and were known as the Merry Men. Robin was no longer called Robin of Huntingdon, but Robin of Sherwood Forest. Very soon people shortened Sherwood to Hood, though some people say he was called Hood from the green hoods he and his men wore. How he came to have his name does not matter very much. People almost forgot that he was really an earl, and he became known not only all over England, but in many far countries, as Robin Hood. Robin was the captain of the band of merry men. Next to him came Little John. He was called Little John because he was so tall, just as Midge the miller's son was called Much because he was so small. Robin loved Little John best of all his friends. Little John loved Robin better than anyone else in all the world. Yet the first time they met, they fought and knocked each other about dreadfully. How they came acquainted I'll tell you in brief, if you will but listen a while. For this very jest, among all the rest, I think it may cause you to smile. It happened on a bright sunshiny day in early spring. All through the winter, Robin and his men had had a very dull time. Nearly all their fun and adventures happened with people traveling through the forest. As there were no trains, people had to travel on horseback. In winter, the roads were bad, and the weather so cold and wet that most people stayed home. So it was rather a quiet time for Robin and his men. They lived in great caves during the winter, and spent their time making stores of bows and arrows, and mending their boots and clothes. This bright sunshiny morning, Robin felt dull and restless, so he took his bow and arrows and started off through the forest in search of adventure. He wandered on for some time without meeting anyone. Presently he came to a river. It was wide and deep, swollen by the winter rains. It was crossed by a very slender, shaky bridge, so narrow that if two people tried to pass each other on it, one would certainly fall into the water. Robin began to cross the bridge, before he noticed that a great tall man, the very tallest man he had ever seen, was crossing too from the other side. "Go back and wait until I come over," he called out as soon as he noticed the stranger. The stranger laughed and called out in reply, "I have as good a right to the bridge as you. You can go back till I get across." This made Robin very angry. He was so accustomed to being obeyed that he was very much astonished too. Between anger and astonishment he hardly knew what he did. He drew an arrow from his quiver, and fitting it into his bow, called out again, "If you don't go back, I'll shoot." "If you do, I'll beat you till you are black and blue," replied the stranger. Quoth bold Robin Hood, "Thou dost prate like an ass, for were I to bend my bow, I could send a dart quite through thy proud heart before thou couldst strike a blow." "If I talk like an ass, you talk like a coward," replied the stranger. "Do you call it fair to stand with your bow and arrow ready to shoot me when I have only a stick to defend myself with? I tell you, you are a coward. You are afraid of the beating I would give you." Robin was not a coward, and he was not afraid. So he threw his bow and arrows on the bank behind him. "You are a big, boastful bully," he said. "Just wait there until I get a stick. I hope I may give you as good a beating as you deserve." The stranger laughed. "I won't run away. Don't be afraid," he said. Robin Hood stepped to a thicket of trees and cut himself a good thick oak stick. While he was doing this, he looked at the stranger and saw that he was not only taller, but much stronger than himself. However, that did not frighten Robin in the least. He was rather glad of it, indeed. The stranger had said he was a coward. He meant to prove to him that he was not. Back he came with a fine big stick in his hand and a smile on his face. The idea of a real good fight had made his bad temper fly away, for, like King Richard, Robin Hood was rather fond of a fight. "We will fight on the bridge," said he, "and whoever first falls into the river has lost the battle." "All right," said the stranger, "whatever you like. I'm not afraid." Then they fell to, with right good will. It was very difficult to fight standing on such a narrow bridge. They kept swaying backwards and forwards, trying to keep their balance. With every stroke the bridge bent and trembled beneath them as if it would break. All the same they managed to give each other some tremendous blows. First Robin gave the stranger such a bang that his very bones seemed to ring. "Aha!" said he, "I'll give you as good as I get," and crack he went at Robin's crown. Bang, smash, crack, bang they went at each other. Their blows fell fast and thick, as if they had been threshing corn. The stranger gave Robin a knock on the crown, which caused the blood to appear. Then Robin enraged, more fiercely engaged, and followed with blows more severe. So thick and so fast did he lay it on him, with a passionate fury and ire. At every stroke he made him to smoke, as if he had been all on fire. When Robin's blows came so fast and furious, the stranger felt he could not stand it much longer. Gathering all his strength, with one mighty blow he sent Robin backwards, right into the river. Head over heels he went, and disappeared under the water. The stranger had nearly fell in after him. He was so astonished at Robin's sudden disappearance that he could not think for a minute or two where he had vanished to. He knelt down on the bridge and stared into the water. "Hello, my good man," he called. "Hello, where are you?" He thought he had drowned Robin, and he had not meant to do that. All the same, he could not help laughing. Robin had looked so funny as he tumbled into the water. "I'm here," called Robin from far down the river. "I'm all right. I'm just swimming with the tide." The current was very strong, and had carried him down the river a good way. He was, however, gradually making for the bank. Soon he caught hold of the overhanging branches of a tree and pulled himself out. The stranger came running to help him, too. "You are not an easy man to beat or to drown either," he said with a laugh, as he helped Robin on to dry land again. "Well," said Robin, laughing too, "I must own that you are a brave man and a good fighter. It was a fair fight, and you have won the battle. I don't want to quarrel with you any more. Will you shake hands and be friends with me?" "With all my heart," said the stranger. "It's a long time since I have met anyone who could use a stick as you can." So they shook hands like the best of friends, and quite forgot that a few minutes before they had been banging and battering each other as hard as they could. Then Robin put his bugle horn to his mouth and blew a loud, loud blast, the echoes of which through the valleys did ring, at which his stout bowmen appeared, and clothed in green, most gay to be seen, so up to their master they steered. When the stranger saw all these fine men dressed in green, and carrying bows and arrows, come running to Robin, he was very much astonished. "Oh, master dear, what has happened?" cried Will Stutely, the leader, as he ran up. "You have a great cut in your forehead, and you are soaked through and through," he added, laying his hand on Robin's arm. "It is nothing," laughed Robin. "This young fellow and I have been having a fight. He cracked my crown, and then tumbled me into the river." When they heard that, Robin's men were very angry. "If he has tumbled our master into the river, we will tumble him in," said they. "We will see how he likes that." And they seized him, and would have dragged him to the water to drown him, but Robin called out, "Stop, stop! It was a fair fight. He is a brave man, and we are very good friends now." Then, turning to the stranger, Robin bowed politely to him, saying, "I beg you to forgive my men. They will not harm you now they know that you are my friend, for I am Robin Hood." The stranger was very much astonished when he heard that he had actually been fighting with bold Robin Hood, of whom he had heard so many tales. "If you will come and live with me and my merry men," went on Robin, "I will give you a suit of Lincoln green. I will teach you how to use bow and arrows as well as you use your good stick." "I should like nothing better," replied the stranger. "My name is John Little, and I promise to serve you faithfully." "John Little!" said Will Stutely, laughing. "John Little! What a name for a man that height! John Little! Why, he is 7 feet tall if he is an inch." Will laughed and laughed till the tears ran down his face. He thought it was such a funny name for so big a man. Robin laughed because Will laughed. Then John Little laughed because Robin laughed. Soon they were all laughing as hard as they could. The wind carried the sound of it away, till the folk in the villages round about said, "Hark, how Robin Hood and his merry men do laugh." "Well," said Robin at last, "I have heard it said, 'Laugh and grow fat,' but if we don't get some dinner soon, I think we will all grow very lean. Come along, my Little John. I'm sure you must be hungry too." "Little John," said Will Stutely. "That's the very name for him. We must christen him again, and I will be his godfather." Back to their forest home they all went, laughing and talking as merrily as possible, taking Little John along with them. Dinner was waiting for them when they arrived. The head cook was looking anxiously through the trees, saying, "I do wish Master Robin would come, or the roast venison will be too much cooked, and the rabbits will be stewed to rags." Just at that moment they appeared. The cook was struck dumb at the sight of the giant, stalking along beside Robin. "Where has master gotten that maypole?" he said, laughing to himself as he ran away to dish the dinner. They had a very merry dinner. Robin found that John was not only a good fighter, but that he had a wise head and a witty tongue. He was more and more delighted with this new companion. But Will and the others had not forgotten that he was to be christened again. 7 of them came up behind him, and in spite of all his kicking and struggling, wrapped him up in a long green cloak, pretending he was a baby. It was a very noisy christening. The men all shouted and laughed. John Little laughed and screamed in turn, and kicked and struggled all the time. "Hush, baby, hush," they said. But the 7-foot baby wouldn't hush. Then Will stepped up beside him and began to speak. "This infant was called John Little," quoth he, "which name shall be changed anon. The words we'll transpose, so wherever he goes, his name shall be called Little John." They had some buckets of water ready. These they poured over Little John, till he was as wet as Robin had been after he fell into the river. The men roared with laughter. Little John looked so funny as he rolled about on the grass, trying to get out of his long, wet, green robe. He looked just like a huge green caterpillar. Robin laughed as much as anyone. At last he said, "Now, Will, don't you think that is enough?" "Not a bit," said Will. "You wouldn't let us duck him in the river when we had him there, so we have brought the river to him." At last all the buckets were empty, and the christening was over. Then all the men stood round in a ring and gave 3 cheers for Little John, Robin's new man. Then Robin he took the sweet pretty babe, and clothed him from top to toe, in garments of green, most gay to be seen, and gave him a curious long bow. After that they sang, danced, and played the whole afternoon. Then when the sun sank and the long cool shadows fell across the grass, they all said good night and went off into their caves to sleep. From that day Little John always lived with Robin. They became very, very great friends, and Little John was next to Robin in command of the men. And so ever after as long as he lived, although he was proper and tall, yet nevertheless the truth to express, still Little John they did him call. Part 3. Robin Hood and the Butcher. The Sheriff of Nottingham hated Robin, and would have been very glad if anyone had killed him. The Sheriff was a very unkind man. He treated the poor Saxons very badly. He often took away all their money and their houses and left them to starve. Sometimes, for a very little fault, he would cut off their ears or fingers. The poor people used to go into the wood, and Robin would give them food and money. Sometimes they went home again, but very often they stayed with him and became his men. The Sheriff knew this, so he hated Robin all the more, and he was never so happy as when he caught one of Robin's men and locked him up in prison. But try how he might, he could not catch Robin. All the same, Robin used to go to Nottingham very often, but he was always so well disguised that the Sheriff never knew him, so he always escaped. The Sheriff was too much afraid of him to go into the forest to try to take him. He knew his men were no match for Robin's. Robin's men served him and fought for him because they loved him. The Sheriff's men only served him because they feared him. One day Robin was walking through the forest when he met a butcher. This butcher was riding gaily along to the market at Nottingham. He was dressed in a blue linen coat with leather belt. On either side of his strong grey pony hung a basketful of meat. In these days, as there were no trains, everything had to be sent by road. The roads were so bad that even carts could not go along them very much, for the wheels stuck in the mud. Everything was carried on horseback, in sacks or baskets called panniers. The butcher rode gaily along, whistling as he went. Suddenly Robin stepped from under the trees and stopped him. "What have you there, my man?" he asked. "Butcher's meat," replied the man. "Fine prime beef and mutton for Nottingham market. Do you want to buy some?" "Yes, I do," said Robin. "I'll buy it all, and your pony too. How much do you want for it? I should like to go to Nottingham and see what kind of a butcher I will make." So the butcher sold his pony and all his meat to Robin. Then Robin changed clothes with him. He put on the butcher's blue clothes and leather belt, and the butcher went off in Robin's suit of Lincoln green, feeling very grand indeed. Then Robin mounted his pony, and off he went to Nottingham to sell his meat at the market. When he arrived, he found the whole town in a bustle. In those days there were very few shops, so everyone used to go to market to buy and sell. The country people brought butter and eggs and honey to sell. With the money they got, they bought platters and mugs, pots and pans, or whatever they wanted, and took it back to the country with them. All sorts of people came to buy, fine ladies and poor women, rich knights and gentlemen, and humble workers, everyone pushing and crowding together. Robin found it quite difficult to drive his pony through the crowd to the corner of the market-place, where the butchers had their stalls. He got there at last, however, laid out his meat, and began to cry with the best of them, "Prime meat, ladies, come and buy! Cheapest meat in all the market, ladies, come buy! Come buy! 2d. a pound, ladies, 2d. a pound, come buy! Come buy!" "What!" said everyone, "beef at 2d. a pound? I never heard of such a thing. Why, it is generally 10d." You see, Robin knew nothing at all about selling meat, as he never bought any. He and his men used to live on what they shot in the forest. When it became known that there was a new butcher who was selling his meat for 2d. a pound, everyone came crowding round his stall, eager to buy. All the other butchers stood idle until Robin had no more beef and mutton left to sell. As these butchers had nothing to do, they began to talk among themselves and say, "Who is this man? He has never been here before. Do you think he has stolen the meat? Perhaps his father has just died and left him a business. Well, his money won't last long at this rate. The sooner he loses it all, the better for us. We will never be able to sell anything as long as he comes here, giving away beef at 2d. a pound." "It is perfectly ridiculous," said one old man, who seemed to be the chief butcher. "These 50 years have I come and gone to Nottingham market, and I have never seen the like of it, never. He is ruining the trade, that's what he is doing." They stood at their stalls sulky and cross, while all their customers crowded round Robin. Shouts of laughter came from his corner, for he was not only selling beef and mutton, but making jokes about it all the time. "I tell you what," said the old butcher, "it is no use standing here doing nothing. We had better go and talk to him, and find out, if we can, who he is. We must ask him to come and have dinner with us and the sheriff in the town hall to-day, for on market days the butchers used to have dinner all together in the town hall, after market was over, and the sheriff used to come and have dinner with them." So the butchers stepped up to jolly Robin, acquainted with him for to be. "Come, butcher," one said, "we be all of one trade. Come, will you go dine with me?" "Thank you," said Robin, "I should like nothing better. I have had a busy morning, and am very hungry and thirsty." "Come along, then," said the butchers. The old man led the way with Robin, and the others followed 2 by 2. As they walked along, the old butcher began asking Robin questions, to try and find out something about him. "You have not been here before," he said. "Have I not?" replied Robin. "I have not seen you, at least. Have you not? You are new to the business." "Am I?" "Well, you seem to be," said the old butcher, getting rather cross. "Do I?" replied Robin, laughing. At last they came to the town hall, and though they had talked all the time, the old butcher had got nothing out of Robin, and was not a bit the wiser. The sheriff's house was close to the town hall, so as dinner was not quite ready, all the butchers went to say how do you do to the sheriff's wife. She received them very kindly, and was quite interested in Robin when she heard that he was the new butcher who had been selling such wonderfully cheap meat. Robin had such pleasant manners, too, that she thought he was a very nice man indeed. She was quite sorry when the sheriff came and took him away, saying dinner was ready. "I hope to see you again, kind sir," she said when saying good-bye. "Come to see me next time you have meat to sell." "Thank you, lady. I will not forget your kindness," replied Robin, bowing low. At the dinner the sheriff sat at one end of the table and the old butcher at the other. Robin, as the greatest stranger, had the place of honor on the sheriff's right hand. At first the dinner was very dull. All the butchers were sulky and cross. Only Robin was merry. He could not help laughing to himself at the idea of dining with his great enemy, the Sheriff of Nottingham. And not only dining with him, but sitting on his right hand and being treated as an honored guest. If the sheriff had only known, poor Robin would very soon have been locked up in a dark dungeon, eating dry bread instead of apple pie and custard, and all the fine things they were having for dinner. However, Robin was so merry that very soon the butchers forgot to be cross and sulky. Before the end of dinner, all were laughing till their sides ached. Only the sheriff was grave and thinking hard. He was a greedy old man, and he was saying to himself, "This silly young fellow evidently does not know the value of things. If he has any cattle, I might buy them from him for very little. I could sell them again to the butchers for a good price. In that way I should make a lot of money." After dinner he took Robin by the arm and led him aside. "See here, young man," he said, "I like your looks, but you seem new to this business. Now, don't you trust these men," pointing to the butchers. "They are all as ready as can be to cheat you. Take my advice. If you have any cattle to sell, come to me. I'll give you a good price." "Thank you," said Robin. "It is most kind of you." "Hast thou any horned beasts?" the sheriff then said. "Good fellow, to sell to me?" "Yes, that I have, good master sheriff. I have hundreds, 2 or 3. And 100 acres of good free land, if you please it for to see, and I'll make you as good assurance of it as ever my father did me." The sheriff nearly danced for joy when he heard that Robin had so many horned cattle for sale. He had quite made up his mind that it would be very easy to cheat this silly young fellow. Already he began to count the money he would make. He was such a greedy old man. But there was a wicked twinkle in Robin's eye. "Now, young man, when can I see these horned beasts of yours?" asked the sheriff. "I can't buy a pig in a poke, you know. I must see them first, and the land too," he added, rubbing his hands and jumping about in excitement. "The sooner the better," said Robin. "I start for home to-morrow morning. If you like to ride with me, I will show you the horned beasts and the land too." "Capital, capital," said the sheriff. "To-morrow morning, then, after breakfast. I go with you. And see here, young man," he added, catching hold of Robin's coat-tails as he was going away, "you won't go and sell to anyone else in the meantime? It is a bargain, isn't it?" "Oh, certainly. I won't even speak of it to anyone," replied Robin, and he went away, laughing heartily to himself. That night the sheriff went into his counting-house and counted out 300 pounds in gold. He tied it up in 3 bags, 100 pounds in each bag. "It's a lot of money," he said to himself, "a lot of money. Still, I suppose I must pay him something for his cattle, but it is a lot of money to part with," and he heaved a big sigh. He put the gold underneath his pillow in case anyone should steal it during the night. Then he went to bed and tried to sleep, but he was too excited. Besides, the gold under his pillow made it so hard and knobby that it was most uncomfortable. At last the night passed, and in the morning the sheriff he saddled his good palfrey, and with 300 pounds in gold, away he went with bold Robin Hood, his horned beasts to behold. The sun shone and the birds sang as they merrily rode along. When the sheriff saw that they were taking the road to Sherwood Forest, he began to feel a little nervous. "There is a bold, bad man in these woods," he said. "He is called Robin Hood. He robs people. Do you think we will meet him?" "I am quite sure we won't meet him," replied Robin with a laugh. "Well, I hope not, I am sure," said the sheriff. "I never dare to ride through the forest unless I have my soldiers with me. He is such a bold, bad man." Robin only laughed, and they rode on right into the forest. But when a little farther they came, bold Robin he chanced to spy 100 head of good fat deer come tripping the sheriff full nigh. "Look here," he cried. "Look, what do you think of my horned beasts?" "I think," said the sheriff in a trembling voice, "I think I should like to go back to Nottingham." "What, and not buy any horned cattle? What is the matter with them? Are they not fine and fat? Are they not a beautiful color? Come, come, sheriff, when you have brought the money for them too." At the mention of money, the sheriff turned quite pale and clutched hold of his bags. "Young man," he said, "I don't like you at all. I tell you I want to go back to Nottingham. This isn't money I have in my bags. It is only pebble stones." Then Robin put his horn to his mouth and blew out blasts 3. Then quickly and anon there came Little John and all his company. "Good morning, Little John," said Robin. "Good morning, Master Robin," he replied. "What orders have you for to-day?" "Well, in the first place, I hope you have something nice for dinner, because I have brought the Sheriff of Nottingham to dine with us," answered Robin. "Yes," said Little John, "the cooks are busy already, as we thought you might bring some one back with you. But we hardly expected so fine a guest as the Sheriff of Nottingham," he added, making a low bow to him. "I hope he intends to pay honestly," for that was Robin Hood's way. He always gave a very fine dinner to these naughty men who had stolen money from poor people, and then he made them pay a great deal of money for it. The Sheriff was very much afraid when he knew that he had really fallen into the hands of Robin Hood. He was angry, too, when he thought that he had actually had Robin in his own house the day before, and could so easily have caught and put him in prison, if he had only known. They had a very fine dinner, and the Sheriff began to feel quite comfortable, and to think he was going to get off easily, when Robin said, "Now, Master Sheriff, you must pay for your dinner." "Oh, indeed, I am a poor man," said the Sheriff. "I have no money." "No money? What have you in your saddle-bags, then?" asked Robin. "Only pebbles, nothing but pebbles, as I told you before," replied the frightened Sheriff. "Little John, go and search the Sheriff's saddle-bags," said Robin. Little John did as he was told, and counted out 300 pounds upon the ground. "Sheriff," said Robin sternly, "I shall keep all this money and divide it among my men. It is not half as much as you have stolen from them. If you had told me the truth about it, I might have given you some back. But I always punish people who tell lies. You have done so many evil deeds," he went on, "that you deserve to be hanged." The poor Sheriff shook in his shoes. "Hanged you should be," continued Robin, "but your good wife was kind to me yesterday. For her sake I let you go. But if you are not kinder to my people, I will not let you off so easily another time." And Robin called for the Sheriff's pony. Then Robin he brought him through the wood, and set him on his dapple grey. "Oh, have me commended to your wife at home." So Robin went laughing away. End of Robin Hood.
Section 43 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katalina Watt. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 43. Guy of Warwick. Adapted by H.E. Marshall. Part 1. Guy's early adventures and his fight with the dun cow. Long ago, England was divided into several kingdoms, each having a king. In a great battle, the king of Northumbria was defeated, and one of his lords, Gordian, lost all he owned. He and his wife Brunhilda journeyed forth to seek a new home, and at last reached Warwick, where Gordian was made the steward of Lord Rohand. Not long after Brunhilda and Gordian went to live in Warwick, their little son Guy was born. As he grew older, he became a great favourite and was often invited to the castle. Lord Rohand heard of Guy and asked him to a great dinner at Warwick Castle, and afterwards to join in a tournament. To Guy was given a seat quite near the Earl and opposite his lovely daughter Phyllis. She was the most beautiful lady in the kingdom, and Guy longed to show her how well he could fight. Never did Guy fight so well. He conquered every one of the knights and won the prize. Phyllis crowned him with roses and put the chain of gold around his neck. After this, Phyllis and Guy were much together, and at last Guy said suddenly, "Phyllis, I love thee. I cannot help it." In great anger she sent him away. Guy grew very sad and Phyllis very lonely, and at length she sent for Guy and said, "Go away and make thyself famous, then I will marry thee." Guy rode gaily away and sailed over to Germany. There he heard of a great tournament. Whoever fought best was to marry the emperor's daughter Blanche, which means white. Besides marrying the princess, the bravest knight was to receive a pure white horse, 2 white hounds, and a white falcon. So it was called the White Tournament. When Guy told the herald that he was the son of Lord Gordian, he was admitted. All the lords and ladies looked at him scornfully because he wore plain black armour with nothing painted upon his shield. As he had not worn spurs, he was not yet a knight. Guy entered the lists and met and conquered Prince Falener, the Emperor's son, Duke Otto, Duke Ranier, and Duke Louvain. Guy took the prize offered, with the exception of the hand of Blanche. "For my fair Phyllis alone I keep my love," he said. Guy went back to England and heard that a terrible dun-coloured cow had appeared in Warwickshire. It was 12 feet high and 18 feet long. Its horns were thicker than an elephant's tusks, curled and twisted. The king said that whoever would kill the dun cow should be made a knight and receive a great deal of land and money. Guy went out to meet him, and after a fearful encounter was able to deal a death blow with his battle-axe behind the beast's ear. Then the king gave the new knight a pair of golden spurs, and Lady Phyllis fastened them on. In memory of Guy's deed, one rib of the dun cow was hung up at the gate of Coventry, and another in the castle of Warwick. Part 2. Travels and Deeds in Many Lands. Guy next went to France, where he was wounded at a tournament. His enemy, Duke Otto, bribed 15 villains to lie in wait, take him, and cast him into prison. With the help of his friend Herald, Guy was able to slay them all, but one of the traitor men smote Herald so hard that he fell to the ground as if dead. One day news was brought to Guy that Ledwin of Louvain was shut up in his city of Arascaun, sore beset by the emperor. Gathering his soldiers and knights together, he set out to help his friend, and was overjoyed to find Herald in the guise of a pilgrim sitting by the roadside. Herald had been nursed back to health by a kind hermit. At once he put on armour and rode forth with Guy to the city of Arascaun to release Ledwin. There was a great battle, but the Almains who surrounded the city were defeated, and the emperor yielded and forgave Ledwin. While in Greece, Guy went out hunting and came upon a most wonderful sight, a conflict between a lion and a dragon. Just when the dragon was about to crush the lion, Guy drew his sword and, setting spurs to his horse, sprang upon the dragon. The fight was then between the dragon and Guy. It seemed at first that the dragon would be the victor, but like a flash, Guy leapt from his horse and plunged his sword deep into the brute's side. For a moment his speckled crest quivered, then all was still. Guy thought he would have to kill the lion too, but as it came near it licked Guy's feet and fawned upon him, purring softly like a great pussy-cat. When Guy rode back, the lion trotted after him and lived with him every day. Guy had an enemy at court, Morgadour, who hated the brave knight and said, "I cannot kill thee, Guy of Warwick, but I will grieve thee. I will kill thy lion." This he did in secret. The king was angry when the deed was discovered, and told Guy to meet him in combat, which he did, and slew Morgadour. Laden with riches, Guy reached home again, this time to marry the beautiful Phyllis. There was a great and splendid wedding. For 15 days the feasting and merriment lasted. For some time Guy and Phyllis lived happily together. Then, one sad day, Earl Rohan died, and Guy became Earl of Warwick. As the new Earl was one day thinking of his past life, it seemed to him that he had caused much bloodshed. Thereupon he decided to go to the Holy Land, and there at the sepulchre of the Lord do penance for his sins. Phyllis begged him to stay, but Guy said, "I must go." So, dressed in pilgrim robes, with staff in hand, he set out on his long journey. One day as he walked he came upon an old man who was sad because the giant Ameralt was keeping his daughter and 15 sons in a strong castle. "I am Earl Jones of Duras," he said, "and I seek Guy of Warwick to help me." Guy said if the Earl would give him meat and drink, weapons and armour, he would see what he could do. A splendid coat of mail was brought with shield and sword. Guy called to the giant to come forth. "That will I," replied the giant, "and make short work with thee." Amarant stalked forth, and the fight began. All day it lasted before Guy with his sword cut the giant's head off. Taking the keys of the castle, which lay on the ground, he immediately released Earl of Jonas's children and other noble knights and brave ladies. Putting off his armour, he dressed himself once more in his pilgrim's robe, and with his staff in his hand, set out again upon his journey. Part 3. How Guy fought with the giant Colbrand. For some time after Guy went away, Phyllis was very sorrowful. She wept and mourned, and was so sad that she longed to die. At times she even thought of killing herself. She would draw out Guy's great sword, which he had left behind, and think how easy it would be to run it through her heart. But she remembered that the good fairies had promised to send her a little son, and so she made up her mind to live until he came. When the good fairies brought the baby, she called him Rain Brown, and he was so pretty and so dear that Phyllis was comforted. Then, because her lord was far away, and could not attend to his great lands nor to the ruling of his many servants, Phyllis did so for him. She ruled and ordered her household well. She made new roads and rebuilt bridges which had been broken down. She journeyed through all the land, seeing that wrong was made right and evildoers punished. She fed the poor, tended the sick, and comforted those in sorrow. And besides all this, she built great churches and abbeys. So year after year passed, but still Guy did not return. All day Phyllis was busy and had no time for grief. But when evening came, she would go to pace up and down the path, which to this day is called Fair Phyllis's Walk, where she and Guy had often walked together. Now, as she wandered there alone, the hot, slow tears would come, and she would feel miserable and forsaken. At last, after many years full of adventures and travel, Guy reached England once more. He was now an old man. His beard was long, his hair had grown white, and in the weather-beaten pilgrim none could recognise the gallant knight and earl, Guy of Warwick. When Guy landed in England, he found the whole country in sore dread. For Anlaf, King of Denmark, had invaded England with a great army. With fire and sword he had wasted the land, sparing neither tower nor town, man, woman, nor child, but destroying all that came in his path. Fight how they might, the English could not drive out the Danes. Now they were in deep despair, for the enemy lay before the king's city of Winchester. With them was a terrible giant called Colbrand, and Anlaf had sent a message to King Athelstane, as the king who now reigned over all England was called, demanding that he should either find a champion to fight with Colbrand or deliver over his kingdom. So the king had sent messengers north, south, east, and west, but in all the land no knight could be found who was brave enough to face the awful giant. And now within the great church of Winchester, the king with his priests and people knelt, praying God to send a champion. "Where then is Heraud?" asked Guy of the man who told this tale. "Where is Heraud, who never yet forsook man in need?" "Alas, he is gone far beyond the seas," replied the man, "and so is Guy of Warwick. We know not where they are." Then Guy took his staff and turned his steps towards Winchester. Coming there, he found the king sitting among his wise men. "I bid you," he was saying to them, "give me some counsel how I may defend my country against the Danes. Is there any knight among you who will fight this giant? Half my kingdom he shall have, and that gladly if he conquer." But all the wise men, knights and nobles, stood silent and looked upon the ground. "Oh, woe is me," then cried the king, "that I rule over such cowards! To what have my English come that I may not find one knight among them bold enough to do battle for his king and country? Oh, that Guy of Warwick were here!" Then, through the bright crowd of steel-clad nobles, there came a tall old man, dressed in a worn, dark pilgrim's robe, with bare feet and head, and a staff in his hand. "My lord king," he said, "I will fight for thee." "Thou?" said the king in astonishment. "Thou seemest more fit to pray than to fight for us." "Believe me, my lord king," said Guy, for of course it was he, "this hand has often held a sword, and never yet have I been worsted in a fight." "Then since there is none other," said the king, "fight, and God strengthen thee." Now Guy was very tall, and no armour could be found anywhere to fit him. "Send to the Countess of Warwick," said Guy at last. "Ask her to lend the Earl's weapons and armour for the saving of England." "That is well thought of," said the king. So a swift messenger was sent to Warwick Castle, and he presently returned with Guy's armour. He at once put it on, and the people marvelled that it should fit him so well, for none knew or guessed that the pilgrim was Guy himself. Guy went then out to meet the giant, and all the people crowded to the walls of Winchester to watch their champion fight. Colbrand came forth. He was so huge that no horse could carry him, and he wore a whole waggon-load of weapons. His armour was pitch black except his shield, which was blood red and had a white owl painted on it. He was a fearsome sight to look upon, and as he strode along shaking his spear, everyone trembled for Guy. It was a terrible and unequal fight. Tall though Guy was, he could reach no higher than the giant's shoulder with his spear, and yet he wounded him again and again. "I never fought with any like thee," cried Colbrand. "Yield, and I will ask King Anlaf to make thee a general in the Danish army. Castle and towers shalt thou have, and everything that thou canst desire, if thou but do as I counsel thee." "Better death than that," replied Guy, and still fought on. At last, taking his battle-axe in both hands, he gave Colbrand such a blow that his sword dropped to the ground. As the giant reeled under the stroke, Guy raised his battle-axe once more. His good axe he reared on high, with both hands full mightily. He smote him in the neck so well that the head flew that very deal. The giant dead on the earth lay. The Danes made great sorrow that day. Seeing their champion fall, the Danes fled to their ships. England was saved. Then out of the city came all the people with the priests and the king in great procession, and singing hymns of praise as they went, they led Guy back. The king brought Guy to his palace, and offered him splendid robes and great rewards, even to the half of the kingdom. But Guy would have none of them. "Give me my pilgrim's dress again," he said. And in spite of all the king could say, he put off his fine armour and dressed himself again in the dark pilgrim's robe. "Tell me at least thy name," said the king, "so that the minstrels may sing of thy great deeds, and that in years to come the people may remember and bless thee." "Bless God, not me," replied Guy. "He it was gave me strength and power against the giant." "Then if thou wilt not that the people know," said the king, "tell thy name to me alone." "So be it," said Guy. "Walk with me 1/2 mile out of the city, thou and I alone. Then will I tell thee my name." So the king in his royal robes and the pilgrim in his dull, dark gown passed together out of the city gate. When they had gone 1/2 mile, Guy stood still. "Sire," he said, "thou wouldst know my name. I am Guy of Warwick, thine own knight. Once thou didst love me well, now I am as thou dost see me." At first the king could hardly believe that this poor man was really the great Earl of Warwick, but when he became sure of it, he threw his arms round Guy and kissed him. "Dear friend, we have long mourned for thee as dead," he cried. "Now thou wilt come with me and help me to rule, and I will honour thee above all men." But Guy would not go back. He made the king promise to tell no man who he was. This he did for the sake of the oath which he had sworn, that he would never again fight for glory, but only for a righteous cause. Then once more they kissed, and each turned his own way, the king going sadly back to Winchester. As he entered the gates, the people crowded round him, eager to know who the pilgrim was, but King Athelstane held up his hand. "Peace," he said. "I indeed know, but I may not tell you. Go to your homes, thank God for your deliverance, and pray for him who overcame the giant." Part 4. How at last Guy went home. After Guy left the king, he journeyed on towards Warwick, and when he came to the town over which he was lord and master, no one knew him. So he mixed with the poor men who came every morning to the castle gates to receive food from the countess. Guy listened to what those round him said. He heard them praise and bless Phyllis, calling her the best woman that had ever lived, and his heart was glad. Pale and trembling, Guy bent before his wife to receive food from her hands. He was so changed that even she did not know him, but she felt very sorry for the poor man who seemed so thin and worn, and she spoke so kindly to him, and gave him more food than the others, and told him to come every day as long as he lived. Guy thanked her and turned slowly away. He remembered that a hermit lived in a cave not far off, and to him he went. But when he reached the cave he found it empty. The hermit had been dead for many years. Guy then made up his mind to live in the cave. Every morning he went to the castle to receive food from Phyllis, but he would only take the simplest things, often eating nothing but bread and drinking water from the spring which flowed near. Every evening Guy could hear Phyllis as she paced to and fro, for her walk was not far from the hermit's cave, but still some strange enchantment, as it were, held him dumb, and although he still loved her, although he knew that she sorrowed and longed for him to return home, he could not say, "I am here." At last one day Guy became very ill. He had no longer strength to go to the castle, so calling a passing countryman to him, he gave him a ring. It was the ring which Phyllis had given him, and which he had kept ever with him through all his pilgrimage. "Take this," he said to the countryman, "and carry it to fair Phyllis, the Countess of Warwick." But the countryman was afraid. "I have never spoken to a great lady, and I do not know how to address her," he said. "Besides, she may be angry with me, and I shall get into trouble if I carry a ring to the Earl's wife." "Do not fear," said Guy. "The Countess will not be angry. Rather, she will reward thee. Tell her to come hastily, or I die." So the countryman took the ring, and coming to the Countess, fell upon his knees. "Lady," he said, "a pilgrim who lives yonder in the forest sends thee this ring." Phyllis took the ring, and as she looked at it, a strange light came into her eyes. Like one in a dream, she passed her hand over her forehead. "It is mine own lord, Sir Guy," she cried, and fell senseless to the ground. The countryman was much frightened, but her ladies ran to the Countess and raised her, and soon she opened her eyes. "Friend," she said to the countryman, "tell me, where is he who gave thee this ring?" "He is in the hermit's cave," replied the man, "and he bade me to say that thou must hasten ere he die." Right glad was Phyllis at the thought of seeing Guy again, yet sorrowful lest she should find him dead. So calling for her mule, she mounted and rode speedily towards the cave, the countryman running before to show the way. And when they came to the cave, Phyllis went in, and kneeling beside Guy, put her arms round him, crying bitterly. "Dear," he said, "weep not, for I go where sorrow end." Then he kissed her fair and courteously. With that he died hastily. There was sorrow through all the land when it was known that Guy, the great hero, was dead. He was buried with much pomp and ceremony, the king and queen and all the greatest nobles of the land coming to the funeral. And Phyllis, not caring to live longer, now that she knew that Guy was indeed dead, died too, and they were both buried in the same grave. Then minstrels sang of Guy's valiant deeds, and of how he had slain giants and dragons, and of how he might have been an emperor and a king over many lands, and how he was ever a gentle and courteous knight. Thus endeth the tale of Sir Guy. God on his soul have mercy, and on ours when we be dead, and grant us in heaven to have stead. If you ever go to Warwick, you will see, in the castle there, Guy's sword and armour. Wise people will tell you that they never belonged to Guy, but to some other men, who lived much later. Well, perhaps they are right. Then when you are at Warwick, you must go to Guy's Cliff, which is about 1.5 miles away. There in the chapel is a statue of Guy, very old and broken. You will also see there fair Phyllis's Walk, the spring from which Guy used to drink, still called Guy's Well, and the cave where he lived as a hermit, and where he died. Upon the walls of the cave is some writing. You will not be able to read it, for it is Saxon, but it means, "Cast out, thou Christ, from thy servant this burden." Did Guy, I wonder, or some other, in days of loneliness and despair, carve these words? If you ask why Guy did these things, why, when he was happy and had everything he could desire, he threw away that happiness, and wandered out into the world to endure hunger and weariness and suffering, or why, when at last he came back and found his beautiful wife waiting and longing for his return, he did not go to her and be happy again, I cannot tell you certainly. But perhaps it may be explained in this way. In those far-off days there was nothing for great men to do but fight. What they had they won by the sword, and they kept it by the sword. So they went swaggering over the world, fighting and shedding blood, and the more men a knight killed, the more blood he shed, the greater was his fame. It was impossible for a man to live in the world and be at peace with his fellows. So when he desired peace, he had to cut himself off from the world, and all who lived in it, and go to live like a hermit in some lonely cave, or wander as a pilgrim in desolate places. And so it was with Guy. End of Guy of Warwick. Recording by Katalina Watt, London. Please visit seenthefuture.blogspot.co.uk.
Section 44 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. Section 44. Dick Whittington and His Cat. Adapted by Ernest Rhys. In the reign of the famous King Edward III, there was a little boy called Dick Whittington, whose father and mother died when he was very young, so that he remembered nothing at all about them, and was left a ragged little fellow, running about a country village. As poor Dick was not old enough to work, he was very badly off. He got but little for his dinner, and sometimes nothing at all for his breakfast, for the people who lived in the village were very poor indeed, and could not spare him much more than the parings of potatoes, and now and then a hard crust of bread. For all this, Dick Whittington was a very sharp boy, and was always listening to what everybody talked about. On Sunday he was sure to get near the farmers as they sat talking on the tombstones in the churchyard, before the parson came, and once a week you might see little Dick leaning against the signpost of the village alehouse, where people stopped to drink as they came from the next market town, and when the barber's shop door was open, Dick listened to all the news that his customers told one another. In this manner Dick heard a great many very strange things about the great city called London. For the foolish country people at that time thought that folks in London were all fine gentlemen and ladies, and that there was singing and music there all day long, and that the streets were all paved with gold. One day a large wagon and 8 horses, all with bells at their heads, drove through the village while Dick was standing by the signpost. He thought that this wagon must be going to the fine town of London, so he took courage and asked the wagoner to let him walk with him by the side of the wagon. As soon as the wagoner heard that poor Dick had no father or mother, and saw by his ragged clothes that he could not be worse off than he was, he told him he might go if he would, so they set off together. I could never find out how little Dick contrived to get meat and drink on the road, nor how he could walk so far, for it was a long way, nor what he did at night for a place to lie down to sleep in. Perhaps some good-natured people in the towns that he passed through, when they saw he was a little ragged boy, gave him something to eat, and perhaps the wagoner let him get into the wagon at night, and take a nap upon one of the boxes or large parcels in the wagon. Dick, however, got safe to London, and was in such a hurry to see the fine streets paved all over with gold, that I am afraid he did not even stay to thank the kind wagoner, but ran off as fast as his legs would carry him, through many of the streets, thinking every moment to come upon those that were paved with gold. For Dick had seen a guinea 3 times in his own little village, and remembered what a deal of money it brought in change, so he thought he had nothing to do but to take up some little bits of the pavement, and should then have as much money as he could wish for. Poor Dick ran till he was tired, and had quite forgot his friend the wagoner, but at last, finding it grow dark, and that every way he turned he saw nothing but dirt instead of gold, he sat down in a dark corner and cried himself to sleep. Little Dick was all night in the streets, and next morning, being very hungry, he got up and walked about, and asked everybody he met to give him a halfpenny to keep him from starving. But nobody stayed to answer him, and only 2 or 3 gave him a halfpenny, so that the poor boy was soon quite weak and faint for the want of victuals. At last a good-natured looking gentleman saw how hungry he looked. "Why don't you go to work, my lad?" he said to Dick. "That I would, but I do not know how to get any," answered Dick. "If you are willing, come along with me," said the gentleman, and took him to a hayfield, where Dick worked briskly, and lived merrily till the hay was made. After this he found himself as badly off as before, and being almost starved again, he laid himself down at the door of Mr. Fitzwarren, a rich merchant. Here he was soon seen by the cook, who was an ill-tempered creature, and happened just then to be very busy preparing dinner for her master and mistress. So she called out to poor Dick, "What business have you there, you lazy rogue? There is nothing else but beggars. If you do not take yourself away, we will see how you will like a sousing of some dish-water. I have some here hot enough to make you jump." Just at that time Mr. Fitzwarren himself came home to dinner, and when he saw a dirty, ragged boy lying in the door, he said to him, "Why do you lie there, my boy? You seem old enough to work. I am afraid you are inclined to be lazy." "No, indeed, sir," said Dick to him, "that is not the case, for I would work with all my heart. But I do not know anybody, and I believe I am very sick for the want of food." "Poor fellow, get up. Let me see what ails you." Dick now tried to rise, but was obliged to lie down again, being too weak to stand, for he had not eaten any food for 3 days, and was no longer able to run about and beg a halfpenny of people in the street. So the kind merchant ordered him to be taken into the house, and have a good dinner given him, and be kept to do what dirty work he was able to do for the cook. Little Dick would have lived very happily in this good family, if it had not been for the ill-natured cook, who was finding fault and scolding him from morning to night, and besides, she was so fond of basting, that when she had no meat to baste, she would baste poor Dick's head and shoulders with a broom, or anything else that happened to fall in her way. At last her ill usage of him was told to Alice, Mr. Fitzwarren's daughter, who told the cook she should be turned away if she did not treat him kinder. The ill humour of the cook was now a little amended. But besides this, Dick had another hardship to get over. His bed stood in a garret, where there were so many holes in the floor and the walls that every night he was tormented with rats and mice. A gentleman having given Dick a penny for cleaning his shoes, he thought he would buy a cat with it. The next day he saw a girl with a cat, and asked her if she would let him have it for a penny. The girl said she would, and at the same time told him the cat was an excellent mouser. Dick hid his cat in the garret, and always took care to carry a part of his dinner to her, and in a short time he had no more trouble with rats and mice, but slept quite sound every night. Soon after this his master had a ship ready to sail, and as he thought it right that all his servants should have some chance for good fortune as well as himself, he called them all into the parlour, and asked them what they would send out. They all had something that they were willing to venture, except poor Dick, who had neither money nor goods, and therefore could send nothing. For this reason he did not come into the parlour with the rest. But Miss Alice guessed what was the matter, and ordered him to be called in. She then said she would lay down some money for him, from her own purse, but the father told her this would not do, for it must be something of his own. When poor Dick heard this, he said he had nothing but a cat which he bought for a penny some time since of a little girl. "Fetch your cat then, my good boy," said Mr. Fitzwarren, "and let her go." Dick went upstairs and brought down poor puss, with tears in his eyes, and gave her to the captain, for he said he should now be kept awake again all night by the rats and mice. All the company laughed at Dick's odd venture, and Miss Alice, who felt pity for the poor boy, gave him some money to buy another cat. This, and many other marks of kindness shown him by Miss Alice, made the ill-tempered cook jealous of poor Dick, and she began to use him more cruelly than ever, and always made game of him for sending his cat to sea. She asked him if he thought his cat would sell for as much money as would buy a stick to beat him. At last poor Dick could not bear this usage any longer, and he thought he would run away from this place, so he packed up his new things and started very early in the morning, on All Hallows, which is the 1st of November. He walked as far as Holloway, and there sat down on a stone, which to this day is called Whittington's stone, and began to think to himself which road he should take as he went onwards. While he was thinking what he should do, the bells of Bow Church, which at that time had only 6, began to ring, and he fancied their sound seemed to say to him, "Turn again, Whittington, Lord Mayor of London." "Lord Mayor of London?" he said to himself. "Why, to be sure, I would put up with almost anything now to be Lord Mayor of London, and ride in a fine coach when I grow to be a man. Well, I will go back, and think nothing of the cuffing and scolding of the old cook, if I am to be Lord Mayor of London at last." Dick went back, and was lucky enough to get into the house and set about his work before the old cook came downstairs. The ship, with the cat on board, was a long time at sea, and was at last driven by the winds to a part of the coast of Barbary where the only people were the Moors, that the English had never known before. The people then came in great numbers to see the sailors, who were a different colour to themselves, and treated them very civilly, and, when they became better acquainted, were very eager to buy the fine things that the ship was loaded with. When the captain saw this, he sent patterns of the best things he had to the king of the country, who was so much pleased with them that he sent for the captain to the palace. Here they were placed, as it is the custom of the country, on rich carpets marked with gold and silver flowers. The king and queen were seated at the upper end of the room, and a number of dishes were brought in for dinner. They had not sat long when a vast number of rats and mice rushed in, helping themselves from almost every dish. The captain wondered at this, and asked if these vermin were not very unpleasant. "Oh yes," said they, "very destructive, and the king would give half his treasure to be freed of them. For they not only destroy his dinner, as you see, but they assault him in his chamber, and even in bed, so that he is obliged to be watched while he is sleeping for fear of them." The captain jumped for joy. He remembered poor Whittington and his cat, and told the king he had a creature on board the ship that would dispatch all these vermin immediately. The king's heart heaved so high at the joy which this news gave him, that his turban dropped off his head. "Bring this creature to me," says he. "Vermin are dreadful in a court, and if she will perform what you say, I will load your ship with gold and jewels in exchange for her." The captain, who knew his business, took this opportunity to set forth the merits of Mrs. Puss. He told his majesty that it would be inconvenient to part with her, as, when the ship was gone, the rats and mice might destroy the goods in the ship, but to oblige his majesty he would fetch her. "Run, run," said the queen, "I am impatient to see the dear creature." Away went the captain to the ship, while another dinner was got ready. He put Puss under his arm, and arrived at the palace soon enough to see the table full of rats. When the cat saw them, she did not wait for bidding, but jumped out of the captain's arms, and in a few minutes laid almost all the rats and mice dead at her feet. The rest of them in their fright scampered away to their holes. The king and queen were quite charmed to get so easily rid of such plagues, and desired that the creature who had done them so great a kindness might be brought to them for inspection. Upon which the captain called, "Pussy, pussy, pussy," and she came to him. He then presented her to the queen, who started back and was afraid to touch a creature who had made such a havoc among the rats and mice. However, when the captain stroked the cat and called, "Pussy, pussy," the queen also touched her and cried, "Putty, putty," for she had not learned English. He then put her down on the queen's lap, where she, purring, played with her majesty's hand, and then sung herself to sleep. The king, having seen the exploits of Mrs. Puss, and being informed that her kittens would stock the whole country, bargained with the captain for the whole ship's cargo, and then gave him 10 times as much for the cat as all the rest amounted to. The captain then took leave of the royal party, and set sail with a fair wind for England, and after a happy voyage arrived safe in London. One morning Mr. Fitzwarren had just come to his counting house and seated himself at the desk, when somebody came tap tap at the door. "Who's there?" said Mr. Fitzwarren. "A friend," answered the other. "I come to bring you good news of your ship Unicorn." The merchant, bustling up instantly, opened the door, and who should be seen waiting but the captain and factor, with a cabinet of jewels, and a bill of lading, for which the merchant lifted up his eyes and thanked heaven for sending him such a prosperous voyage. Then they told the story of the cat, and showed him the richest present that the king and queen had sent for her to poor Dick. As soon as the merchant heard this, he called out to his servants, "Go fetch him, we will tell him of the same. Pray call him Mr. Whittington by name." Mr. Fitzwarren now showed himself to be a good man, for when some of his servants said so great a treasure was too much for Dick, he answered, God forbid I should deprive him of the value of a single penny." He then sent for Dick, who at that time was scouring pots for the cook, and was quite dirty. Mr. Fitzwarren ordered a chair to be sent for him, and so he began to think they were making game of him, at the same time begging them not to play tricks with a poor simple boy, but to let him go down again, if they pleased, to his work. "Indeed, Mr. Whittington," said the merchant, "we are all quite in earnest with you, and I most heartily rejoice in the news these gentlemen have brought you, for the captain has sold your cat to the King of Barbary, and brought you in return for her more riches than I possess in the whole world, and I wish you may long enjoy them." Mr. Fitzwarren then told the men to open the great treasure they had brought with him, and said, "Mr. Whittington has nothing to do but to put it in some place of safety." Poor Dick hardly knew how to behave himself for joy. He begged his master to take what part of it he pleased, since he owed it all to his kindness. "No, no," answered Mr. Fitzwarren, "this is all your own, and I have no doubt but you will use it well." Dick next asked his mistress, and then Miss Alice, to accept a part of his good fortune, but they would not, and at the same time told him they felt great joy at his good success. But this poor fellow was too kind-hearted to keep it all to himself, so he made a present to the captain, the mate, and the rest of Mr. Fitzwarren's servants, and even to the ill-natured old cook. After this, Mr. Fitzwarren advised him to send for a proper tradesman and get himself dressed like a gentleman, and told him he was welcome to live in his house till he could provide himself with a better. When Whittington's face was washed, his hair curled, his hat cocked, and he was dressed in a nice suit of clothes, he was as handsome and genteel as any young man who visited at Mr. Fitzwarren's. So that Miss Alice, who had once been so kind to him, and thought of him with pity, now looked upon him as fit to be her sweetheart, and the more so, no doubt, because Whittington was now always thinking what he could do to oblige her, and making her the prettiest presents that could be. Mr. Fitzwarren soon saw their love for each other, and proposed to join them in marriage, and to this they both readily agreed. A day for the wedding was soon fixed, and they were attended to church by the Lord Mayor, the Court Alderman, the sheriffs, and a great number of the richest merchants in London, whom they afterwards treated with a very rich feast. History tells us that Mr. Whittington and his lady lived in great splendor and were very happy. They had several children. He was Sheriff of London, also Mayor, and received the honor of knighthood by Henry V. The figure of Sir Richard Whittington, with his cat in his arms, carved in stone, was to be seen till the year 1780 over the archway of the old prison of Newgate, that stood across Newgate Street. End of Dick Whittington and His Cat. Recording by Lynne Thompson in the Willamette Valley.
Section 45 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 45. Tom Hickathrift. Adapted by Ernest Rhys. Long before William the Conqueror, there dwelt a man in the Isle of Ely named Thomas Hickathrift, a poor laboring man, but so strong that he was able to do in one day the ordinary work of two. He had an only son, whom he christened Thomas, after his own name. The old man put his son to good learning, but he would take none, for he was none of the wisest, but something soft, and had no docility at all in him. God calling this good man, the father, to his rest, his mother, being tender of him, kept him by her hard labor as well as she could. But this was no easy matter, for Tom would sit all day in the chimney corner instead of doing anything to help her, and although at the time we were speaking of he was only 10 years old, he would eat more than 4 or 5 ordinary men, and was 5 feet and a half in height, and 2 feet and a half broad. His hand was more like a shoulder of mutton than a boy's hand, and he was altogether like a little monster, but yet his great strength was not known. Tom's strength came to be known in this manner. His mother, it seems, as well as himself, for they lived in the days of merry old England, slept on straw. Now, being a tidy old creature, she must every now and then have a new bed, and one day, having been promised a bottle of straw by a neighboring farmer, after much begging, she got her son to fetch it. Tom, however, made her borrow a cart rope first, before he would budge a step, without saying what he wanted it for. But the poor woman, too glad to gain his help upon any terms, let him have it at once. Tom, swinging the rope round his shoulder, went to the farmer's, and found him with 2 men threshing in a barn. Having told what he wanted, the farmer said he might take as much straw as he could carry. Tom at once took him at his word, and, placing the rope in a right position, rapidly made up a bundle, containing at least a cartload, the men jeering at him all the while. Their merriment, however, did not last long, for Tom flung the enormous bundle over his shoulders, and walked away with it without any difficulty, and left them all gaping after him. After this exploit, Tom was no longer allowed to be idle. Everyone tried to secure his services, and we are told many tales of his mighty strength. On one occasion, having been offered as great a bundle of firewood as he could carry, he marched off with one of the largest trees in the forest. Tom was also extremely fond of attending fairs, and in cudgeling, wrestling, or throwing the hammer, there was no one who could compete with him. He thought nothing of flinging a huge hammer into the middle of a river a mile off, and in fact performed such extraordinary feats that the folk began to have a fear of him. At length a brewer at Lynne, who required a strong, lusty fellow to carry his beer to the marsh and Wisbeach, after much persuasion and promising him a new suit of clothes and as much as he liked to eat and drink, secured Tom for his business. The distance he travelled with the beer was upwards of 20 miles, for although there was a shorter cut through the marsh, no one durst go that way for fear of a monstrous giant, who was lord of a portion of the district, and who killed or made slaves of every one he could lay his hands upon. Now, in the course of time, Tom was thoroughly tired of going such a roundabout way, and without telling his plans to anyone, he resolved to pass through the giant's domain, or lose his life in the attempt. This was a bold undertaking, but good living had so increased Tom's strength and courage that, venturesome as he was before, his hardiness was so much increased that he could have faced a still greater danger. He accordingly drove his cart in the forbidden direction, flinging the gates wide open, as if for the purpose of making his daring more plain to be seen. At length he was espied by the giant, who was in a rage at his boldness, but consoled himself by thinking that Tom and the beer would soon become his prey.
"Sir,"
said the monster,
"who gave you permission to come this way? Do you not know how I make all stand in fear of me? And you, like an impudent rogue, must come and fling my gates open at your pleasure. Are you careless of your life? Do not you care what you do? But I will make you an example for all rogues under the sun. Dost thou not see how many thousand heads hang upon yonder tree? Heads of those who have offended against my laws. But thy head shall hang higher than all the rest for an example."
But Tom made him answer, "You shall not find me to be one of them."
"No?"
said the giant in astonishment and indignation.
"And what a fool you must be if you come to fight with such a one as I am, and bring never a weapon to defend yourself."
Quoth Tom, "I have a weapon here that will make you know you are a traitorous rogue." This speech highly incensed the giant, who immediately ran to his cave for his club, intending to dash out Tom's brains at one blow. Tom was now much distressed for a weapon, as by some chance he had forgot one, and he began to reflect how very little his whip would help him against a monster 12 feet in height and 6 feet round the waist. But while the giant was gone for his club, Tom bethought himself, and turning his cart upside down, adroitly took out the axle-tree, which would serve him for a staff, and removing a wheel, fitted it to his arm instead of a shield. Very good weapons indeed in time of trouble, and worthy of Tom's wit. When the monster returned with his club, he was amazed to see the weapons with which Tom had armed himself. But uttering a word of defiance, he bore down upon the poor fellow with such heavy strokes that it was as much as Tom could do to defend himself with his wheel. Tom, however, at length cut the giant such a blow with the axle-tree on the side of his head that he nearly reeled over.
"What?" said Tom. "Have you drunk of my beer already?"
This inquiry did not, as we may suppose, mollify the giant, who laid on his blow so sharply and heavily that Tom was obliged to defend himself, by and by not making any impression on the wheel. The giant grew tired, and was obliged to ask Tom if he would let him drink a little, and then he would fight again.
"No," said Tom, "my mother did not teach me that wit. Who would be fool then?"
The end may readily be imagined. Tom, having beaten the giant, cut off his head, and entered the cave, which he found completely filled with gold and silver. The news of this victory rapidly spread throughout the country, for the giant had been a common enemy to the people about. They made bonfires for joy, and showed their respect to Tom by every means in their power. A few days afterwards, Tom took possession of the cave and all the giant's treasure. He pulled down the former, and built a magnificent house on the spot. But as for the land stolen by the giant, part of it he gave to the poor for their common, merely keeping enough for himself and his good old mother, Jane Hickathrift. Tom was now a great man and a hero with all the country folk, so that when anyone was in danger or difficulty, it was to Tom Hickathrift he must turn. It chanced that about this time many idle and rebellious persons drew themselves together in and about the Isle of Ely, and set themselves to defy the king and all his men. By this time, you must know, Tom Hickathrift had secured to himself a trusty friend and comrade, almost his equal in strength and courage. For though he was but a tinker, yet he was a great and lusty one. Now the sheriff of the county came to Tom, under cover of night, full of fear and trembling, and begged his aid and protection against the rebels. Else, he said, we'd all be dead men. Tom, nothing loth, called his friend the tinker, and as soon as it was day, led by the sheriff, they went out armed with their clubs to the place where the rebels were gathered together. When they were got thither, Tom and the tinker marched up to the leaders of the band, and asked them why they set upon breaking the king's peace. To this they loudly answered, "Our will is our law, and by that alone we will be governed."
"Nay," quoth Tom, "if it be so, these trusty clubs are our weapons, and by them alone you shall be chastised."
These words were no sooner uttered than they madly rushed on the throng of men, bearing all before them, and laying 20 or 30 sprawling with every blow. The tinker struck off heads with such violence that they flew like balls for miles about, and when Tom had slain hundreds and so broken his trusty club, he laid hold of a lusty raw-boned miller and made use of him as a weapon till he had quite cleared the field. If Tom Hickathrift had been a hero before, he was twice a hero now. When the king heard of it all, he sent for him to be knighted, and when he was Sir Thomas Hickathrift, nothing would serve him but that he must be married to a great lady of the country. So married he was, and a fine wedding they had of it. There was a great feast given, to which all the poor widows for miles round were invited, because of Tom's mother, and rich and poor feasted together. Among the poor widows who came was an old woman called Stumble-up, who with much ingratitude stole from the great table a silver tankard. But she had not got safe away before she was caught, and the people were so enraged at her wickedness that they nearly hanged her. However, Sir Tom had her rescued, and commanded that she should be drawn on a wheelbarrow through the streets and lanes of Cambridge, holding a placard in her hand which was written, "I am the naughty Stumble-up, who tried to steal the silver cup." End of Tom Hickathrift. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California.
Section 46 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Wright. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Heroes of Scandinavia, Section 46. The Story of Frithiof, adapted by Julia Goddard. Part 1. In a cottage overshadowed by wide-spreading oaks, and surrounded by a garden in which bloomed the sweetest flowers of summer, lived an aged peasant named Hilding. 2 children might be seen playing about the garden from sunrise to sunset, but they were not old Hilding's children. The handsome boy was the son of the Thane Thorsten Vikingsson. The little girl, with dove-like eyes and silken tresses, was the daughter of good King Bela. Together the little ones played through the long pleasant days in their foster father's garden, or wandered through the woods, or climbed the hills that sheltered them from the northern winds. The boy would seek treasures from the bird's nest for his fair companion, not even fearing to rob the mountain eagle, so that he might bring the spoil to Ingebjorg. He would also take her far out on the blue sea in his little boat, and Ingebjorg never felt afraid as long as Frithiof was with her. As Frithiof grew older, he became a great hunter, and once he slew without weapons a fierce bear, which he brought home in triumph and laid at Ingebjorg's feet. During the winter evenings, they sat by the blazing logs on the hearth, and Hilding told them wonderful stories of Asgard and all its glories, of Odin, the king of the gods, and of the beautiful Frigga. But Frithiof thought she could not be half so beautiful as Ingebjorg, and once he said so to her, and it pleased her exceedingly. And he said, moreover, that when he was a man, Ingebjorg should be his wife. This also she was glad to hear, for she loved Frithiof better than anyone in the world. But old Hilding told them not to talk nonsense, for Ingebjorg was a king's daughter, and Frithiof but the son of a thane. Part 2. In a room of his palace stood King Bela. He was leaning on his sword, musing over all that was past and thinking of the future. He was an old man, and he felt that his strength was failing him. With him was his faithful friend Thorsten Vikingsson. They had grown up to manhood together. They had fought in many a battle side by side. They had been companions at many a feast and revel, and now, when old age had fallen upon them, they drew closer to one another, feeling that the hand of death was raised to summon them into another world. "The end of life is near," said the king. "The shadow of death is cast upon me. No longer do I care for all that men call pleasure. The chase hath lost its charm, the helmet sits heavy upon my brow, and the mead hath lost its flavor. I would that my sons were here, so that I might give them my blessing." Then the servants summoned to King Bela's presence his 2 sons, Helgi and Halfdan. Dark was the countenance of Helgi, and there was blood upon his hands, for he had just been assisting at the midday sacrifice. But the face of Halfdan was bright as the early morning, and he was as light and joyous as his brother was dark and gloomy. Frithiof also came, For the Thane Thorstein Vikingsson desired to see him, that he too might bless his son when King Bela blessed the royal princes. And the two old friends spoke words of wisdom to their children, and prayed that the gods might be with them in peace and war, in joy and sorrow, and grant them a long life and a glorious death. And when their counsels and prayers were ended, King Bela said, "And now, O sons, I bid you remember, in that day when death shall claim me and my faithful friend, that ye lay our bones side by side near the shore of the great ocean." Part 3. In due time King Bela died, and Helgi and Halfdan shared his kingdom between them. Thorstein Vikingsson died also, and Frithiof became lord of his ancestral home of Framnes. Rich treasures did that home contain, 3 of them of magic power. The first was the sword of Anurvadel. Blood red it shone in time of war, and woe to him who contended with its owner on the battlefield. Next was an arm ring of pure gold, made by the god Vuland, and given by him to one of Thorstein Vikingsson's forefathers. Once it was stolen and carried to England by the Viking Soot, but Thorstein and his friend King Bela pursued the robber. Over the sea they sailed after the Viking, and landed at a lonely place where the rocks reared up their sharp points and made the coast dangerous. There were deep caverns which the waters filled when the tide was up, so lone and dark that men were almost afraid to go into them. But Thorstein Vikingsson and the king his masters were not daunted. Hither they had come after the pirate, and here it was that he had last been heard of, and they searched along the shore and in the caves, and peered into every hole and cranny, until their eyes grew strained and heavy, but no Viking Soot was to be seen. They had almost given up hope of finding him, when, looking through a chink that had hitherto escaped their notice, a fearful sight was seen by the valiant Thane. Within a mighty vault, forming a still, cold tomb, there lay a vessel all complete, with masts and spars and anchor, and on the deck there sat a grim skeleton clad in a robe of flame, and on his skinless arm glittered the golden arm-ring wrought by Vuland. The figure held in his left hand a blood-stained sword, from which he was trying to scour away the stains. "It is my arm-ring," said Thorstein Vikingsson. "It is the spirit of the Viking Soot." And forthwith he forced his way into the tomb, and after a deadly conflict with the spectre, regained his treasure. And the two friends sailed home in triumph. The third great thing that Frithiof inherited was the dragon ship Ellida, which his forefathers had won in the following manner. One of them, a rough, rude Viking, with a tender heart, was out at sea, and on a wreck that was fast sinking saw an old man with green locks sitting disconsolately. The good-natured Viking picked him up, took him home, gave him of the best of food and of sparkling mead, and would have lodged him in his house. But the green-haired man said he could not tarry, for he had many miles to sail that night. "But when the sun comes up in the east," added the stranger, "look for a thank-gift on the wild seashore." And behold, as morning dawned, the Viking saw a goodly vessel making gallant headway. As she drew near the land with streamer flying and broad sails flapping in the wind, the Viking saw that there was no soul on board of her, and yet, without steersmen to guide her, the vessel avoided the shoals and held her way straight to the spot where he was standing. Her prow was a dragon's head, a dragon's tail formed her stern, and dragon's wings bore her along swifter than an eagle before the storm. The green-haired stranger was a sea-god, and the dragon ship Ellida was his thank-gift. Thus Frithiof, though only the son of a Thane, had treasures that might have been coveted by kings and princes. He sat in his father's halls, surrounded by his companions. Upon his right was seated his bosom friend Bjorn, and 12 bold champions clad in steel were ranged around the board. and they drank in silence to the memory of Thorstein Vikingsson. But suddenly the harps struck up, and the skalds poured forth their songs in honor of the dead Thane. And Frithiof's eyes filled with tears as he listened to his father's praises. Part 4. In spite of Frithiof's wealth, Helgi and Halfdan looked with disdain upon the son of their father's friend, and when Frithiof asked to have Ingebjorg for his wife, Helgi scornfully answered, "My sister shall not wed the son of a thane. If you like to be our serf, we will make room for you among our servants." Then went Frithiof away in wrath. There was another suitor for the hand of Ingebjorg, good old King Ring, who, having lost his wife, thought that the Lily of the North would make a tender mother for his little son. And he sent to Helgi and Halfdan to ask for Ingebjorg in marriage, but the brothers treated him as they had treated Frithiof, and the old king was roused, and he swore he would revenge himself. Helgi and Halfdan were afraid when they found that Ring was really making ready for war. They began to get their army into order, and placed Ingebjorg for safety in the temple of Baldur, and in their distress they even sent to Frithiof to ask him to come and help them. They chose wisely in the messenger they had sent to plead for them, for it was none other than old Hilding, who had been so kind to Frithiof in his childhood. Frithiof was playing at chess with Bjorn when Hilding arrived. He pretended not to hear the message and went on with his game. "Shall the pawn save the king?" he asked Bjorn. And after a time he added, "There is no other way to save the queen," which showed that he had been all the time occupied with Hilding's errand. Therefore he returned with the old peasant, and contrived to see Ingebjorg in the temple of Baldur, and found that she still loved him as much as he loved her, and did not wish to marry anyone else. And again he asked Helgi and Halfdan if they were willing that Ingebjorg should be his wife. And again the brothers said, "Nay," with scorn, and told him that he had profaned the temple of Baldur by speaking to Ingebjorg within its walls. "For such a misdeed," said Helgi, "death or banishment is the doom, and thou art in our power. Nevertheless we are willing, as we wish to make thee useful to us, to forego the penalty. Thou shalt therefore sail forth to the distant Orkney Isles, and compel Jarl Angantyr to pay the tribute that he owes us." Frithiof would have refused to go, but Ingebjorg persuaded him to undertake the mission, for she was afraid of her brothers, and knew that Frithiof would be safer on the wild seas than in their hands. At last Frithiof consented, and he took leave of Ingebjorg, and placed the golden bracelet that Vuland had made upon her arm, praying her to keep it for his sake. And then he sailed away over the heaving waters, and Ingebjorg mourned that her lover was gone. Part 5. Over the sea. It was calm enough when Frithiof started. The storm winds were asleep, and the waters heaved gently as though they would fain help speed the dragon ship peacefully on her way. But King Helgi, standing on a rock, repented that he had suffered the noble Frithiof to escape his malice. And as he watched the good ship ElleyKat riding over the sea, he prayed loudly to the ocean fiends that they would trouble the waters and raise a fierce tempest to swallow up Frithiof and the dragon ship. All at once the sparkling sea turned leaden gray, and the billows began to roll. The skies grew dark, and the howl of the driving wind was answered by a sullen roar from the depths beneath. Suddenly a blinding flash of lightning played around the vessel, and as it vanished the pealing thunder burst from the clouds. The raging sea foamed and seethed, and tossed the vessel like a feather upon its angry waves, and deeper sounded the thunder, and more fiercely flashed the lightning round the masts. Wilder, wilder, wilder grew the storm. Alas for Frithiof! "Ho! Take the tiller in the hand," shouted Frithiof to Bjorn, "and I will mount to the topmost mast, and look out for danger." And when he looked out, he saw the storm fiends riding on a whale. One was in form like a great white bear, the other like unto a terrible eagle. Now help me, O gift of the sea god! Help me, my elegant Ellida!" cried Frithiof. And the dragon ship heard her master's voice, and with her keel she smote the whale. So he died, and sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving the storm fiends tossing upon the waves. "Ho, spears and lances! Help me in my need!" shouted Frithiof, as he took aim at the monsters. And he transfixed the shrieking storm fiends, and left them entangled in the huge coils of seaweed which the storm had uprooted. "Ho, ho, ho!" laughed rugged Bjorn. "They are trapped in their own nets." And so they were, and they were so much taken up with trying to free themselves from the seaweed and from Frithiof's long darts that they were unable to give any heed to the storm, which therefore went down, and Frithiof and his crew sailed on, and reached the Orkney Isles in safety. "Here comes Frithiof," said the Viking Atlé. "I know him by his dragon ship." And forthwith the Viking rose and went forth. He had heard of the strength of Frithiof, and wished to match himself against him. He did not wait to see whether Frithiof came in enmity or friendship. Fighting was the first thing he thought of, and what he most cared for. However, the Viking had the worst of it in the battle. "There is witchcraft in thy sword," said he to Frithiof. So Frithiof threw his sword aside, and they wrestled together unarmed until Atlé was brought to the ground. Then spake Frithiof, "And if I had my sword, thou wouldst not long be a living man." "Fetch it, then," replied Atlé. "I swear by the gods that I will not move until thou dost return." So Frithiof fetched his sword, but when he saw the conquered Viking still upon the ground, he could not bring himself to slay so honorable a man. "Thou art too true and brave to die," said Frithiof. "Rise, let us be friends." And the two combatants went hand in hand to the banquet hall of Angantyr, Jarl of the Orkney Islands. A splendid hall it was, and a rare company of heroes was there, and all listened eagerly as Frithiof told his story, and wherefore he had come. "I never paid tribute to King Bela, though he was an old friend of mine," said the Jarl, as Frithiof ended his speech, "nor will I to his sons. If they want aught of me, let them come and take it." "It was by no choice of my own that I came upon such an errand," returned Frithiof, "and I shall be well content to carry back your answer." "Take also this purse of gold in token of friendship," continued the Jarl, "and remain with us, for I knew thy father." Thus Frithiof and the Jarl became good friends, and Frithiof consented to stay for a while in the Orkney Islands, but after a time he ordered out his good ship Ellida, and set sail for his native land. Part 6. But fearful things had come to pass since he had left his home. Fromnas, the dwelling of his fathers, was a heap of ruins, and the land was waste and desolate. And as he stood upon the well-beloved spot, striving to find some traces of the past, his faithful hound bounded forth to greet him, and licked his master's hand, and then his favorite steed drew near, and thrust his nose into Frithiof's hand, hoping to find therein a piece of bread, as in the days of old. His favorite falcon perched upon his shoulder, and this was Frithiof's welcome to the home of his ancestors. There had been a fierce battle, for King Ring with his army had come against Helgi and Halfdan, and the country had been laid waste, and many warriors slain. And when all chance of withstanding him was at an end, the brothers, rather than lose their kingdom, had consented that Ingebjorg should be the wife of Ring. Ingebjorg was married. Frithiof's heart was full of deep sorrow, and he turned his steps toward the temple of Baldur, hoping that at the altar of the god he might meet with consolation. In the temple he found King Helgi, and the sorrow that was weighing down Frithiof's heart gave place to hatred and revenge. Caring nothing for the sacred place, he rushed madly forward. "Here, take thy tribute," he said, and he threw the purse that Jarl Angantyr had given him with such force against the face of the king that Helgi fell down senseless on the steps of the altar. Next, seeing his arm ring on the arm of the statue, for Helgi had taken it from Ingebjorg and placed it there, he tried to tear it off, and lo, the image tottered and fell upon the fire that was burning with sweet perfumes before it. Scarcely had it touched the fire when it was ablaze, and the flames spreading rapidly on every side, the whole temple was soon a smoldering heap of ruins. Then Frithiof sought his ship. He vowed that he would lead a Viking's life, and leave forever a land where he had suffered so much sorrow, and he put out to sea. But no sooner were his sails spread than he saw 10 vessels in chase of him, and on the deck of one stood Helgi, who had been rescued from the burning temple, and had come in chase of him. Yet Frithiof was rescued from the danger as if by miracle. For one by one the ships sank down as though some water giant had stretched out his strong arm and dragged them below, and Helgi only saved himself by swimming ashore. Loud laughed Bjorn. "I bore holes in the ships last night," said he. "It is a rare ending to Helgi's fleet." "And now," said Frithiof, "I will forever lead a Viking's life. I care not for aught upon the land. The sea shall be my home, and I will seek climes far away from here." So he steered the good ship Ellida southward, and among the isles of Greece strove to forget the memories of bygone days. Part 7. In and out of the sunny islands that lay like studs of emerald on a silver shield sailed Frithiof, and on the deck of the dragon ship he rested through the summer nights, looking up at the moon and wondering what she could tell him of the northern land. Sometimes he dreamed of his home as it was before the wartime. Sometimes he dreamed of the days when he and Ingebjorg roamed through the fields and woods together, or listened to old Hilding's stories by the blazing hearth. And then he would awake up with a start and stroke his faithful hound, who was ever near him, saying, "Thou alone knowest no change. To thee all is alike, so long as thy master is with thee." One night, however, as Frithiof was musing on the deck of his vessel, gazing into the cloudless sky, a vision of the past rose up before him. Old familiar faces crowded round him, and in their midst he marked one, best beloved of all, pale, sad, with sorrowful eyes, and her lips moved, and he seemed to hear her say, "I am very sad without thee, Frithiof." Then a great longing came upon Frithiof to see Ingebjorg once more. He would go northward, even to the country of King Ring. He must see Ingebjorg. What did he care for danger? He must go to the cold, dark north. Yet he dared not go openly, for King Ring looked upon him as an enemy, and would seize him at once, and if he did not kill him, would shut him up in prison, so that either way he would not see the beautiful queen. Frithiof therefore disguised himself as an old man, and wrapped in bearskins presented himself at the palace. The old king sat upon his throne, and at his side was Ingebjorg the fair, looking like spring by the side of fading autumn. As the strangely dressed figure passed along, the courtiers jeered, and Frithiof, thrown off his guard, angrily seized one of them and twirled him around with but little effort. "Ho!" said the king. "Thou art a strong old man, O stranger. Whence art thou?" "I was reared in anguish and want," returned Frithiof. "Sorrow has filled a bitter cup for me, and I have almost drunk it to the dregs. Once I rode upon a dragon, but now it lies dead upon the seashore, and I am left in my old age to burn salt upon the strand." "Thou art not old," answered the wise king. "Thy voice is clear, and thy grasp is strong. Throw off thy rude disguise, that we may know our guest." Then Frithiof threw aside his bearskin and appeared clad in a mantle of blue embroidered velvet, and his hair fell like a golden wave upon his shoulder. Ring did not know him, but Ingebjorg did, and when she handed him the goblet for him to drink, her color went and came, like to the northern light on a field of snow. And Frithiof stayed at the court until the year came round again, and spring once more put forth its early blossoms. One day a gay hunting train went forth, but old King Ring, not being strong as in former years, lay down to rest upon the mossy turf beneath some arching pines, while the hunters rode on. Then Frithiof drew near, and in his heart wild thoughts arose. One blow of his sword, and Ingebjorg was free to be his wife. But as he looked upon the sleeping king, there came a whisper from a better voice. "It is cowardly to strike a sleeping foe." And Frithiof shuddered, for he was too brave a man to commit murder. "Sleep on, old man," he muttered gently to himself. But Ring's sleep was over. He started up. "O Frithiof, why hast thou come hither to steal an old man's bride?" "I came not hither for so dark a purpose," answered Frithiof. "I came but to look on the face of my beloved Ingebjorg once more." "I know it," replied the king. "I have tried thee, I have proved thee, and true as tried steel hast thou passed through the furnace. Stay with us yet a little longer. The old man soon will be gathered to his fathers. Then shall his kingdom and his wife be thine." But Frithiof replied that he had already remained too long, and that on the morrow he must depart. Yet he went not, for death had visited the palace, and old King Ring was stretched upon his bier, while the bards around sang of his wisdom. Then arose a cry among the people, "We must choose a king!" And Frithiof raised aloft upon his shield the little son of Ring. "Here is your king," he said, "the son of wise old Ring." The blue-eyed child laughed and clapped his hands as he beheld the glittering helmets and glancing spears of the warriors. Then, tired of his high place, he sprang down into the midst of them. Loud uprose the shout, "The child shall be our king, and the Jarl Frithiof regent! Hail to the young king of the Northmen!" Part 8. But Frithiof, in the hour of his good fortune, did not forget that he had offended the gods. He must make atonement to Baldur for having caused the ruins of his temple. He must turn his steps once more homeward. Home, home. And on his father's grave he sank down with a softened heart, and grieved over the passion and revenge that had swayed his deeds. And as he mourned, the voices of unseen spirits answered him, and whispered that he was forgiven. And to his wondering eyes a vision was vouchsafed, and the temple of Baldur appeared before him, rebuilt in more than its ancient splendor, and deep peace sank into the soul of Frithiof. Rise up, Frithiof, and journey onward." The words came clear as a command to Frithiof, and he obeyed them. He rose up and journeyed to the place where he had left the temple, a heap of blackened ruins. And lo, the vision that had appeared to him was accomplished, for there stood the beautiful building, stately and fair to look upon, so beautiful that, as he gazed, his thoughts were of Valhalla. He entered, and the white-robed, silver-bearded priest welcomed the long-absent Viking, and told him that Helgi was dead, and Halfdan reigned alone. "And know, O Frithiof," said the aged man, "that Baldur is better pleased when the heart grows soft and injuries are forgiven, than with the most costly sacrifices. Lay aside forever all thoughts of hatred and revenge, and stretch out to Halfdan the hand of friendship." Joy had softened all Frithiof's feelings of anger, and advancing to Halfdan, who was standing near the altar, he spoke out manfully. "Halfdan," said he, Let us forget the years that have gone by. Let all past evil and injury be buried in the grave. Henceforth let us be as brothers, and once more I ask thee, give me Ingebjorg to be my wife. And Halfdan made an answer, Thou shalt be my brother. And as he spoke, an inner door flew open, and a sweet chorus of youthful voices was heard. A band of maidens issued forth, and at their head walked Ingebjorg, fairer than ever. Then Halfdan, leading her to Frithiof, placed her hand within that of the Viking. Behold thy wife, said Halfdan. Well hast thou won her. May the gods attend upon your bridal. So Ingebjorg became the wife of Frithiof at last. Thus steps of sorrow had but led them to a height of happiness that poets love to sing. Paths thick with thorns had blossomed into roses, and wreaths of everlasting flowers had crowned the winter snows. And midst the lights and shadows of the old Northland, their lives flowed on like two united streams that roll through quiet pastures to the ocean of eternity. End of the Story of Frithiof. Recording by Kathy Wright.
Section 47 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 47, Havelock. Adapted by George W. Cox and E. H. Jones. There was once a king of England named Athelwold. Earl, baron, thane, knight, and bondsman all loved him, for he sat on high the wise and the just man, and put down the spoiler and the robber. At that time a man might carry gold about with him as much as 50 pounds, and not fear loss. Traders and merchants bought and sold at their ease without danger of plunder. But it was bad for the evil person, and for such as wrought shame, for they had to lurk and hide away from the king's wrath. Yet it was unavailing, for he searched out the evildoer and punished him wherever he might be. The fatherless and the widow found a sure friend in the king, and he turned not away from the complaint of the helpless, but avenged them against the oppressor, were he never so strong. Kind was he to the poor, neither at any time thought he the fine bread upon his own table too good to give to the hungry. But a death sickness fell on King Athelwold, and when he knew that his end was near, he was greatly troubled, for he had one little daughter of tender age, named Goldborough, and he grieved to leave her. "O my little daughter, heir to all the land, yet so young thou canst not walk upon it, so helpless that thou canst not tell thy wants, and yet hast need to give commandment like a queen. For myself I would not care, being old and not afraid to die, but I had hoped to live till thou shouldst be of age to wield the kingdom, to see thee ride on horseback through the land, and round about 1,000 knights to do thy bidding. Alas, my little child, what will become of thee when I am gone?" Then King Athelwold summoned his earls and barons from Roxborough to Dover to come and take counsel with him as he lay a-dying on his bed at Winchester. And when they all wept sore at seeing the king so near his end, he said, "Weep not, good friends, for since I am brought to death's door, your tears can no wise deliver me. Rather give me your counsel, my little daughter, that after me shall be your queen. Tell me in whose charge I may safely leave both her and England till she be grown of age to rule." And with one accord they answered him, "In the charge of Earl Godric of Cornwall, for he is a right wise and a just man, and held in fear of all the land. Let him be ruler till our queen be grown." Then the king sent for a fair linen cloth, and thereon, having laid the mass book and the chalice and the paten, he made Earl Godric swear upon the holy bread and wine to be a true and faithful guardian of his child, without blame or reproach, tenderly to entreat her, and justly to govern the realm till she should be 20 winters old, then to seek out the best, the bravest, the strongest man as husband for her, and deliver up the kingdom to her hand. And when Earl Godric had so sworn, the king shrived him clean of all his sins. Then, having received his Saviour, he folded his hands, saying, "Domini in manus tuas," and so he died. There was sorrow and mourning among all the people for the death of good King Athelwold. Many the mass that was sung for him, and the psalter that was said for his soul's rest. The bells tolled, and the priests sang, and the people wept, and they gave him a kingly burial. Then Earl Godrich began to govern the kingdom, and all the nobles and all the churls, both free and thrall, came and did allegiance to him. He set in all the castles strong knights in whom he could trust, and appointed justices and sheriffs and peach sergeants in all the shires. So he ruled the country with a firm hand, and not a single wight dare disobey his word, for all England feared him. Thus, as the years went on, the earl waxed wonderly strong and very rich. Goldborough, the king's daughter, throve and grew up the fairest woman in all the land, and she was wise in all manner of wisdom that is good and to be desired. But when the time drew on that Earl Godrich should give up the kingdom to her, he began to think within himself, "Shall I, that have ruled so long, give up the kingdom to a girl, and let her be queen and lady over me? And to what end? All these strong earls and barons, governed by a weaker hand than mine, would throw off the yoke and split up England into little baronies, evermore fighting betwixt themselves for mastery. There would cease to be a kingdom, and so there would cease to be a queen. She cannot rule it, and she shall not have it. Besides, I have a son. Him will I teach to rule, and make him king." So the earl let his oath go for nothing, and went to Winchester, where the maiden was, and fetched her away, and carried her off to Dover, to a castle that is by the seashore. Therein he shut her up, and dressed her in poor clothes, and fed her on scanty fare, neither would he let any of her friends come near her. Now there was in Denmark a certain king called Birkebein, who had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. And Birkebein fell sick, and knowing that death had stricken him, he called for Godard, whom he thought his truest friend, and said, "Godard, here I commend my children to thee. Care for them, I pray thee, and bring them up as befits the children of a king. When the boy is grown and can bear a helm upon his head and wield a spear, I charge thee to make him king of Denmark. Till then hold my estate and royalty in charge for him." And Godard swore to guard the children zealously, and to give up the kingdom to the boy. Then Birkebein died and was buried. But no sooner was the king laid in his grave than Godard despised his oath. For he took the children, Havelok and his 2 little sisters, Swanborough and Helfled, and shut them up in a castle with barely clothes to cover them. And Havelok, the eldest, was scarcely 3 years old. One day Godard came to see the children, and found them all crying of hunger and cold, and he said angrily, "How now? What is all this crying about?" The boy Havelok answered him, "We are very hungry, for we get scarce anything to eat. Is there no more corn, that men cannot make bread and give us? We are very hungry." But his little sisters only sat shivering with the cold and sobbing, for they were too young to be able to speak. The cruel Godard cared not. He went to where the little girls sat, and drew his knife, and took them one after another, and cut their throats. Havelok, seeing this sorry sight, was terribly afraid, and fell down on his knees, begging Godard to save his life. So earnestly he pleaded, that Godard was fain to listen, and listening, he looked upon the knife, red with the children's blood. And when he saw the still dead faces of the little ones he had slain, and looked upon their brother's tearful face, praying for life, his cruel courage failed him quite. He laid down the knife. He would that Havelok were dead, but feared to slay him for the silence that would come. So the boy pleaded on, and Godard stared at him as though his wits were gone, then turned upon his heel and came out from the castle. Yet, he thought, if I should let him go, one day he may wreak me mischief, and perchance seize the crown. But if he dies, my children will be lords of Denmark after me. Then Godard sent for a fisherman whose name was Grim, and he said, "Grim, you know you are my bondsman. Do now my bidding, and to-morrow I shall make thee free, and give thee gold and land. Take this child with thee to-night, when thou goest a fishing, and at moonrise cast him into the sea, with a good anchor fast about his neck, to keep him down. To-day I am thy master, and the sin is mine. To-morrow thou art free." Then Grim took up the child, and bound him fast, and having thrust a gag into his mouth so that he could not speak, he put him in a bag, and took him on his back, and carried him home. When Grim got home, his wife took the bag from off his shoulders, and cast it upon the ground within doors, and Grim told her of his errand. Now as it drew to midnight, he said, "Rise up, wife, and blow up the fire to light a candle, and get me my clothes, for I must be stirring." But when the woman came into the room where Havelok lay, she saw a bright light round the boy's head like a sunbeam, and she called to her husband to come and see. And when he came, they both marvelled at the light, and what it might mean, for it was very bright and shining. Then they unbound Havelok, and took away the gag, and turning down his shirt, they found a king mark, fair and plain, upon his right shoulder. "God help us, wife," said Grim, "but this is surely the heir of Denmark, son of Birkebein, our king. Ay, and he shall be king in spite of Godard." Then Grim fell down at the boy's feet, and said, "Forgive me, my king, that I knew thee not. We are thy subjects, and henceforth will feed and clothe thee till thou art grown a man, and can bear a shield and spear. Then deal thou kindly by me and mine, as I shall deal with thee. But fear not Godard, he shall never know, and I shall be a bondsman still, for I never will be free till thou, my king, shall set me free." Then was Havelok very glad, and he sat up and begged for bread. And they hastened and fetched bread and cheese and butter and milk, and for very hunger the boy ate up the whole loaf, for he was well nigh famished. And after he had eaten, Grim made a fair bed, and undressed Havelok, and laid him down to rest, saying, "Sleep, my son, sleep fast and sound, and have no care, for naught shall harm thee." On the morrow Grim went to Godard, telling him that he had drowned the boy, asked for his reward. But Godard bade him to go home and remain a bondsman, and be thankful that he was not hanged for so wicked a deed. After a while, Grim, beginning to fear that both himself and Havelok might be slain, sold all his goods, his corn and cattle and fowls, and made ready his little ship, tarring and pitching it till not a seam nor a crack could be found, and setting a good mast and sail therein. Then, with his wife, his 3 sons, his 2 daughters, and Havelok, he entered into the ship and sailed away from Denmark. And a strong north wind arose and drove the vessel to England, and carried it up the Humber as far as the Lindesay, where it grounded on the sands. Grim got out of the boat with his wife and children and Havelok, and then drew it ashore. On the shore he built a house of earth and dwelt therein, and from that time the place was called Grimsby, after Grim. Grim did not want for food, for he was a good fisherman, both with net and hook, and he would go out in his boat and catch all manner of fish, sturgeons and turbot, salmon, cod, herrings and mackerel, flounders and lampreys, and he never came home empty-handed. He had 4 baskets made for himself and his sons, and in these they used to carry the fish to Lincoln to sell them, coming home laden with meat and meal and hemp and rope to make new nets and lines. Thus they lived for 12 years. But Havelok saw that Grim worked very hard, and being now grown a strong lad, he bethought him, "I eat more than Grim and all his 5 children together, and yet do nothing to earn the bread. I will no longer be idle, for it is a shame for a man not to work." So he got Grim to let him have a basket like the rest, and the next day took it out heaped with fish, and sold them well, bringing home silver money for them. After that he never stopped at home idle. But soon there arose a great dearth, and corn grew so dear that they could not fish enough to buy bread for all. Then Havelok, since he needed so much to eat, determined that he would no longer be a burden to the fishermen. So Grim made him a coat of a piece of an old sail, and Havelok set off to Lincoln barefoot to seek for work. It so befell that Earl Godrich's cook, Bertram, wanted a scullion, and took Havelok into his service. There was plenty to eat and plenty to do. Havelok drew water and chopped wood, and brought twigs to make fires, and carried heavy tubs and dishes, but was always merry and blithe. Little children loved to play with him, and grown knights and nobles would stop to talk and laugh with him, although he wore nothing but rags of old sailcloth, which scarcely covered his great limbs, and all admired how fair and strong a man God had made him. The cook liked Havelok so much that he bought him new clothes, with shoes and hose, and when Havelok put them on, no man in the kingdom seemed his peer for strength and beauty. He was the tallest man in Lincoln, and the strongest in England. Earl Godrich assembled a parliament in Lincoln, and afterward held games. Strong men and youths came to try for mastery at the game of putting the stone. It was a mighty stone, the weight of a heifer. He was a stalwart man who could lift it to his knees, and few could stir it from the ground. So they strove together, and he who put the stone an inch further than the rest was to be made champion. But Havelok, though he had never seen the like before, took up the heavy stone and put it 12 feet beyond the rest, and after that none would contend with him. Now this matter being greatly talked about, it came to the ears of Earl Godrich, who bethought him, "Did not Athelwold bid me marry his daughter to the strongest man alive? In truth, I will marry her to this cook's scullion. That will abase her pride, and when she is wedded to a bondsman, she will be powerless to injure me. That will be better than shutting her up, better than killing her." So he sent and brought Goldborough to Lincoln, and set the bells ringing, and pretended great joy, for he said, "Goldborough, I am going to marry thee to the fairest and stalwartest man living." But Goldborough answered she would never wed any one but a king. "Ay, ay, my girl, and so thou wouldst be queen and lady over me? But thy father made me swear to give thee to the strongest man in England, and that is Havelok, the cook's scullion. So, willing or not, to-morrow thou shalt wed." Then the earl sent for Havelok, and said, "Master, will you marry?" "Not I," said Havelok, "for I cannot feed or clothe a wife. I have no house, no cloth, no victuals. The very clothes I wear do not belong to me, but to Bertram the cook, as I do." "So much the better," said the earl, "but thou shalt either wed her that I bring thee, or else hang from a tree. So choose." Then Havelok said he would sooner wed. Earl Godrich went back to Goldborough and threatened her with burning at the stake unless she yielded to his bidding. So, thinking it God's will, the maid consented, and on the morrow they were wed by the Archbishop of York, who had come down to the Parliament, and the earl told money out upon the mass book for her dower. Now after he was wed, Havelok knew not what to do, for he saw how greatly Earl Godrich hated him. He thought he would go to see Grim. When he got to Grimsby he found that Grim was dead, but his children welcomed Havelok and begged him bring his wife thither, since they had gold and silver and cattle. And when Goldborough came, they made a feast, sparing neither flesh nor fowl, wine nor ale, and Grim's sons and daughters served Havelok in Goldborough. Sorrowfully Goldborough lay down at night, for her heart was heavy at thinking she had wedded a bondsman. But as she fretted she saw a light, very bright like a blaze of fire, which came out of Havelok's mouth, and she thought, of a truth, but he must be nobly born. Then she looked on his shoulder and saw the king mark, like a fair cross of red gold, and at the same time she heard an angel say, "Goldborough, leave sorrowing, for Havelok is a king's son, and shall be king of England and of Denmark, and thou queen." Then was Goldborough glad, and kissed Havelok, who, straightway waking, said, "I have had a strange dream. I dreamed I was on a high hill whence I could see all Denmark, and I thought as I looked that it was all mine. Then I was taken up and carried over the salt sea to England, and methought I took all the country and shut it within my hand." And Goldborough said, "What a good dream is this! Rejoice, for it means that thou shalt be king of England and of Denmark. Take now my counsel, and get Grim's sons to go with thee to Denmark." In the morning Havelok went to the church and prayed to God to speed him in his undertaking. Then he came home and found Grim's 3 sons just going off fishing. Their names were Robert the Red, William Wendat, and Hugh Raven. He told them who he was, how Godard had slain his sisters and delivered him over to Grim to be drowned, and how Grim had fled with him to England. Then Havelok asked them to go with him to Denmark, promising to make them rich men. To this they gladly agreed, and having got ready their ship and victualled it, they set sail with Havelok and his wife for Denmark. The place of their landing was hard by the castle of a Danish earl named Ube, who had been a faithful friend to King Birkebein. Havelok went to Earl Ube with a gold ring for a present, asking leave to buy and sell goods from town to town in that part of the country. Ube, beholding the tall, broad-shouldered, thick-chested man, so strongly and cleanly made, thought him more fit for a knight than for a peddler. He bade Havelok bring his wife and come and eat with him at his table. So Havelok went to fetch Goldborough, and Robert the Red and William Wendat led her between them till they came to the castle, where Ube, with a great company of knights, welcomed them gladly. Havelok stood a head taller than any of the knights, and when they sat at table Ube's wife ate with him, and Goldborough with Ube. It was a great feast, and after the feast Ube sent Havelok and his friends to Bernard Brown, bidding him take care of them till next day. So Bernard received the guests and gave them a fine supper. Now in the night there came 61 thieves to Bernard's house. Each had a drawn sword and a long knife, and they called to Bernard to undo the door. He started up and armed himself and told them to go away, but the thieves defied him, and with a great boulder broke down the door. Then Havelok, hearing the din, rose up, and seizing the bar of the door, stood on the threshold and threw the door wide, saying, "Come in, I am ready for you." First came 3 against him with their swords, but Havelok slew these with the door bar at a single blow. The 4th man's crown he broke. He smote the 5th upon the shoulders, the 6th athwart the neck, and the 7th on the breast, so they fell dead. Then the rest drew back and began to fling their swords like darts at Havelok, till they had wounded him in 20 places. In spite of that, in a little while he had killed a score of the thieves. Then Hugh Raven, waking up, called Robert and William Wendat. One seized a staff, each of the others a piece of timber as big as his thigh, and Bernard his axe, and all 3 ran out to help Havelok. So well did Havelok and his fellows fight, breaking ribs and arms and shanks, and cracking crowns, that not a thief of all the 61 was left alive. Next morning, when Ube rode past and saw the 61 dead bodies, and heard what Havelok had done, he sent and brought both him and Goldborough to his own castle, and fetched a leech to tend his wounds, and would not hear of his going away. "For," said he, "this man is better than 1,000 knights." Now that same night, after he had gone to bed, Ube awoke about midnight, and saw a great light shining from the chamber where Havelok and Goldborough lay. He went softly to the door and peeped in to see what it meant. They were lying fast asleep, and the light was streaming from Havelok's mouth. Ube went and called his knights, and they also came in and saw this marvel. It was brighter than 100 burning tapers, bright enough to count money by. Havelok lay on his left side with his back toward them, uncovered to the waist. and they saw the king mark on his right shoulder sparkle like shining golden carbuncle. Then knew they it was King Birkabeyn's son, and seeing how like he was to his father, they wept for joy. Thereupon Havelok awoke, and all fell down and did him homage, saying he should be their king. On the morrow Ubbe sent far and wide, and gathered together earl and baron, dreng and thane, clerk, knight, and burgess, and told them all the treason of Godard, and how Havelok had been nurtured and brought up by Grim in England. Then he showed them their king, and the people shouted for joy at having so fair and strong a man to rule them. And first Ubbe sware fealty to Havelok, and after him the others both great and small. And the sheriffs and constables and all that had castles in town or burg came out and promised to be faithful to him. Then Ubbe drew his sword and dubbed Havelok a knight, and set a crown upon his head, and made him king. And at the crowning they held merry sports, jousting with sharp spears, tilting at the shield, wrestling and putting the shot. There were harpers and pipers, and gleemen with their tabors, and for 40 days a feast was held, with rich meats in plenty, and the wine flowed like water. And first the king made Robert and William Wendet and Hugh Raven barons, and gave them land and fee. And when the feast was done, he set out with 1,000 knights and 5,000 sergeants to seek for Godard. Godard was a hunting with a great company of men, and Robert, riding on a good steed, found him and bade him come to the king. Godard smote him, and set his knights to fight with Robert and the king's men. They fought till 10 of Godard's men were slain, and the rest began to flee. "Turn again, O knights," cried Godard. "I have fed you, and shall feed you yet. Forsake me not in such a plight." So they turned about and fought again, but the king's men slew every one of them, and took Godard and bound him, and brought him to Havelok. Then King Havelok summoned all his nobles to sit in judgment, and say what should be done to such a traitor. And they said, let him be dragged to the gallows at the mare's tail, and hanged by the heels in fetters, with this writing over him: "This is he that drove the king out of the land, and took the life of the king's sisters." So Godard suffered his doom, and none pitied him. Then Havelok gave his sceptre into Earl Ubbe's hand to rule Denmark on his behalf, and after that took ship and came to Grimsby, where he built a priory for black monks to pray evermore for the peace of Grim's soul. But when Earl Godric understood that Havelok and his wife were come to England, he gathered together a great army at Lincoln on the 17th of March, and came to Grimsby to fight with Havelok and his knights. It was a great battle, wherein more than 1,000 knights were slain. The field was covered with pools of blood. Hugh Raven and his brothers, Robert and William, did valiantly, and slew many earls, but terrible was Earl Godric to the Danes, for his sword was swift and deadly. Havelok came to him, and reminding him of the oath he sware to Athelwold that Goldborough should be queen, bade him yield the land. But Godric defied him, and running forward with his heavy sword, cut Havelok's shield in two. Then Havelok smote him to the earth with a blow upon the helm, but Godric arose and wounded him upon the shoulder, and Havelok, smarting with the cut, ran upon his enemy, and hewed off his right hand. Then he took Earl Godric and bound him, and sent him to the queen. And when the English knew that Goldborough was the heir of Athelwold, they laid by their swords, and came and asked pardon of the queen. And with one accord they took Earl Godric, and bound him to a stake, and burned him to ashes for the great outrage he had done. Then all the English nobles came and sware fealty to Havelok, and crowned him king in London. Of Grim's 2 daughters Havelok wedded Gunhild, the elder, to Earl Rayner of Chester, and Levive, the younger, fair as a new rose blossom opening to the sun, he married to Bertram, the cook, whom he made Earl of Cornwall in the room of Godric. 60 years reigned Havelok and Goldborough in England, and they had 15 children, who all became kings and queens. All the world spake of the great love that was between them. Apart, neither knew joy or happiness. They never grew weary of each other, for their love was ever new, and not a word of anger passed between them all their lives. End of Havelok.